Chapter 3362. The gigantic divine tree towered into the clouds, and one couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. The entire canopy covered a radius of a few dozen miles. This was the number one divine tree in the east continent of the ancestral god realm, perhaps even the entire ancestral god realm. Looking from afar, the crown of the divine tree was like a huge dark green mountain, giving off an imposing aura. The leaves on the divine tree were also gigantic, and every single leaf was glowing with spiritual light. The patterns on the leaves were like natural Tao patterns, giving off a natural feeling. The gigantic trunk was mottled, and the bark was like a dragon's scales covering the trunk. The roots dug deep into the ground like a wriggling horned dragon. Gu Fei couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the immortal tree from afar. The immortal tree was indeed worthy of its name. Its vitality was unimaginably exuberant. Even the vitality of an extreme supreme being wouldn't amount to much. The immortal tree of the East Continent had existed for countless years, as though it had existed for eternity. It had experienced countless glorious and dark eras, and had become the target of many great figures. Those who could become the owner of the immortal tree were all the strongest existences in the history of the ancestral god realm. In fact, many demons had set their eyes on the immortal tree during the invasion of the demons back then. However, none of them managed to snatch the divine tree away. At this moment, the heavens and earth were shrouded by a murderous aura. Song Ke, Mo Jioyo, and the other experts of the demons had already surrounded the area. The unique aura of an expert spread across the heavens and earth, causing the entire void to freeze. The Golden Crow clan should be annihilated today. Song Ke stood in the void and stared coldly at the terrified members of the Golden Crow clan on the divine tree. His hatred for the Golden Crow clan had reached its peak. Being betrayed by his brother made Song Ke feel extremely disappointed. He didn't expect his sworn brother to kill his own descendant. In the past, if it wasn't for his protection, the Golden Crow ancestor wouldn't have been able to grow. Therefore, he was the benefactor of the Golden Crow ancestor. The betrayal of the Golden Crow ancestor was repaying kindness with enmity. Song Ke, you and my ancestor are brothers. Why must you be so ruthless? At that moment, a figure walked out from the crown of the undying god tree. It was a middle-aged man clad in golden battle armor, with golden divine flames burning around his body. This middle-aged man was wearing a golden helmet, a golden spear, and a pair of golden shoes. He was an extremely powerful, immortal general. Little guy, you're actually still alive. That's good. Song Ke's pupils contracted when he saw the middle-aged immortal general. This middle-aged immortal general was the third son of the Golden Crow ancestor. The third son of the Golden Crow first ancestor was undoubtedly the one with the highest status in the Golden Crow clan. He was known as the third ancestor and was one of the three great ancestors of the Golden Crow clan. You still dare to mention that your father and I are brothers in front of me? Your father actually dared to stab me in the back and nearly exterminate my Chaos Golden Rock race. What your father owes me, I will take back from you today. Song Ke stared at Jin Luan, the third son of the Golden Crow ancestor. The winner takes all. You don't understand this logic. Uncle, only my father can protect the family business that you've left behind. Speaking of which, you should thank my father instead. Jin Luan smiled. What did you say? Your treacherous father nearly exterminated my Chaos Golden Rock race. I have to thank him. Hearing Jin Luan's words, Song Ke's eyes turned bloodshot. This was the most ridiculous thing he had ever heard. At least your Chaos Golden Rock race isn't extinct yet, isn't it? Jin Luan said with his usual radiant smile. Shut up. Get your ass over here and die. Song K was truly enraged right now. If looks could kill, Jean Lewin would have died countless times over by now. Since that's the case, let's do it then. Jean, Lewin said, as he raised the golden spear in his hand. At that moment, an extremely dazzling golden light burst out from the crown of the undying god tree. It was as though a golden sun had appeared high up in the sky. The next moment, boom! Suddenly, the ball of golden light shook violently, and the light that burst out suddenly increased by several times. Roar! How could this be? Blood-curdling screams and horrified roars immediately rang out from all directions, and the light that had shot out from the ball of golden light pierced through the bodies of countless devilish beings. Over half of the countless devilish beings that had surrounded this area were instantly killed. The demons that were illuminated by the Golden Crow's divine radiance were instantly turned into fireballs and burned to ashes. Golden Sun incinerates the heavens. Even Mo Joyo's clone let out a strange cry and turned to flee in a panic. The 3 stone devils possessed extreme Tao-grade demonic bodies. Although they were also struck by the golden light that suddenly erupted from the ball of golden light, they were not in danger of dying. The 3 stone demons roared out in anger. Their stone-like demonic bodies were actually cracking from the heat of the golden light. The Chaos Demon Ape and the other 2 stone demons hurriedly turned to flee. This is up in the sky. Gu Fei felt a piercing pain from the golden light in front of him. He instinctively raised his hand to block it. In the next moment, he felt an unbearable heat throughout his body. The parts of his body that were illuminated by the golden light felt as though they were on fire. The mountain and river cauldron in his hand let out a buzzing sound. A wave of primordial chaos energy erupted from the mountain and river cauldron and instantly enveloped him. Gu Fei immediately used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. In the next moment, the burning sensation on his body immediately disappeared. Then, Gu Fei saw a scene that made his heart palpitate. The countless demons in front of him were like snow under the sun. They all dissipated in the void. Under the illumination of the golden light, their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. At this moment, Gu Fei heard 2 exclamations coming from beside him. He quickly turned around and saw the demon god and Mo Joyo retreating quickly. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly and raised the mountain and river cauldron in his hand. In the next moment, a hazy mass of primordial chaos energy rushed out of his hand and instantly enveloped half of the world. It protected all the demons and chaotic Golden Rock clan cultivators on this side. The powerful Golden Sun energy was repelled by the primordial chaos energy that erupted from the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, Song Ke, who bore the brunt of the attack, was in danger. His entire body was shrouded in golden divine flames. The golden light pierced through his body like a hornet's nest. He screamed and rushed toward where Gu Fei was. Chapter 3363. Gu Fei did not expect the Golden Crow tribe's counterattack to be so ferocious. A ball of divine light that resembled a golden sun rose from the crown of the immortal tree. The power of the golden sun of extreme Tao level erupted. The golden divine light swept out in all directions like a golden storm of death. Everything in its path was set ablaze and burned to ashes. It was no ordinary golden divine fire, but an extreme Tao-level divine fire. Extreme Tao-level Tao patterns could be vaguely seen within the divine fire. In an instant, the countless cultivators of the demons surrounding the Golden Crow tribe were burned to ashes by the golden divine fire. The leaders of the demons from beyond the heavens were almost driven mad. This time, the demons from beyond the heavens had come out in full force. All the leaders were here, led by Mo Joyo. They had successfully attacked the ancestral land of the Golden Crow tribe. However, no one had expected that the Golden Crow clan's counterattack would be so ferocious that no one had expected it to be. In just an instant, countless Devil Clan cultivators were burned to death. Even one of the leaders of the demons let out a miserable howl as the golden Tao fire ignited his vitality. He was burned to ashes from the inside out and dissipated into the void. How is this possible? The leaders of the demons from beyond the heavens immediately turned around and fled. It's the golden sun incinerating the heavens. How dare you? In the end, M.O. Joyo's incarnation was still just an incarnation. The golden light was like a raging tsunami. M.O. Joyo's incarnation only lasted for a short while before it was burned into a wisp of green smoke by the mighty golden sun true fire, dissipating into the void. Damn it! When M.O. Joyo's true body saw this, he couldn't help feeling shocked and furious. That clone of his was something that he had refined for a very long time. Its battle prowess was so great that it could contend against the other overlords of the devil race. Such an incarnation was actually burned into green smoke. This caused M.O. Joyo to go crazy. Buzz. At that moment, a deafening sound came from the direction of the immortal tree. A golden rainbow shot out from the immortal tree and pierced through a figure shrouded in divine flames. Swoosh! Without any suspense, the golden, rainbow-like divine light directly pierced through the figure. What? Even Gu Fei was shocked when he witnessed this scene, because the figure that was fleeing towards him was the first ancestor of the Golden Rock race, Tsang Quebec. Just as Gu Fei thought Tsang Ke was going to die, a ball of divine light suddenly surged from Tsang Ke's body. Then, the golden divine fire on his body was completely devoured by the ball of divine light. Under the nourishment of the ball of divine light, Tsang Ke's injured body rapidly healed. In just an instant, his body began to ripple with powerful vital energy. That is, Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. Tsang Ke had suffered such a heavy injury. Even with the help of an expert, it would still take a long time for him to recover. However, he had completely recovered so quickly, and it was all because of the surging life essence from the ball of divine light. Destiny God Crystal, Demon God Venerable exclaimed. He had already returned to Gu Fei's side. He could not help but be moved when he saw that scene. That was a legendary divine item. At that moment, the ball of divine light that rushed out from Tsang Ke's body instantly fell from the sky and entered his body. This guy actually has such a good thing on him. Gu Fei's eyes immediately lit up. The Destiny God Crystal actually had such a heaven-defying effect. Even he could not help but be envious of it. Destiny God Crystal, such a thing. M.O. Joyo was also very surprised. He also knew the origin of that thing. At that moment, Tsang Ke escaped death and instantly rushed into the range of the mountain and river cauldron's power. Jean Luen wanted to attack again, but he had no choice but to stop. He felt the existence of an extremely powerful force. If he continued to chase after Tsang Ke, he would be the one to die. Jean Luen would not make such a low-level mistake. He held the battle spear in his hand and looked coldly at the extremely powerful figures in the sky. He could not help but frown. He did not need to think with his toes to know that these guys were definitely hired by Tsang Quebec. It seemed that Tsang Ke had gone crazy from wanting revenge. He actually dared to lure the extraterrestrial demon region's demons into the East Continent. This was a crazy act that would incur the wrath of the masses. Rumble, at that very moment, the golden, sun-like halo of light above the divine tree of immortality was still radiating a supreme power of the golden sun. Countless demon cultivators were burned to ashes just like that. In just a few breaths' time, the encirclement formed by the demon's army on the Golden Crow clan was instantly disintegrated. with the exception of a few devilish powerhouses and a few devilish powerhouses. Almost all of the devilish cultivators were burned to ashes by the power of the golden sun. Roar. The chaos demon ape roared and rushed into the area shrouded by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. His stone-like demonic body was burned to countless cracks. The divining demon spider and the dragon-head demon did not have it easy either. They were almost burned to death by the explosive power of the golden sun. With just one move, the Golden Crow clan actually showed signs of turning defeat into victory. This made the big demons go crazy as they could not accept such a reality. Damn it! Mo Giulio, who had always remained calm and collected even in the face of an avalanche, was truly enraged this time around. Even his voice was trembling. It wasn't that he was afraid of the Golden Crow race, but rather he was angered by them. So cunning. Gu Fei looked at the world shrouded in golden light in front of him, and his face turned solemn. What? Could it be that these guys pretended to be defeated to lure us here? Yao Divine, Venerable said in surprise. If that was the case, then the price of doing so was too high. In this battle, the Golden Crow clan's Grand Elder had fallen, and many other Golden Crow clan's experts had also fallen. But now, it seemed that it was all worth it, because the golden sun's scorching sky just now had definitely caused a greater loss to the demons than the Golden Crow clan. Looks like you have to take action. Mo Giulio looked at Gu Fei and said, Humph, I didn't expect there to be such a variable in this battle. Gu Fei said. He looked at the towering divine tree in front of him and was naturally tempted. However, the Golden Crow clan was not to be trifled with. The Golden Crow clan's ancestral land was where the ancestral vein of the eastern continent was located. No one knew what kind of powerful trump cards the Golden Crow clan's ancestors had left behind to protect their descendants. This immortal divine tree was not that easy to obtain. Chapter 33:64. The Golden Crow clan's ancestral land was filled with demonic aura as terrifying demonic shadows loomed between heaven and earth. It was the manifestation of extremely powerful demons. Not long after Gu Fei and the others made their move, all the major forces in the ancestral god realm's East Continent had received the news. The major forces in the East Continent had sent out spies, and even spies to each other, with a simple purpose: to keep abreast of the other forces' movements and react in time. Of course, it was impossible for the spies from other clans to enter the Golden Crow clan's ancestral land. However, it was impossible for the major forces not to know about the Golden Crow clan's ancestral land being breached. At that time, many powerful beings had gathered outside the Golden Crow clan's ancestral land with some extreme divine aura lingering between heaven and earth. It was no secret that some forces in the East Continent possessed extreme divine weapons. After all, there were many extreme divine ultimate gods in the ancestral god realm. Although those extreme divine ultimate gods had disappeared, some of them had left their extreme divine weapons to protect their clansmen. After reaching the extreme divine realm, there was nothing in the world that could make them worry except for their descendants and clansmen. Even the powerful extreme divine ultimate gods had things that they were reluctant to part with. Why did the demons attack the Golden Crow clan? Is it because of the immortal tree? A few figures gathered in the sky outside the Golden Crow clan's ancestral land and were carefully communicating with each other. There must be other reasons. It seems like someone invaded the heavenly demon territory not long ago, and the demons started this war without any warning. Someone voiced out his doubts. Who are you, and what's the connection between these two things? A celestial being who was hidden in the void said. Then there's really no connection between these two things. Another golden-haired deity said, Haha, who cares why the demons attacked the Golden Crow clan? It seems like this war will end in a lose-lose situation. This is definitely a good thing for us. A tall, silver-haired deity with a silver horn in the middle of his forehead said with a laugh. That's right, ha! The other gods also burst out laughing. The demons from beyond the heavens and the Golden Crow tribe had both suffered great losses, and they were the only ones who had benefited from it. The power structure of the East Continent was going to be reshuffled. The Golden Crow clan wasn't the only powerful clan in the Eastern Continent. There were other powerful clans as well. The Golden Crow clan was just stronger than the other clans. Although the Golden Crow clan occupied the East Continent's unique cultivation resources, they could not unify the entire East Continent. The mysterious Snake clan, the Heavenly God clan, and the Earth Spirit clan were all great clans in the Eastern Continent, especially the Heavenly God clan, whose primogenitor was a Khanate god born from the chaos. He was able to subdue dragons and devour snakes as soon as he was born. The Earth Spirit clan was not simple either. Their ancestor had cultivated from a psychic divine stone that was nourished by the Earth's ancestral veins. They were known for their powerful bodies. At this time, the experts of the three great clans had gathered outside the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan. Everyone was shocked. Ever since the ancient war, the demons that had been stranded in the ancestral god realm retreated to the heavenly demon domain. Everyone thought that the demons from beyond the heavenly demon domain would not be able to cause any trouble in the ancestral god realm. But now, it seemed that they were gravely mistaken. After countless years of recuperation, the demons from beyond the heavens, under the leadership of Mo Juyo, had become so powerful that they could break through the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan. At this time, in the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan, an ancient cauldron was floating high in the sky, confronting a golden, sun-like divine light in front of it. Wung. The ancient cauldron hummed from time to time, releasing waves of extreme, Tao-level primordial chaos energy, blocking the mighty golden sun energy in front of it. The power of the golden sun energy was beyond everyone's expectations. Countless demons were caught unprepared and died under this move of the Golden Crow clan. These demonic cultivators had died too unjustly. Originally, they had thought that victory was in sight. Who could have thought that they would be the ones to die instead? Jinluan, you're so ruthless. Song Ke looked at the golden figure bathed in golden light and said while gritting his teeth. Apart from the demons, the chaotic Golden Rock clan had also lost a few clansmen. Even Peng Jingtian, Peng Shi, and the Golden Rock goddess were badly injured. They would not be able to recover without recuperating for a period of time. I'm ruthless? Haha, I'm not as ruthless as you. You actually attracted the demons from beyond the heavenly demon domain. Are you trying to make the entire ancestral god realm your enemy? The third son of the Golden Crow ancestor, who was wearing golden armor and holding a golden spear, said coldly while staring at Song Quebec, "What did you say?" Song Ke was enraged. Jean Luan's words had indeed poked at his sore spot. He did not want to borrow the strength of the demons from beyond the heavenly demon domain, but it was impossible for him to breach the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan with his own strength. Humph, don't you know what I'm saying? From today onwards, you, Song Ke, will become the public enemy of the entire ancestral god realm. You will no longer have a place in the ancestral god realm. Jean Luan said coldly, although many of their clansmen had died in the battle today, it was not a bad thing to turn Song Ke into the public enemy of the ancestral god realm. He might not even need to do anything, as the other forces of the ancestral god realm would find Song Ke and kill him. What public enemy? If you're so righteous, the Golden Crow clan would not have done such a treacherous thing. Song Ke said disdainfully. Is that so? Let's wait and see. Jean Luan said disapprovingly. Are you guys done talking? At this moment, a voice was suddenly heard. Everyone quickly looked towards the direction of the voice and saw that the person who spoke was Gu Fei. Go somewhere else if you two want to talk. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Gu Fei looked at Song Ke and Jin Luan, who was enveloped by the Golden Sun energy. The Golden Crow clan's first ancestor had indeed left behind such a powerful trump card. Who are you? Jin Luan stared at Gu Fei and asked. He did not dare to underestimate this person. If it wasn't for this person, the demons and the chaotic golden rock race would have suffered even more casualties. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I want that immortal tree. Gu Fei looked at the third son of the Golden Crow clan and said casually, What? Chapter 3365. The Golden Crow race's counterattack had succeeded in killing off most of the cultivators from beyond the heavens. However, a portion of the cultivators from beyond the heavens were also rescued by Gu Fei. At this moment, the golden, sun-like divine radiance above the undying god tree was emitting a resplendent radiance. The radiance was countless times brighter than a true divine sun. A supreme aura of the extreme Tao swept out in all directions. This aura of the extreme Tao had not only enveloped the entire ancestral land of the Golden Crow race, it had also spread to the eastern continent. Countless powerful experts of the celestial race in the eastern continent could sense the extreme Tao aura coming from the ancestral land of the Golden Crow race. The source of this extreme Tao aura was actually a feather, a golden feather. It was truly unbelievable for such a small feather to be able to unleash such a powerful energy fluctuation. Rumble! The entire heavens seemed to be shaking as the golden feather continued to emit resplendent golden radiance. It was even hotter than a true divine sun, capable of burning everything in the world to ashes. Hand over the undying god tree. After that, you can continue to bicker for as long as you want. It has nothing to do with me. Gu Fei looked coldly at Jin Luan, who was bathing in the golden sun energy. At this moment, the void that was enveloped by the golden sun energy was constantly being destroyed. Even the members of the Golden Crow race did not dare to leave the undying god tree. Only a few especially powerful experts of the Golden Crow race could charge out from the undying god tree like Jin Luan. They stood in the void and coldly stared at Gu Fei's group while emitting a boundless fighting spirit. Even the ground had been scorched. A sacred land that was rarely seen in this world had been destroyed just like that. However, the Golden Crow race did not feel any pity for it. As long as the undying god tree remained, this sacred land would not be destroyed and would be restored to its original state. One must know that the place where the undying god tree had taken root was where the ancestral earth vein of the eastern continent was located. There was an immeasurable amount of earth essence energy gathered here. In such a place, anything was possible. Gu Fei noticed that the extreme Tao grade true sun energy from the golden feather hovering above the undying god tree had not harmed the undying god tree in the slightest. The hazy layer of light emitted from the immortal tree of God looked weak, but it was able to repel the mighty power of the golden sun from the sky. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. Although this immortal god tree didn't have any powerful divine abilities, it didn't seem simple either. Even the extreme Tao golden sun couldn't injure it. You want me to hand over the immortal tree? You'll have to make it leave this place first. Jin Luan said with a chuckle, a hint of disdain on his face. Humph, you don't know your place. I didn't want to fight, but it looks like I have no choice. Gu Fei sneered. Brother Gu, you should have made a move earlier. At this moment, Song Ke was overjoyed when he saw that Gu Fei was finally going to make a move. After all, the Golden Crow clan would definitely suffer once Gu Fei made a move. At this time, even Mo Jiyo was looking at Gu Fei. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly rushed out of the area enveloped by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. In the next moment, his clothes were burned to ashes by the power of the extreme Tao-level True Yang, revealing the sky-blue armor underneath. A powerful immortal aura spread out from the armor, repelling the power of the golden sun. This is Mo Jiuyo, and the others were shocked that Gu Fei dared to directly charge into the area enveloped by the golden sun power. It turned out that he was wearing an incredible armor. That was the sky blue immortal gold armor, refined from the immortal material sky blue immortal gold. It was a supreme treasure of the desolate world that Gu Fei had obtained. With the sky blue immortal gold armor, he naturally didn't fear the golden sun power. With a flip of his right hand, a willow branch immediately appeared in his hand. A demonic aura that caused one's heart to palpitate spread out from the willow branch. That's Mo. Jiuyo was shocked to see the willow branch Gu Fei took out. How did this guy get his hands on something like this? Impossible. The progenitor of the Willow Devil clan was a demonic willow that was born from the primordial chaos. This willow branch was broken off from the body of a demonic willow, back in the chaos demon realm. Mo Jiuyo had met the progenitor of the Willow Devil clan several times. He could naturally sense that the willow branch in Gu Fei's hand exuded the same aura as the progenitor of the Willow Devil clan. Did this guy actually destroy the Willow Devil clan in the chaos demon realm? This willow branch was absolutely a supreme treasure to the Willow Devil clan. It was left behind by the progenitor to protect his clan. He wouldn't show it to others easily, let alone lend it to them. There was only one possibility for the willow branch to appear in Gu Fei's hand. Gu Fei had snatched it from the Willow Devil clan. Mo Jiuyo's guess was correct. This willow branch was naturally snatched from the hands of the Willow Devil clan by Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei didn't destroy the Willow Devil clan. At this time, the third son of the Golden Crow clan, Jin Luan, was indescribably shocked. This guy actually didn't fear the power of the extreme Tao Golden Sun. How was this possible? Swish! At this time, Gu Fei made his move. The willow branch in his hand directly pierced through the void and wrapped around Jin Luan. Everywhere the willow branch passed, the golden sun true fire would be extinguished. What? Jin Luan was truly shocked. He hurriedly dodged and dodged. At the same time, the spear in his hand turned into a golden light that pierced towards the center of Gu Fei's forehead. Gu Fei directly extended his hand to block the golden light. With a boom, the golden light that pierced through the void was directly shattered. A huge hand of primordial chaos then appeared and slammed towards Jin Luan. Rumble! The void trembled. The primordial chaos energy that Gu Fei had struck out had actually dispersed the golden sun true fire, forcing Jin Luan to retreat once more. The strength that Gu Fei had displayed not only shocked Jin Luan, but even Mo Jiuyo and the others were dumbfounded. At this time, the experts of the Golden Crow clan on the Undying Tree were all nervously watching the scene in front of them. Jin Luan was actually forced to retreat. This caused countless members of the Golden Crow clan to feel indescribably shocked. Jin Luan was one of the old ancestors of the Golden Crow clan. His cultivation base was extremely powerful. Within the entire Golden Crow clan, Jin Luan was one of the strongest. If Jin Luan was defeated, then the Golden Crow clan would truly be in danger. Swish! The willow branch flew through the sky and wrapped around Jin Luan. Jin Luan brandished the spear in his hand and clashed with the willow branch. There were a few times when he was almost wrapped by the willow branch. Chapter 3366. Gu Fei finally made his move. Clad in the sky blue immortal gold battle armor, he held a willow twig in his hand, completely unafraid of the extreme Tao level golden sun power that erupted from the feather above the tree of immortality. He waved the willow twig in his hand and attacked Jean Luen. The willow twig was an item of the demonic path, after all. Gu Fei found it difficult to use it, so he could not bring out the true power of the willow twig. However, this was enough. The willow twig soared through the air and collided with Jean Luen's spear again. Jean Luen felt his hand tremble as a powerful force passed through the spear in his hand. In the next moment, he was sent flying. His hands, which were holding the spear, were in extreme pain. He quickly looked down and saw that his hands, which were holding the spear, were bleeding profusely. His palms were cracked and blood was flowing. Swoosh! In the next moment, Jean Luen felt his body tighten. He had been entangled by the willow twig. By this time, Gu Fei had already gained the upper hand. The willow twig had successfully entangled Jean Luen. With a tug, Jean Luen, the third son of the Golden Crow ancestor, was sent flying towards him. Roar! Jean Luen struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the magic willow. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. In an instant, the magic willow pulled him in front of him. Bzzz. With a deafening sound, the spear in Jean Luen's hand emitted a dazzling golden light. An extreme level of power immediately erupted from the spear. Without any hesitation, Jean Luen swung the spear in his hand. The spear instantly turned into a beam of golden light and pierced through Gu Fei's forehead. Gu Fei hurriedly lowered his head. The beam of golden light brushed past his scalp, and a few strands of hair fluttered down from the sky. What? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. Jean Luen's battle prowess had exceeded his expectations. Kill! Jean Wu, who had been entangled by the willow twigs and had been pulled over by Gu Fei, was punched in the chest by Gu Fei. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and Jean Luen was sent flying. Only then did the willow twig around Gu Fei's body loosen. Damn it! Jean Luen was shocked to the extreme. He had never imagined that this person's cultivation and battle prowess would be so powerful. This person's punch had almost caused his body to explode. Humph! Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Gu Fei did not continue to attack. Instead, he stood in the void and looked coldly at Jean Luen. At this moment, several powerful figures rushed out from the immortal tree and arrived in front of Gu Fei. A tyrannical aura erupted from the experts of the Golden Crow clan. All of you, go back. Jean Luen couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. In the next moment, Gu Fei made his move. With a flash of golden light, the Golden Crows were turned into a mist of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed. Even Jean Luen was sent flying by Gu Fei once again. If it weren't for the fact that Jean Luen was wearing armor, he would have been killed by Gu Fei and turned into a cloud of blood mist just like those Golden Crow clan experts. Jean Luen's shock was no small matter. At the same time, an extreme power erupted from the golden light above the immortal tree. The golden feather radiated with an extreme power, forcing Gu Fei to resist it with all his might. The golden true young fire surged towards Gu Fei, but Gu Fei did not dodge. He was wearing the sky blue immortal gold armor, so the golden sunfire could not burn him at all. At this time, on the Tree of Immortality, there were experts of the Golden Crow clan controlling this extreme power. Swoosh! In the next moment, a golden ray of light shot out from the ball of golden light in the sky. It instantly pierced through the void and blasted Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei felt as if he had been smashed by a heavy hammer. His entire body was sent flying, and even the willow branch in his hand almost flew out of his hand. How dare you? Gu Fei's chi and blood tumbled from the impact. If not for the sky blue immortal gold armor, he would have been in danger. At this time, the golden crows who were enveloped by the power of the cauldron of mountain and river were shocked. Even Gu Fei was defeated. It was unbelievable, especially Tsang Quebec. If not for Gu Fei's help, he would not have been able to survive, let alone seek revenge against the golden crows. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a black saber appeared in his hand. A powerful and domineering power rippled from the black saber. He was finally going to use his peerless saber. The inconspicuous black saber in Gu Fei's hand exuded an earth-shattering killing intent. A vague shadow of a dragon appeared on the black saber. He kept the willow branch in his hand and held the saber with both hands. With a roar, he slashed at Jean Luen with all his might. Swoosh! An extremely domineering saber light shot out from Gu Fei's hand. It soared for thousands of miles and fell on Jean Luen's head. No, Jean Luen wanted to dodge, but to his horror, he found that he could not move at all. An invisible force had restrained him. Gu Fei raised his saber. Swoosh! Swoosh! The third descendant of the Golden Crow ancestor was cut in half. He died just like that. This Tsang Ke and the others, as well as the experts of the Golden Crow tribe on the Tree of Immortality, were all dumbfounded and in disbelief. Old ancestor Jean Luen, countless golden crows on the immortal tree, were filled with grief. After the great elder, another important figure of the Golden Crow clan had fallen. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook after the extremely domineering saber light cut Jean Luen in half. It continued to travel for a long distance before dissipating into the air. A pitch-black crack appeared in the sky. This was a crack created by Gu Fei's saber. It was like a pitch-black abyss that stretched across the sky. Seeing how powerful this saber was, countless experts were shocked. It was Mo Jiuyo again. The way he looked at Gu Fei had changed. Fortunately, he did not make an enemy out of Gu Fei. Otherwise, the Golden Crow clan would be the best example. Hand over the immortal tree, and you won't have to die. Gu Fei said indifferently. Jean Luen's corpse was destroyed by the saber aura, leaving nothing behind. Everything was destroyed by the saber aura. Rumble! At this moment, the ball of golden radiance floating above the immortal tree moved. It was like a real golden sun descending from the sky, smashing towards Gu Fei. As the ball of golden radiance moved, the surrounding void collapsed immediately. An extremely overbearing power of the extreme way exploded. Humph, it's just a feather. What can it do? Gu Fei said, and slashed at the ball of golden radiance with all his might. The two extreme powers collided in an instant. In the next moment, the void in front of Gu Fei was annihilated soundlessly. The two extreme powers intertwined, canceling each other out and destroying each other. Nothing was left behind in the aftermath of the collision. The murderous aura emitted from the peerless saber in Gu Fei's hand changed the color of the heaven and earth. Even though Tsang Ke and the others were once extreme way god ancestors, they could not help but feel their hearts palpitate when they felt the murderous aura from the saber. The ball of golden radiance was slashed away by the peerless saber. At the same time, countless golden Tao patterns rushed out from the immortal tree. Every Tao pattern emitted an aura of the extreme way. Countless Tao patterns intertwined and formed a Tao diagram. It was a formation diagram, an extreme way formation diagram. The formation diagram enveloped the entire immortal tree and absorbed the essence of the earth ancestor vein. Although Gu Fei was not a formation master, he could tell the truth of the extreme way formation at a glance. It was an extreme way battle using the immortal tree as the formation eye and gathering the essence of the earth ancestor vein. Roar. At this moment, a roar rang out from the depths of the earth. The muffled sound was like muffled thunder, causing visible transparent ripples to appear in the surrounding space. Gu Fei was taken aback. The Golden Crow ancestor still had something up his sleeves. The Golden Crow ancestor had done something to the Earth ancestor vein. At this moment, a living being that had been slumbering in the Earth ancestor vein for countless years seemed to have awakened. The Earth shook and cracked. Powerful energy waves surged from the depths of the Earth. The living being in the Earth ancestor vein was breaking free. What's going on? Song Ke was indescribably shocked. He sensed a familiar aura. Could it be that the creature in the depths of the ancestral vein was actually his sworn brother? Song Ke could not help but feel excited. However, he soon found out that the being in the depths of the ancestral earth vein wasn't his sworn brother at all. Boom! Just as everyone was shocked, a loud sound was heard. The ground, not far from the immortal tree, suddenly exploded. In the next moment, an unimaginably powerful figure rushed out from the ground. It was a living being the size of a hill. It was covered in golden fur and looked like a ball of golden divine fire that rushed out from the ground. Fire ape. Song Ke understood the situation after seeing the living being. So this fella was sealed in the Earth ancestor vein by the Golden Crow ancestor. The fire ape was the same as the Golden Crow ancestor, born from the godly sun. This fire ape could be said to be the Golden Crow ancestor's brother. Its aura was similar to the Golden Crow ancestors. Roar! The fire ape soared into the sky, then let out a long roar towards the sky. A terrifying sound wave spread out, causing the entire world to tremble. Violent energy ripples spread out in all directions. Chapter 3367. Beneath the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan, there was actually an unimaginably powerful being sealed. This being was a great omen of the ancestral god realm from the same era as Tsong Quebec. It was a fire ape, the first fire ape in the ancestral god realm. It was the fire ape ancestor. Roar! Up in the sky, the fire ape ancestor roared at the sky. Terrifying sound waves reverberated in all directions as an extreme power erupted from the fire ape ancestor. Oh no, an extreme supreme being. Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked by this scene. A true extreme sovereign was an invincible existence. They weren't existences that could be compared to pseudo-sovereigns like them who only grasped the extreme sovereign force. Song Ke felt his scalp go numb. The Golden Crow ancestor was such a bastard to seal the fire ape ancestor in the ancestral land of the earth. It was obvious that this was the Golden Crow clan's last resort. An expert from the Golden Crow clan had opened the seal on the Tree of Immortality and released the invincible being in the ancestral land of the earth. Although Gu Fei was shocked, he wasn't afraid. Although the fire ape primogenitor was powerful, he had something to rely on. It wasn't impossible for him to fight against it. Big brother, you're ruthless to seal me in the ancestral land of the earth. The fire ape primogenitor roared furiously, causing the void to explode. This was the terror of an extreme being. A roar could shatter the world. Everyone was stunned. Even the experts from the Golden Crow clan on the Tree of Immortality were dumbfounded. They knew that once the being sealed in the ancestral land of the earth was released, the consequences would be unimaginable. The best outcome would be for the fire ape ancestor to let them go for the sake of the Golden Crow ancestor. However, this was only the wishful thinking of the Golden Crow clan's higher-ups. The fire ape ancestor turned around and glared at the Golden Crows on the Tree of Immortality. His eyes were filled with a terrifying ferocity. After being sealed for so many years, the fire ape ancestor had nowhere to vent his anger. He naturally wanted to settle the score with the Golden Crow clan. Swoosh! The fire ape primogenitor grabbed at the undying god tree. Boundless divine flames instantly condensed into a giant flaming hand that grabbed at the undying God tree. The fiery hand was so huge that it even shrouded the towering tree. It was trying to grab the undying God tree and the members of the Golden Crow tribe on it. Rumble, wherever the flaming hand passed by, the void was directly annihilated. That divine fire obliterated everything and even shook the immortal tree of God. This caused everyone to be indescribably shocked. However, at this time, the higher-ups of the Golden Crow clan were operating the killing formation, gathering essence from all directions, and even drawing the power of the Earth Ancestor vein. A gigantic figure appeared in the sky. The aura emanating from this figure was simply too terrifying. Even the fire ape primogenitor was taken aback. What Gufei couldn't help but be moved by this scene. The Golden Crow ancestor's methods were truly endless. He actually left a clone on the undying God tree. The incarnation of a supreme God ancestor was not simple. Moreover, it was supported by the power of the killing formation. It was no different from a supreme God ancestor. Good heavens! Song Kei's pupils contracted when he saw the figure that appeared on the undying God tree. He was extremely familiar with the aura emitted from the figure. I've let you out to kill the enemy, not to deal with my Golden Crow clan. The figure stretched out his hand and slapped. The power of the Golden Sun at the extreme Tau level exploded from the giant hand. Boom! The two huge hands collided in an instant. This was a contest of power at the extreme Tau level. In an instant, the vast and mighty power of destruction obliterated a large area of the void. Even the primal chaos chi was beaten out. The fire ape primogenitor let out a strange cry and was forced to retreat 100 miles away by the figure. Roar! The fire ape primogenitor roared into the sky with a ferocious look. His golden fiery eyes shone with a ferocious light, and his body was surrounded by divine fire. Within the fire, there were vague Tao patterns. The powerful aura of the extreme Tao spread and shrouded the entire East Continent in an instant. Countless living beings in the East Continent were extremely terrified. The aura of the extreme Tao was boundless. Under such pressure, even the heavens and earth were trembling, let alone other living beings. This ferocious ape, the demon god, and the rest were terrified. The pressure from the fire ape primogenitor was too great. Even with the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, they still found it difficult to breathe. They were all existences that were only a step away from becoming an extreme grade supremacy. However, they were still as weak as ants in front of a true extreme grade supremacy. Among all the experts present, Gufei was probably the only one who could remain calm. This is just one of your incarnations. How dare you order me around? Go to hell. The fire ape primogenitor threw a punch at the figure above the undying God tree. Although it was 100 miles away, the fire ape's punch arrived as soon as it said it would. Rumble, the entire heaven and earth trembled under the fire ape primogenitor's punch. Then, cracks that looked like a spider web appeared. You're courting death. Be careful, or I'll suppress you for billions of years again. The blurry incarnation of the Golden Crow primogenitor stood in the killing formation and said coldly, a super killing formation appeared in the void around him. Countless formation, runes intertwined in the void. The essence of the ancestral earth meridian was constantly guided out from the depths of the earth by the killing formation and gathered into an enormous extreme Tao supreme energy. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. They could also tell what was going on. An incarnation of an extreme Tao supreme could never compete with a true extreme Tao supreme. However, with the help of this super killing formation, it was definitely possible. One must know that this superforce could guide the essence of the ancestral Earth meridian for its own use. That was the difference between them. The power of the ancestral Earth meridian was not an ordinary power. The figure standing in the middle of the extreme Tao killing array also punched out. The two fists instantly collided with each other, and a dull sound of impact rang out. This time, the fire ape primogenitor was not pushed back. The two fists still collided, and the two extreme Tao supreme energies were still clashing. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions from their fists. However, in the next moment, the fire ape primogenitor was sent flying again. This made the fire ape primogenitor furious. His opponent was very cunning. Standing in the super-killing formation, he was practically invincible. "Let me borrow the cauldron." At this moment, the fire ape primogenitor finally stared at Gu Fei's group. As he spoke, he directly grabbed at the ancient cauldron floating above everyone's heads. A huge flaming hand appeared and instantly enveloped the sky, cutting off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei's group. Humph! Gu Fei sneered but did not say anything. After all, the mountain and river cauldron was different from the extreme Tao Supreme weapons forged by ordinary extreme Tao Supremes. Seeing that the fire ape primogenitor was about to grab the mountain and river cauldron, Song Ke and the others were shocked. One must know that once the mountain and river cauldron was taken away by the fire ape, they would lose their protection. The might of the extreme Tao wasn't something anyone could withstand. At this moment, even Mo Jioyo's expression changed. However, just as the fire ape primogenitor's hand was about to grab the mountain and river cauldron, the mountain and river cauldron suddenly trembled. An extreme Tao primordial chaos energy erupted from the mountain and river cauldron. The fire ape primogenitor exclaimed. The hand that was about to grab the mountain and river cauldron retracted. What? The fire ape primogenitor was shocked. He never thought that an extreme Tao divine weapon would be so powerful that it could shake off his hand. This was unbelievable. "You want the mountain and river cauldron? Dream on," Gu Fei said. "Little fella, this cauldron is yours." The fire ape primogenitor stared at Gu Fei and said, "So what if it's mine?" Gu Fei looked at the fire ape primogenitor in the sky and said calmly. He was wearing the sky blue, immortal gold armor and wielding a peerless saber. He wasn't afraid of the fire ape primogenitor at all. "Little fella, don't you dare act presumptuously in front of me." The fire ape primogenitor said, angrily, "I'm very honest. How am I presumptuous?" Gu Fei shrugged and said, helplessly, he didn't want to be enemies with the fire ape primogenitor. After all, the fire ape primogenitor was an extreme Tao divine being. Offending such an invincible being was naturally an extremely unwise move. "How dare you attack my race's ancestral ground? Die!" At that moment, the incomparably powerful figure, hovering above the divine tree of immortality, said as he sent a palm strike towards Gu Fei and the others. Towering golden divine flames immediately erupted from the figure, shaking the heavens and earth. The space enveloped by the golden divine flames was constantly being annihilated. This kind of extreme Tao grade divine flame was truly terrifying. Even a quasi-supreme being would be instantly burned to ashes if they were to be burned by this divine flame, and their lives would be extinguished in an instant. Swoosh! At the same time, Gu Fei also moved. He directly slashed with all his might, and the blade light of the extreme Tao level directly broke through the layers of divine flames and slashed at the opponent's large hand. In the next moment, the golden crow primogenitor's clone's flaming hand dissipated in the air. At the same time, the blade light that Gu Fei slashed out also disappeared. The two extreme Tao divine powers canceled each other out and destroyed each other. Who do you think you are? The ruler of this place? Gu Fei said disdainfully as he looked at the huge figure. How dare you look down on me? The Golden Crow primogenitor's clone was enraged. He couldn't walk out of the killing formation because once he did, he wouldn't be able to replenish his energy from the ancestral Earth Meridian. Under such circumstances, the Golden Crow primogenitor's clone was naturally not Gu Fei's opponent. Therefore, he wouldn't leave the killing formation. Chapter 3368. The power that Gu Fei displayed. Even Mo Jiuyo, who had lived for countless years, was shocked. This guy actually dared to fight against the Golden Crow ancestor's incarnation. In the eyes of Mo Jiuyo and the rest, Gu Fei was only a quasi-supreme being. Even though he had the peerless blade in his hand, he could fight against an existence with extreme power. But Gu Fei could only fight against Mo Jiuyo, Song Ke, and these fake sovereigns. If he met a true sovereign, he definitely had to kneel. However, the power that Gu Fei displayed, it was much stronger than what Mo Jiuyo and the rest had estimated. Moreover, he had quite a lot of extreme level items on him. Gu Fei wore the sky blue immortal gold battle armor. Even though this battle armor was still lacking, it wasn't a true extreme level battle armor, but the materials were heaven-defying. It was a battle armor made from the immortal gold, sky blue immortal gold. This battle armor could be worn on one's body. It could block all auras. If Gu Fei was willing, no one could sense his existence, even if he didn't use one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Of course, the sky blue immortal gold battle armor could also block the aura of the outside world. Even the aura of the extreme level could be blocked outside. This was also why Gu Fei wasn't affected by the aura of the fire ape ancestor. At this moment, in the depths of the Golden Crow race's ancestral land, where the immortal god tree was, 3 experts were facing off against each other. And among these 3 experts, Gu Fei was the weakest. The fire ape ancestor, that was an extreme level expert, even though he was sealed for countless years. But he was still a true extreme level expert. He wasn't someone that Mo Jiuyo and Song Ke could compare to. In the current ancestral god realm, a fire ape ancestor appeared. This was an accident, but it was also inevitable. Most likely, when the Golden Crow ancestor sealed the fire ape ancestor in the ancestral land, he had already predicted all of this. The fire ape ancestor's escape. It would completely change the power structure of the entire ancestral god realm. Little fellow, how dare you look down on me? Damn it! Above the immortal god tree, the peerless killing formation of the Golden Crow clan was operating. The aura of the extreme Tao spread out in all directions, suppressing the entire region. It was extremely terrifying. Within the killing array, the figure was blurry. However, the aura it exuded was definitely not weaker than a true extreme grade powerhouse. A mere incarnation, he shouldn't have such combat strength. But because of the killing array, however, he was able to compete with extreme grade powerhouses. The killing formation attracted the power of the ancestral Earth Vein. He had the power of the ancestral Earth Vein. This allowed the Golden Crow ancestor's clone to truly possess the power to contend against an extreme grade supremacy. However, borrowing power like this had its drawbacks. That was the human array unity. Only then would they be able to unleash power comparable to an extreme Tao supremacy. Therefore, the Golden Crow ancestor's clone could not leave the extreme Tao killing formation. Otherwise, the fire ape progenitor would easily kill him. Ha ha, come out if you dare. I can kill you with just one hand. Gu Fei pointed his saber at the figure standing in the extreme Tao killing formation. he said proudly. The murderous aura exuded from the saber. Heaven and earth paled in comparison. Little guy, you are too presumptuous. If it was in the ancient times, I could kill you countless times with one finger. The Golden Crow Ancestor's clone said angrily, Is that so? Ha ha. Unfortunately, this is no longer your era. Gufei smiled, courting death. Above the immortal god tree, the blurry figure standing in the extreme Dao killing formation was furious. He directly reached out to grab Gufei. The boundless flames turned into a huge hand that covered the sky. This huge hand covered the entire sky. Rumble, the huge hand fell. The void that was covered by the huge hand instantly exploded. It was directly destroyed. Buzz. Gufei laughed heartily. He slashed upwards with his saber. A destructive saber light immediately shot out from the peerless murderous saber. The saber light shot up to the sky, like a hot knife through butter. It actually broke through the divine flame hand that came down from the sky. The huge divine flame hand was split in half by the saber light that came from the peerless murderous saber. Then it disappeared in the void, after the saber light broke through the divine flame hand. Its momentum did not decrease. It directly shot up to the sky. It disappeared at the end of the sky. What a domineering, extreme Dao divine saber. From what I know, there has never been such a murderous saber in the ancestral god realm. This murderous saber is not from this world. The Golden Crow Ancestor's clone said in shock. This is also not from the Chaos Demon realm. At this moment, far in the sky, Mo Jiuyo, who was under the protection of the cauldron of mountain and river, muttered to himself, This Gufei, be it in the Chaos Demon realm, or the ancestral god realm, they were all just passers-by. To think that I would meet someone from another world. The Golden Crow Ancestor's clone said. Gufei didn't say anything. An expert from another world. At this moment, after hearing the Golden Crow Ancestor's words, the Fire Ape Ancestor was curious about Gufei, a being from another world. What was different about him? Fire Ape, you won't take revenge. This guy sealed you in the ancestral earth vein for countless years. Gufei said to the Fire Ape Ancestor. Yes, revenge first. The Fire Ape Ancestor didn't hesitate. He took a step forward. In an instant, he was in front of the killing formation above the undying god tree. He actually attacked the killing formation directly. The ferocious ape swung his fist. It was just a punch. The entire extreme Dao killing formation shook. Countless formation runes appeared. Even the figure in the killing formation was shaken. You're crazy. I'm your big brother. Why would I harm you? The figure in the killing formation exclaimed. Preposterous. You sealed me in that dark place for so long. What else could it be other than harming me? The Fire Ape Ancestor was furious. He punched the extreme Dao killing array again and again. Not just the formation. Even the entire world began to shake along with it. Damn it! If I didn't seal you in the ancestral earth vein, do you think you can still live until now? The Golden Crow Ancestor roared, hearing the Golden Crow Ancestor's words. The Fire Ape Ancestor's movement paused. However, at this moment, Gufei was already charging over. He raised his hand and slashed at the extreme Dao killing array. The power of the peerless blade exploded. It turned into a destructive blade light. The blade light fell. In an instant, countless formation patterns were dispersed by this saber strike. However, the killing formation was, after all, an extreme killing formation. It couldn't be destroyed by one slash. As expected, the Golden Crow Ancestor's incarnation, who was standing in the killing formation, blocked the extremely domineering blade light. Then he attacked Gu Fei. Many flames that were hard to see with the naked eye were like thin lines. They flew towards Gu Fei. They were extremely fast, but Gu Fei didn't have any intention of dodging. When the streaks of fiery light were about 3 feet away from Gu Fei, all of a sudden, Gu Fei's body trembled. It was as if they had hit a transparent wall. All of them were blocked. Seeing this scene, the Golden Crow ancestor's incarnation was shocked. Roar. At this moment, a roar rang out. The fire ape progenitor had actually broken through the extreme Tao killing formation. He charged into the killing formation. He was extremely ferocious. Rumble, the next moment, cries of surprise came from the killing formation. The sound of fighting. It was a mess. Countless formation runes were destroyed in the air. This was a rare opportunity. Gu Fei quickly attacked with all his might. The peerless ominous blade in his hand flew up. It turned into a huge black dragon. Roar. The dragon roared at the sky. The sky was shaking, as if it could fall at any time. Above the starry sky, billions of stars shook. The ferocious aura was monstrous. This is far above the sky. Seeing this scene, all the experts were shocked. The extreme Tao aura that erupted from the black dragon was so powerful that it was unimaginable. Even the experts of the East Continent, who were watching from outside the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan. At this moment, they also felt their souls trembling. They were extremely frightened. Even the fire ape ancestor, who had charged into the killing formation, couldn't help but be shocked. The black dragon, formed by the ominous blade, pounced down from the sky towards the killing formation. With just one pounce, a large area of the void below directly shattered. The black dragon formed by the peerless ominous blade was extremely ferocious. He directly charged into the extreme Tao killing array. The power of the extreme path exploded. The killing formation was collapsing. No, the clone of the Golden Crow ancestor screamed in fear. Once the killing formation collapsed, he couldn't summon the power of the ancestral earth vein. As a result, it would be destroyed. Boom. The blurry figure began to fight with all his might. The power of the extreme golden sun erupted from his body. A golden feather appeared in his hand. It was the golden feather that had unleashed the golden sun-burning sky. It contained the extreme power of the extreme path. Now it was in the hands of the clone of the Golden Crow ancestor. Humph! At this moment, can you still turn the tables? The fire ape ancestor roared. He attacked with all his might. The extreme power kept erupting. Every living being in the east continent of the ancestral god realm felt this aura. In front of the might of the extreme path, all living beings were ant-like existences. At this moment, the scene high up in the sky was incomparably shocking. Inside the killing formation, a mountain-like fire ape and a mountain-like black dragon were attacking a figure that was emitting endless golden light. Roar! The black dragon opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of divine flame. The divine flame spread out in an instant. It burned towards the clone of the Golden Crow ancestor. At the same time, the huge fire ape grabbed the clone of the Golden Crow ancestor. It tore one of the clone's arms off. It was extremely ferocious. This, Chapter 3369. The Golden Crow ancestor's avatar was no different from a real person. It also had a body of flesh and blood, which surprised Gu Fei. One should know that the avatars cultivated by ordinary cultivators were all illusions. Avatars and avatars were different. Avatars didn't have a body of flesh and blood, but avatars did. Gu Fei's 2 avatars were real and not illusions. The difference between avatars and avatars was the difference between illusion and reality. Avatars could dissipate and disappear completely. When they were killed, nothing would be left. Avatars, on the other hand, were real. If an avatar was killed by an opponent, it would either leave a corpse or show its true form. Gu Fei originally thought that the illusory figure in the extreme Dao killing formation was a clone, but when he attacked the killing formation with his peerless ominous saber, he discovered that it was different. The Golden Crow ancestor's method was indeed brilliant. He actually used this method. One should know that there was a difference in the battle strength of an incarnation and a clone. A real avatar would naturally be much stronger than an avatar. If it was any other expert who rashly attacked the killing formation and encountered an avatar instead of an avatar, then they would be in trouble. However, the ones who attacked the formation were the Fire Ape ancestor and the black dragon formed by Gu Fei's ominous blade. The Fire Ape ancestor and the black dragon formed by the ominous blade didn't care if the opponent was an avatar or an avatar. The two experts joined hands and killed the Golden Crow ancestor's avatar in an instant. The Golden Crow race's killing formation was collapsing. At this moment, Gu Fei had already retreated to the mountain and river cauldron because the god inside the ominous blade had awakened. To Gu Fei, this was definitely a good thing, a very good thing. The ominous blade's god had awakened. It was as if a supreme being had appeared in the world. Roar! The black dragon roared and spat out a mouthful of divine flames. Countless runes around it were incinerated and dissipated in the void. At this moment, the Fire Ape ancestor was extremely ferocious. He tore off the Golden Crow ancestor's avatar's arm. Golden blood sprayed all over the Fire Ape ancestor. The Golden Crow ancestor's avatar's blood contained an enormous amount of golden sun essence. If other living beings were to be splashed with this blood, they would have been burned to ashes. However, the Fire Ape ancestor and the Golden Crow ancestor were both life forms born from the god sun. They came from the same source. The Golden Crow ancestor's avatar's blood was not only harmless to the Fire Ape ancestor, but it was also a great tonic that could increase its battle power. The Fire Ape primogenitor swallowed the Golden Crow primogenitor's arm and continued to attack, wanting to tear off the other arm of the Golden Crow primogenitor's clone and eat it. However, the clone of the Golden Crow ancestor directly used the blood shield and dove into the depths of the earth, charging into the earth ancestor's vein. What? In the distant sky, Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this scene. The Fire Ape primogenitor and the peerless ominous blade gods will had joined forces to attack, yet the Golden Crow primogenitor's clone had escaped. It escaped. Sankei panicked. One should know that it was the Golden Crow ancestor's avatar. If it escaped, it would be a huge problem. Rumble, at this moment, the entire ancestral land shook. Even the immortal tree was shaking. It was undergoing a shocking change. The huge tree shone with a dazzling divine light. Countless golden lights flickered on the treetop. Those were the Golden Crows. The immortal tree was shrinking rapidly, and the Golden Crows on the treetop were shrinking as well. Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this. Was the immortal god tree trying to escape? No one could remain calm. Sankei was panicking because the clone of the Golden Crow ancestor had escaped, while Gu Fei was panicking because the immortal god tree was about to escape. In Gu Fei's eyes, the immortal god tree was the most important. This living being that had lived for countless years was known as the immortal tree. It had gained sentience. When it sensed danger, the immortal tree would naturally escape. Old man, if you don't act now, then when? We can't let that tree escape. Gu Fei yelled at the mountain and river cauldron floating above his head. Only the awakened god of the mountain and river cauldron had the ability to catch the immortal tree. Even Tsang-Ke and Mo Jiuyo could not catch the immortal tree at this moment. One should know that the Golden Crow clan's supreme killing formation was collapsing. The power of the supreme path spread. If it was not for the mountain and river cauldron's protection, even they would have to kneel before this power. At this moment, a small old man suddenly rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. "Got it. I'll be right there," the small old man said impatiently. He then took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. No one expected Gu Fei to be able to command the mysterious and unfathomable gods while inside the supreme divine weapon. In the next moment, the small old man appeared in front of the immortal tree. He then reached out with his hand, intending to grab the entire immortal tree. Buzz! At the same time, a rumble was heard from the immortal tree. Then a ball of golden light appeared on the immortal tree and enveloped the entire immortal tree. However, at this moment, the entire void was sealed by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. It would not be easy for the immortal tree to escape. Whoosh! With a flash of golden light, the immortal tree entered the ancestral earth vein and disappeared. What? Gu Fei was dumbfounded. Even the mountain and river cauldron could not take the immortal tree away? How was that possible? Did the Golden Crow ancestor have a backup plan? That guy must have done something. Otherwise, how could this happen? Tsang-Ke roared. No one knew the Golden Crow ancestor better than he did. The Golden Crow ancestor was a decisive but cautious person. In the ancient age, during Tsang-Ke's era, he had never seen the Golden Crow ancestor lose to anyone. Even Tsang-Ke himself was stabbed in the back by the Golden Crow ancestor. As expected, another powerful force of the supreme god path exploded where the immortal tree was rooted. A supreme god teleportation formation rose from deep underground. The Golden Crow ancestor's clone was able to escape into the ancestral earth vein, and the immortal tree was able to escape from the mountain and river cauldron's god because of this underground teleportation formation. It was no ordinary teleportation formation. It was a supreme god teleportation formation. The supreme god teleportation formation that rose from deep underground automatically disintegrated in the void. The runes that formed the formation were also quickly disappearing. Preposterous! When Tsang-Ke saw the situation, he could not help cursing. Golden Crow, first ancestor, that bastard actually still had such a contingency plan. At this moment, Gu Fei was speechless as well. However, this was normal. The Golden Crow ancestor would leave a way out for his people. It could only be said that Golden Crow's ancestor had predicted everything that could happen, and the preparation he made was fully displayed. The Golden Crow clan and the immortal tree had definitely escaped into the Earth Ancestor's Earth Meridian. Only the essence of the Earth Ancestor's Earth Meridian could completely cover the aura of the Golden Crow clan and the immortal tree. The supreme god teleportation formation could send the Golden Crow clan far away, but it was not safe. Existences like the Fire Ape ancestor could definitely tear apart the void and drag out the living beings that had escaped into the void. In front of an existence like the Fire Ape ancestor, the teleportation formation was merely a decoration. To the Golden Crow clan, escaping into the ancestral earth vein was the only way to be safe. The ancestral earth vein extended in all directions. The Golden Crow clan could follow the direction of the ancestral earth vein and escape to any place in the eastern continent that had the ancestral earth vein. Damn it! At this moment, the little old man was displeased. He had personally taken action, yet the immortal tree had escaped. How could he let it go? The little old man extended his right hand, and the mountain and river cauldron flew towards him. In the next moment, he and the mountain and river cauldron became one, and a middle-aged warrior appeared before everyone. This middle-aged warrior was also the god of the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, he had changed his appearance. He was tall, mighty, and looked fierce. "Old man, what are you playing at?" Gu Fei asked. "I am going to war. No one has ever dared to play tricks in front of me without paying the price." The god of the mountain and river cauldron tore apart the void and took a step forward, entering the ancestral earth vein deep underground. This Gu Fei was shocked. If the god of the mountain and river cauldron was angry, it would be a very serious matter. At this moment, the black dragon formed by the peerless ominous blade rushed back. The ominous aura of the extreme path made all living beings tremble, including Tsang Ke and Mo Joyo. That was a true extreme path existence. It was equivalent to the arrival of an extreme path supreme. In the next moment, the mountain-like black dragon gradually became faint and illusory. The ominous aura of the extreme path retreated like the tide. In the end, the ferocious black dragon disappeared, and a black blade appeared in front of everyone. A powerful hand reached out and grasped the peerlessly fierce saber. At this moment, everyone looked at Gu Fei differently. This person actually had so many nature-defying items. His luck was truly nature-defying. "Master, what should we do?" the monster god asked. Their purpose of attacking the Golden Crow clan's ancestral earth was simple. It was for the immortal tree. However, the immortal tree had escaped. "Wait, the old man will bring that divine tree back," Gu Fei said fiercely. Chapter 3370. The ancestor of the Golden Crow race had a backup plan. Not only did a clone of the Golden Crow ancestor escape, but the Tree of Immortality had also escaped. This made Gu Fei both shocked and angry. Although the god of the mountain and river cauldron had gone after the Tree of Immortality, it was hard to say if he could catch the tree. At this time, Gu Fei noticed that the fire ape ancestor was staring at the supreme ominous saber in his hand. His eyes were flickering with malicious intent. "Old ape, are you thinking of stealing my saber?" Gu Fei turned around and said to the fire ape ancestor, "Dao's friend, you've misunderstood. Since this saber has already recognized its master, why would I dare to steal it?" The fire ape ancestor said, embarrassedly. The power displayed by the supreme ominous saber was clear for all to see. It was like the arrival of an extreme supreme being. After being sealed for so long, the fire ape ancestor was still injured. Although he did not fall from the extreme supreme realm, his combat power was greatly weakened. Right now, the fire ape ancestor could only unleash about 60% of his peak combat power. Humph! If this saber of mine hadn't recognized me as its master, you would have tried to steal it. Gu Fei looked at the fire ape ancestor and said indifferently, "Hee hee." The fire ape ancestor smiled, but did not say anything. In the next moment, the fire ape ancestor shot up into the sky and disappeared into the void. He left just like that. No one knew where he went. Gu Fei did not expect the fire ape ancestor to leave so suddenly. He was a little surprised. Of course, he did not care whether the fire ape ancestor left or not. With the supreme ominous saber in hand, Gu Fei was not afraid of the fire ape ancestor. At this time, the remaining demons began to clean up the battlefield. This battle was truly tragic. The Golden Crow race had suffered great losses, but the demons from beyond the heavens had also suffered great losses. "Brother Gu, we've tried our best." Mo Jio came to the side of Gu Fei and said, he sighed. The result of this battle was not what he wanted, but in order to return to his hometown, he had no choice but to swallow this evil fruit. "All right, once this matter is settled, I will activate the formation platform and send you back to the Chaos Devil realm." Gu Fei looked at Mo Jio seriously and said, He was very satisfied with the performance of the demons from beyond the heavens in this battle. As a condition, he naturally had to activate the teleportation formation and send Mo Gilio back to the Chaos Realm. Thank you in advance. Mo Gilio said he was really afraid that Gu Fei would not fulfill his promise. One should know that the demons from beyond the heavens had paid a huge price this time. At this moment, Tsong Ke brought the remaining clansmen into the depths of the ancestral land. This was where the Earth ancestral vein was located. Although a great battle had taken place here, it didn't affect the Earth ancestral vein. This used to be the ancestral land of the chaotic golden rock race. Now that they had returned, they were filled with emotions. Ancestor were finally back. Peng Jingtian choked with sobs. The other clansmen of the chaotic golden rock race were also extremely emotional. Their eyes were brimming with tears. They had been away for too long. Ever since Tsong Ke was trapped in the Chaos Devil realm, the ancestors of the Golden Crow race had raised the butcher's knife against them. Except for a few clansmen of the chaotic Golden Rock race who managed to escape, the rest were directly slaughtered by the ancestors of the Golden Crow race. For countless years, the Golden Crow race had never given up on hunting down the chaotic Golden Rock race. It could be said that the current chaotic Golden Rock race was living a wandering life. They were always on tenterhooks because they didn't know when the experts of the Golden Crow race would suddenly appear. This was a great battle between experts of the extreme Tao level. The sky and earth were broken. The broken void was constantly repaired under the effect of the heaven and earth law. We're finally back. Tsong Ke sighed. After leaving for countless years, he never thought that he would come back in this way. The ground was barren. It was all solidified by the melted magma of the golden sun, divine fire. The Golden Crow race was really ruthless. They had directly returned to a land full of vitality. It was really a pity. Of course, this ancestral land wasn't really threatened. In time, it would become a land full of vitality again. The Golden Crow race has lost. At this time, outside the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan, the experts who were watching were all stunned by this result. The Golden Crow clan was so powerful, but their ancestral land was actually conquered. When did the devils of the extraterrestrial devil region become so powerful? The experts who were watching from afar began to retreat. No one would be stupid enough to provoke the guys in the ancestral land at this time. In fact, the battlefield was very clean. The golden sun, divine fire, released by the clone of the Golden Crow race, had burned everything. Not even a corpse or a fragment of a divine artifact could be seen. Very soon, the demons of the extraterrestrial demon area began to retreat as well. At this moment, Gu Fei arrived at the place where the tree of immortality had taken root. The ground there had collapsed, forming a bottomless hole. This Gu Fei was very surprised. He knew that the tree of immortality had taken root here to nourish itself with the essence of the ancestral vein of the earth. Did this hole lead directly to the ancestral vein of the earth? Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he thought of that. He thought about it, then sent out a clone of himself. It was another him, possessing extremely powerful battle prowess. He handed the mountain river diagram to his incarnation. The landscape diagram was a supreme god artifact. With its protection, even the clone of the Golden Crow race's ancestor would not be able to harm his clone. Afterwards, Gu Fei's clone jumped into the pitch-black hole in front of him. Gu Fei's clone could only hear the wind whistling in his ears. His body was falling rapidly. This seemed to be a bottomless abyss, as if there was no end to it. After a while, Gu Fei felt his clone enter a very large space. It was a place where endless essence of the world had gathered. Gu Fei's clone could not sense any other presences at all. In this pitch-black space, it was as if only Gu Fei's clone was walking alone. Forget it. Gu Fei's clone retreated, then directly rushed into the sky, charging out from the depths of the earth. He did not want to get lost in the ancestral vein of the earth. At this moment, the huge hole in the ground was absorbing the essence of the world. Gu Fei immediately kept his clone and the landscape diagram. He could only wait for news from the god of the mountain and river cauldron. Everything on the ground of the Golden Crow race's ancestral land had been destroyed. The entire ground had sunk by several feet. At this moment, Song Ke had started to repair the divine land. As the demons retreated, the huge ancestral land was only left with the clansmen of the chaotic Golden Rock race. However, there were not many clansmen of the chaotic Golden Rock race. At this moment, Song Ke realized the importance of manpower. After returning from the Chaos Demon realm, Song Ke had almost become a commander with no manpower. This was something unimaginable for a former supreme god ancestor like him. In the past, the chaotic Golden Rock race was so powerful. However, it had declined to the point where it was almost extinct. Thinking of the culprit who caused all of this, Song Ke gritted his teeth. He could not wait to skin that guy alive. However, that guy had disappeared. He could only vent his anger on all the clansmen of the Golden Crow race. However, even the remaining clansmen of the Golden Crow race had escaped. This made Song Ke furious. He swore that he would not rest until the Golden Crow race was destroyed. Brother Gu. At this moment, Gu Fei came to Song Ke's side. Did you find anything? Gu Fei asked. No, the guys of the Golden Crow race destroyed everything. Song Ke said angrily, Do you need help? Gu Fei looked around and said, It would be great if Brother Gu could lend us a hand, Yemo said with a smile. Song Ke said happily, It's nothing. As Gu Fei said, he waved his right hand and a scroll appeared in the void. In the next moment, countless demons walked out of the landscape diagram. There was strength in numbers. With the help of countless demons, the terrain of the entire Earth ancestor vein was rapidly changing. The scorched land was once again filled with endless vitality. In less than a day, everything that was burned by the Golden Sun primary fire was restored. Trees were transplanted into the ancestral land. Gu Fei took action and drew the spring of life from his inner world. A light rain fell from the sky. The spring water turned into rainwater and fell on every corner of the ancestors' land. Soon, the entire region was filled with vitality again, and a rainbow light appeared in the sky. Why isn't that guy back yet? The deity of the mountain and river cauldron had not returned yet. Gu Fei felt uneasy. Could there be someone in this world who could compete with the deity of the mountain and river cauldron? A day passed quickly, and night fell. The stars in the sky were exceptionally bright, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance. Gu Fei sat on a boulder on the top of a mountain and looked at the clansmen of the chaotic Golden Rock race who were busy building pavilions at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the entire ancestral land had changed greatly. There were pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. Spiritual energy lingered in the air, and the figures of immortal birds could be seen in the distance. Boom! In the dead of night, a loud noise suddenly sounded in the sky above the ancestral land. Then the void shattered, and a figure rushed out from the shattered void. The person's clothes were ragged, and his hair was unkempt. He looked extremely miserable. Old man. At this moment, Gu Fei saw the person rushing out from the shattered void and immediately recognized him. He was the deity of the mountain and river cauldron. Swoosh! Gu Fei stood up from the boulder and took a step forward, instantly disappearing into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the deity of the mountain and river cauldron. What's going on? Where's the immortal tree? Chapter 33:71. The god of the cauldron returned in a sorry state, shocking Gu Fei. One must know that this was the god of the cauldron, an existence equivalent to an extreme grade sovereign. Who could make the god of the cauldron, who could contend against an extreme grade sovereign, look so pathetic? That bastard actually set up all sorts of traps in the ancestral earth vein. How infuriating! The god of the cauldron, who had turned into an old man, was fuming with rage. It turned out that the Golden Crow ancestor had not only left a contingency plan in the ancestral land of the Golden Crows, he had also set up all sorts of traps in the ancestral earth vein to prevent enemies that were too powerful to chase after the fleeing Golden Crows. One had to admit that the ancestor of the Golden Crow clan had really calculated everything. As a result, the god of the cauldron was in big trouble. The traps and killer moves that the Golden Crow ancestor had set up were not ordinary. They were all at the extreme grade sovereign level and were powered by the power of the ancestral earth vein. The power gathered by the ancestral earth vein of the entire ancestral god realm's eastern continent was so powerful that even a true extreme grade sovereign would be fearful. The killer moves that the Golden Crow ancestor had set up by drawing on the power of the ancestral earth vein could naturally harm an extreme grade sovereign. However, the cauldron was one of the strongest extreme grade Tao artifacts in history. Even the traps that the Golden Crow ancestor had set up in the ancestral earth vein could not truly harm the god of the cauldron. Even so, the Golden Crow ancestor's tricks had left the little old man in a sorry state despite not harming the god of the cauldron. That means that the tree of immortality has escaped. Gu Fei said in disbelief. What do you think? The little old man said in annoyance. Humph, if I were to chase after it, I would definitely be able to catch it. At this moment, a divine consciousness was transmitted from Gu Fei's body. Then, a little black dragon rushed out from his body and landed on his shoulder, looking at the little old man in disdain. What did you say? How dare you look down on me? When I debuted, you were still wearing diapers. The little old man was displeased. Don't flaunt your seniority in front of me. The little black dragon spoke with incomparable arrogance. Although it was small, a tyrannical, fiendish aura emanated from its tiny body. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate at this moment. At this time, Gu Fei's forehead was beaded with sweat. The little black dragon was naturally the manifestation of the peerless, ominous saber. These extreme Tao, level Tao treasures had already gained sentience and could transform. One had to know that to a certain extent, an extreme Tao tool was also a kind of life, a different kind of life form. What, you want to see whose fist is harder? The little old man waved his fist and said, Humph, be careful that I don't eat you. The little black dragon said. He was still incomparably arrogant because he had the right to be arrogant. He was the fiercest dragon in all of history. Even the Tai Huang was not as fierce as him. Come, come, come. If I don't teach you a lesson, I won't be able to. The little old man was very displeased with the little black dragon's incomparably cold and arrogant attitude. He actually dared to act so fiercely in front of this daddy. He simply didn't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. He was too arrogant. Since ancient times, who had dared to act so arrogantly in front of him? Little Loach. The little black dragon standing on Gu Fei's shoulder was also enraged. No one had ever dared to call him a little loach in front of him. This had touched his reverse scale. I say, have you all forgotten my existence? Gu Fei scratched his head. It was this little loach who started it. If we don't teach this little loach a lesson, this little loach will really think that he's invincible. The little old man shrugged his shoulders. Come, let me see how much ability an old man like you has left. You dare to flaunt your seniority in front of this dragon." The little black dragon stared at the little old man and said coldly, "Don't. There's no need to harm our friendship." Gufei frowned. If these two fellas were to get into a fight, things would get really troublesome. One had to know that these two fellas were both extreme Tao existences. The god of the mountain and river cauldron was naturally supremely strong. This fella had lived for countless of years. To put it bluntly, the number of bridges that this fella had crossed was even more than the number of roads that Lin Fan had walked. However, that little black dragon was no simple fellow either. Back in that ancient era, he was known as the Great Ferocious Dragon. Even the Tai Emperor wasn't as ferocious as him. The little old man glared at the little black dragon on Gufei's shoulder with a furious look. As for the little black dragon, it was also glaring at the little old man with its dragon eyes. Both of these fellas ignored Gufei. "Don't really get into a fight. If you guys aren't careful, I'm going to be in deep trouble." Gufei hurriedly said, "If two extreme Tao existences were to fight, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Even if he was wearing the sky blue immortal gold battle armor, he wouldn't be able to withstand the might of the extreme Tao. If the mountain and river cauldron and the peerless ferocious saber were to fight, who could possibly separate them? It would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. In fact, the destruction would be even more terrifying than the battle with the clone of the Golden Crow ancestor. Then let's fight on the mental plane." The little old man said, "All right." The little black dragon didn't object. Shing. In the next instant, Gufei felt a buzzing sound ringing in his ears. He then realized that he was already in a white void where he couldn't see the sky nor the earth. At this moment, two auras of the extreme Tao suddenly descended upon this white void, causing the entire void to tremble. A battle on the mental plane. Why am I here as well? Before Gufei could figure out what was going on, the two extreme Tao existences had already begun fighting. All he could see was an ancient cauldron and a black saber clashing together. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the entire void seemed like it was about to explode. The vast and mighty extreme Tao energy caused Gufei to be incomparably shocked. He hurriedly tried to retreat. However, the extreme Tao energy that was enough to destroy everything had already arrived. Gufei's shock was no small matter. He was about to be killed by these two fellows. However, just when he thought that he was about to die to this vast extreme Tao energy, he saw the energy directly pass through his body and surge behind him. Gufei hurriedly touched his body and discovered that he hadn't suffered any injuries at all. The extreme Tao energy seemed to be an illusion. Could it be that all of this is an illusion? Gufei was extremely shocked. The little old man said that he was fighting the little black dragon on the mental plane. Could it be that this was a void that had evolved on the mental plane? No one answered Gufei's question. However, at his level of cultivation, he was only a step away from becoming an invincible supreme being in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, so he could vaguely guess how such a phenomenon appeared. At this moment, an ancient cauldron and a black dragon were constantly colliding in the vast white void, causing incomparably shocking sounds to erupt. Although Gufei had already guessed that this was all an illusion, it was extremely real. It was as if there were really two extreme Tao treasures fighting. At this moment, in the outside world, on the mountain where Gufei was located, an extreme Tao energy spread out. This extreme Tao energy enveloped the entire mountain. What's happening? The extreme Tao aura emitted from Gufei's mountain naturally alarmed all the experts in the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. Song K's figure immediately appeared in the void, near the mountain. He didn't dare to go forward rashly, because he sensed two familiar auras, the mountain river cauldron and the peerless ominous blade. What are these two Tao weapons doing? Song K muttered to himself. This made him very puzzled and curious. He was very familiar with the power of the mountain river cauldron and the peerless ominous blade. Naturally, he knew what terrifying things would happen once these two Tao weapons went all out. Soon, Emo, Juyo, and the demon god also arrived. The figures of the three stone demons also appeared in the distant sky, staring at the mountain below. What's going on? The demon god asked Song Quebec Gu Fei's life and death were closely related to him. If Gu Fei died, then no one could help him remove the restrictive technique that Gu Fei had planted on him. That kind of restrictive technique was extremely powerful. Once it was activated, even the demon god would directly perish in both body and soul. The demon god naturally didn't want to die in such a sullen and unworthy manner. How would I know? Song K said. Just when all the experts in the ancestral land had arrived, Gu Fei was in the vast white void, witnessing the battle between the two extreme Tao weapons. Although all of this happened on the spiritual level and wasn't real, Gu Fei felt as if he was there, and it was extremely real. At that moment, the mountain river cauldron had turned into a little old man and was fighting endlessly with the dragon formed by the peerless ominous blade. Roar! The little old man suddenly roared angrily and turned around to ride on the little black dragon's back, hugging it tightly with both hands. No matter how the little black dragon rolled and struggled, it couldn't shake off the little old man. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Do you submit? The little old man directly grabbed the dragon's whiskers and swung his right fist, punching the little black dragon's head over and over again. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was as dull as thunder. No, the little black dragon roared angrily. He wasn't an existence that would yield so easily. All extreme Tao weapons were very proud because they were the most powerful extreme Tao weapons since ancient times. In the current world, they were absolutely invincible. If you don't submit, I'll beat you until you submit. The little old man's fists did not stop and actually broke the little black dragon's two dragon horns, causing blood to flow. This was dragon blood, a great tonic. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene from afar. A battle between extreme Tao-level experts was indeed very dangerous. Soon, the little black dragon's head was full of bumps from the little old man's beating. Chapter 3372. Although the little old man from the cauldron of mountains and rivers and the little black dragon from the unparalleled ominous blade were fighting on a spiritual level, this battle was far too real for Gu Fei. The little old man rode on the little black dragon's back and punched out. One of the little black dragon's horns broke with a loud crack and dragon blood splattered everywhere. The little old man was truly too ferocious at this moment. The energy waves that erupted from his small body caused the heavens to pale in comparison. The little black dragon roared incessantly and rolled around with all his might, trying to shake off the little old man riding on his back. However, the little old man seemed to have taken root on his back and could not be shaken off no matter how hard he tried. Preposterous. The little black dragon was about to go crazy. This fellow was truly too hateful. He actually dared to ride on his back. One had to know that since ancient times, no one had ever dared to ride on his back. Of course, that was except for the little black dragon's first master, who had refined him into the unparalleled ominous blade. In that distant era, the little black dragon was once a peerless ominous being whose name shook the entire world. He was equally famous as the great, ominous, mysterious yellow dragon. He had rampaged through the entire world and was practically invincible. However, in that era where experts emerged in large numbers, even the most powerful existences would fall at some point. The great, ominous azure dragon was a little unlucky. He had encountered a super abnormal fellow who had refined him into a blade called the Azure Dragon Blade. The unparalleled, ominous blade did not have a name, but on the day it was refined, the super abnormal fellow wielded it and used it to slay 13 supreme experts. Thus, from that era onward, those powerful existences began to call the seemingly unremarkable black blade the unparalleled, ominous blade. As time passed, the original name of the blade was forgotten. "Old man, I'm going to kill you." The little black dragon was thoroughly enraged. With a roar, it transformed into a human and then grabbed the shoulder of the little old man on its back. Then it exerted all its strength to throw the little old man away. Gufei couldn't help but feel shaken when he saw this scene from afar. Although that peerless god was at a disadvantage, it wasn't as if he couldn't fight back. "Haha, you want to kill me? Little Loach, you don't have the qualifications." The little old man laughed and disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared above the head of the black-robed man, transformed from the peerless, ominous blade god, and stomped his foot down on the black-robed man's face. "Old man, you're going too far." The black-robed man was enraged. His right hand instantly transformed into a peerless divine saber and slashed upwards. A terrifying destructive force erupted from the peerless divine saber. Shwa! The void was split by this extremely domineering saber light. The power of this saber was a little terrifying and terrifying. The blade light that had rushed out from the black-robed man's hand collided with the little old man's foot. With a loud boom, the peerless blade light was shattered by the little old man's foot. Bang! In the next moment, the little old man's foot solidly stomped on the black-robed man's face, deforming it completely. The black-robed man screamed and fell from the sky. This part of the world was a vast expanse of whiteness. The peerless, ominous blade god didn't know how far he had fallen. He only knew that stars were dancing before his eyes, and a footprint had appeared on his face. Ah! The peerless, ominous blade god was about to go crazy. That old man actually dared to step on his face. He really didn't give him any face at all. What a bastard. "What are you for?" At this time, the little old man attacked again. This time, it wasn't a foot. A huge hand descended from the sky and instantly slapped the peerless, ominous blade god. The peerless, ominous blade god was sent flying. He was at a disadvantage, and it seemed to be an absolute disadvantage. At this time, the peerless, ominous blade god stabilized his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although it was a spiritual confrontation, it was incomparably real. It was as terrifying as a real battle between two beings of the extreme path. Only Gufei had the fortune to witness this scene. The two powerhouses were displaying the profound meaning of the extreme path, which was a great benefit to him. Being able to watch a battle between extreme grade powerhouses, even though it was only a battle on the spiritual level, allowed Gufei to have a deeper understanding of the extreme grade realm. Rumble, the entire spiritual space was shaking. It was terrifying to the extreme. Although the peerless, ominous blade god fought with the god of the mountain and river cauldron, the result was the same. Although the peerless, ominous blade god was extremely ferocious, the god of the mountain and river cauldron had lived longer than the peerless, ominous blade god, and his methods were more brilliant. Of course, the god of the mountain and river cauldron was also stronger than the peerless, ominous blade god. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to suppress the peerless, ominous blade god. The gods of the two supreme saint treasures had taken human form and were fighting with all their might. It was incomparably intense, and they didn't have any misgivings. Balls of fire exploded, and powerful fire elemental power erupted. Although it wasn't a real duel, Gu Fei was already drenched in sweat. His clothes were drenched in sweat, as if he had just climbed out of the water. The god of the mountain and river cauldron and the peerless ominous blade god were fighting. The entire void on the spiritual plane was shaking, and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void. In this battle, the god of the mountain and river cauldron always had the upper hand. Although the peerless ominous blade god was powerful and incomparably ferocious, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. In the end, there was a loud bang. The void on the spiritual plane between the god of the mountain and river cauldron and the god of the peerless ominous blade god collapsed. Two powerful waves of divine were intertwined before dissipating. At that moment, Gu Fei felt the world spinning before his eyes. It was as if the entire world was about to turn upside down, making him feel nauseous. What? Gu Fei was shocked, but this feeling quickly disappeared. He found himself still standing on the mountaintop, holding a black blade and an ancient cauldron in each hand. This sweat beaded on Gu Fei's forehead. These two extreme Tao treasures were not simple. Was it the peerless ominous blade, or the mountain and river cauldron that was more powerful? Gu Fei didn't know. Perhaps only the peerless ominous blade and the mountain and river cauldron knew the result. This Gu Fei grabbed the peerless ominous blade and the mountain and river cauldron and stood there foolishly for a while. Then he came to his senses and carefully put away the two extreme Tao treasures. He didn't dare to offend the god of the peerless ominous blade god or the god of the mountain and river cauldron. To be able to witness a spiritual battle between extreme Tao level beings was very meaningful to Gu Fei. After all, he was about to take that step. The extreme Tao treasures were a different kind of life form. To some extent, it could be said that the extreme Tao supreme being had descended. The extreme profound meaning it displayed was very useful to Gu Fei. He could compare the extreme profound meaning displayed by the extreme Tao treasures with the great Tao meaning he had cultivated to improve his own cultivation of the great Tao. Although this couldn't make Gu Fei an extreme Tao supreme being, it could allow Gu Fei to go further in his cultivation of the great Tao and accumulate more experience. Gu Fei directly jumped onto the boulder beside him, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He wanted to digest the things he obtained from the battle between the god of the mountain and river cauldron and the peerless ominous blade god. He had a feeling in his heart and naturally wanted to verify it. Gu Fei sat there for several hours. For cultivators, especially those at Gu Fei's level, several hours were just a blink of an eye. At this time, the experts who were alarmed by the mountain and river cauldron and the peerless ominous blade were bewildered and did not dare to go up the mountain. The two extreme Tao auras that erupted on the mountain had disappeared. Song Ke and the demon god were watching. They knew that the only person who could cause such a commotion was Gu Fei. They were more interested in what Gu Fei was doing, especially since this matter required the use of extreme Tao level power. This made Song Ke and the demon god even more curious. But when they saw Gu Fei, who was originally standing foolishly on the top of the mountain, had suddenly leaped onto a large rock at his side, and then he sat down cross-legged and actually started cultivating, they were surprised and bewildered. "Master, this is..." The demon god looked at Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder on the top of the mountain, and his face turned solemn. Song Ke was also very curious about what Gu Fei had comprehended that made him so eager to cultivate. One must know that they had just defeated the Golden Crow clan, and an incarnation of the Golden Crow clan's ancestor had escaped. No one knew what other powerful means the Golden Crow clan's ancestor had left behind. The Golden Crow clan could come back at any time, which was something Song Ke had to guard against. Most importantly, the Golden Crow clan had been operating in the East Continent for so many years and naturally had many allies. Song Ke was investigating which force the Golden Crow clan had formed an alliance with to prevent the Golden Crow clan from retaliating. The chaotic Golden Rock clan was too weak, so Song Ke had no choice but to rely on Gu Fei's power to protect the ancestral land that they had just taken back from the Golden Crow clan. The demons from the extraterrestrial demon territory had not completely retreated, which was a troublesome matter. It was easy to invite a demon in, but difficult to send one away. Mo Juyo was not someone who would leave easily. If they wanted Mo Juyo to leave, Gu Fei would have to step forward. However, Mo Juyo had suffered a great loss this time around. If they wanted him to leave, they would have to pay a price. Otherwise, Mo Juyo would definitely not leave obediently. How troublesome. Chapter 3373. The unusual battle between the Mountain River Cauldron's deity and the Peerless Blade's deity made Gu Fei feel something. Hence, he sat down on a boulder at the top of the mountain and comprehended the trace of Dao runes that he had captured. For Gu Fei, the extreme grade realm was still difficult to understand and deduce. One must know that it was the extreme grade realm, the end of the Tao. If he could understand and deduce the Tao to the extreme, he would have become an extreme grade supreme long ago. Why would he need to cultivate so hard? There were many cultivators in the world who cultivated painstakingly, even by hook or by crook, for only one purpose, to be immortal and exist forever in the world. Even if the world was destroyed, they could still live on. The extreme grade realm seemed to be the end, but it might also be a new starting point. In today's world, it seemed that no one could be truly immortal. Even extreme grade supremes had fallen, let alone all living beings in the world. Gu Fei entered a state of semi-seclusion. However, the place he was at was not suitable because the top of the mountain was not a place for seclusion. Song Ke, the demon god, and the others were a little anxious because there were some things that could only be done by Gu Fei. However, at this time, Gu Fei entered a state of cultivation that was similar to an epiphany. No one dared to disturb Gu Fei because everyone sensed that the two extreme grade auras that appeared in the world previously originated from the top of the mountain where Gu Fei was. Even Mo Juyo was very afraid of the two extreme grade auras. Seeing that Gu Fei was cultivating on the top of the mountain, he did not want to disturb him at this time. As a result, two forces were formed in the entire chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. One was Song Ke and the demon god's faction, while the other was Mo Juyo's extraterrestrial demons faction. It was easy to invite the demons, but difficult to send them away. Most of the demons had returned to the extraterrestrial demon territory, but Mo Juyo and some of the demon gods stayed behind. Song Ke and the demon divine Lord didn't like those demons, but they couldn't go against Mo Juyo. After all, Mo Juyo was recognized as the strongest expert in the chaos demon realm. After the passage between the two worlds was severed, the only reason why the demons trapped in the ancestral god realm were able to survive was because of Mo Juyo's existence. Back then, after that battle, Mo Juyo had fought against the experts of the entire ancestral god realm by himself. After countless bitter battles, he was still alive while his enemies had all fallen. This was Mo Juyo. He had killed his way to fame, and no one dared to look down on him. The news of Mo Juyo coming out of seclusion had already spread far and wide. At this moment, all the cultivation forces in the Eastern continent were extremely nervous, afraid that Mo Juyo would attack them. This was especially true for those forces that were inextricably linked to the Golden Crow clan, and they felt even more uneasy. Although Sankey had regained the ancestral land that had been occupied by the Golden Crow clan for countless years, his forces were still very weak. Only Peng Jingtian, and Peng Jingtian could take charge. As for the Chaos Golden Rock clan, there were only a few hundred clansmen scattered around the ancestral god realm, and it was no longer the same as when they were at their peak. Compared to Sankey, the demon divine lord, and the others, Emo, Giulio didn't have as many concerns. At this moment, on the mountaintop, the sound of wind and thunder came from Gu Fei's body. The aura of the great Tao was vast and mighty, and the aura of chaos lingered around him. It was as terrifying as if a new world was being created. I didn't expect him to have cultivated the great Tao of chaos to such a level. Emo, Giulio's figure appeared in the distant sky. He was still riding on his old black bull. The old black bull still had a listless look on its face. An old man riding on an old bull. If other experts in the ancestral god realm were to see this scene, they would definitely be scared shitless and flee in panic. Gu Fei cultivated the great Tao of chaos, but his Tao was different from others. It could transform, which would cause misunderstandings, but he was not stupid enough to explain it. The extreme of chaos was primordial chaos. If Gu Fei's great Tao could transform into the primordial great Tao, he would be able to go one step further and become an extreme supreme being. The strange phenomenon that appeared on Gu Fei's body was really shocking. The aura of chaos was vast and mighty, and within the aura of chaos, there were even chaotic electric lights blooming, emitting an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Rumble, in the shocking sound of wind and thunder, Gu Fei's figure was completely submerged by the aura of chaos, as if a new world of chaos was evolving. Sankey and the demon divine lord had already left, but they returned at this time. Boom. At this moment, a huge hand broke through the void and slammed down on Gu Fei, who was on the top of the mountain. Towering divine flames rained down from the huge hand, burning the world and the void into oblivion. A wave of extreme supreme being appeared between heaven and earth, and everyone was stunned by the scene. Someone actually dared to attack Gu Fei, who could be so powerful. Even Mo Giulio, who was riding on the old bull, couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw the giant hand that emitted monstrous divine flames slamming down from the sky. It's Huiju. Sankey was inexplicably shocked. He naturally knew who was attacking Gu Fei. That person was the ancestral god's heart that Gu Fei had defeated in the fire domain. The patriarch Huiju. There was no doubt that patriarch Huiju was powerful. One should know that patriarch Huiju was a ruthless character who dared to lead countless ancestral god realm experts into the chaos demonic realm. Although patriarch Huiju was defeated in that battle, he also dragged his opponent down with him before he died. Sankey and the demon divine lord immediately took action. The demon divine lord even soared into the sky and directly smashed the void into the chaos to fight with the guy who secretly attacked. Bang! A dull sound of impact was heard. The demon divine lord, who had rushed into the chaos, was sent flying out from the chaos with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Seeing that even the demon divine lord was sent flying out, the other experts in the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land could not help but be shocked. The aura that emanated from the hand caused countless experts to bend their backs. Even the most arrogant person would have no choice but to lower their proud heads. Buzz. Just as the huge hand in the sky was about to land on the mountaintop, the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body. The shadow of the ancient cauldron immediately enveloped Gu Fei. Boom. Chapter 3374. In the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan, a big hand suddenly broke through the void and directly slammed down from the chaos towards a mountain below. Boom. A loud noise. The big hand fell. It actually blew up the entire mountain peak. The tyrannical power of the extreme Tao level spread in all directions. The ground cracked, forming hideous cracks. Dust rose high into the sky. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. All the experts who witnessed this scene were stunned, whether it was the experts of the divine clan or the experts of the demons. They were all in disbelief. How is this possible? Song Kei's face changed greatly. One had to know. The ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan was not an ordinary place. They could enter and leave at will. This ancestral land was covered by the extreme Tao formation. However, someone directly ignored the extreme Tao formation. He broke into the ancestral land and attacked Gu Fei. He and the demon god attacked at the first moment. However, the demon god was directly sent flying by the guy hiding in the chaos. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Song Kei was also sent flying. He couldn't imagine. How long had it been? How could this guy be so powerful? Rumble, the void was shaking. The big hand that emitted monstrous divine flames dissipated in the void. Although the big hand disappeared, however, it turned into endless divine flames that swept out in all directions. Originally, it had been repaired, a region that had become full of vitality. It fell into a sea of fire in an instant. That divine flame could ignite anything it came into contact with. Even the void was burning. Everyone fled to the distance in horror. Damn it! Song Kei saw this scene. He was almost going crazy. This bastard. Song Kei gritted his teeth. He hated the Heavenly Fire Clan to the core. This absolute flame was really going too far. He actually dared to fight in my place. That day, Gu Fei attacked the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. When old ancestor Huoju ran away, although Song Kei was present, but he didn't make a move. He directly activated the peerless killing formation in the ancestor's land. The next moment, divine runes appeared in the void of the entire world. Countless divine patterns interweaved. They formed a series of ancient diagrams. Rumble, extreme Tao level power was quickly gathering. The entire ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock race suddenly changed color. The sun and moon lost their light. Dazzling bolts of lightning appeared in the void. It kept tearing the void of the world. This extreme Tao grand array was set up by Song Kei in the past. It could draw in the essence energy of the ancestral earth veins. He gathered the most powerful extreme Tao energy. The entire formation was like a master of the extreme Tao. It could unleash extreme Tao level attacks, even against those pseudo-sovereigns with extreme Tao power. It was also very lethal. As the extreme Tao grand array was activated, the void that was enveloped by the extreme Tao grand array suddenly seemed like it was about to condense. Everyone felt a great pressure. Then, a ball of golden, sun-like divine light appeared in the extreme Tao grand array. Then it smashed towards where old ancestor Huoju was. Boom. There was a loud sound. The void was directly smashed by that ball of golden light. That ball of golden light directly smashed into the chaos. It broke through the layers of chaos. It smashed towards the figure hidden in the chaos. However, that figure only stretched out a hand. He blocked the ball of golden light that was smashing towards him. However, the next moment, boom, there was a loud sound. That ball of golden light suddenly exploded. A terrifying destructive power suddenly erupted. In an instant, it enveloped the figure. The figure was clearly taken aback. but he only saw his body shake. It dispersed the destructive power that was about to obliterate it. Song-K, the golden light dissipated. Old ancestor Huiju's figure appeared. There was a frightening, murderous light in his eyes, like a fierce beast that could devour people at any time. At this moment, in the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan, the mountain where Gu Fei was directly blasted by old ancestor Huiju. Everyone wanted to know what happened to Gu Fei. Endless dust filled the air, but no one saw Gu Fei rushing out from inside. They couldn't even feel Gu Fei's aura. Is he dead? The demon god's mood was extremely complicated. He naturally wished that Xiao Chun would die quickly so that he could regain his freedom. But once Xiao Chun died, no one could remove the restrictive spell on him. He was very clear. In this way, the restrictive spell on him, it had become his biggest hidden danger. No one knew if the restrictive spell would collapse. Once it did, there would be serious consequences. All of this was unpredictable. Hence, the demon god didn't want Gu Fei to die. He was in such a mood. But it was extremely contradictory. Is Gu Fei really dead? Song-K frowned. He naturally didn't want Gu Fei to die just like that. One had to know. He still needed Gu Fei to restrain Mo Jiyo. With Gu Fei, Mo Jiyo didn't dare to be too presumptuous. One had to know. Only Gu Fei could help him return to the Chaos Demon realm. To anger Gu Fei, for Mo Jiyo, there was no benefit. However, if Gu Fei had really fallen, then the situation would immediately become uncontrollable. Mo Jiyo would no longer have any scruples. He would do something. Even Song-K and the demon god couldn't guess it. Huiju, at this moment. But there was one person who was extremely angry. That person was Mo Jiyo. He couldn't sense Gu Fei's aura anymore. This made him shocked and angry. Of all the people present, he was the only one. He was the one who didn't want Gu Fei to die just like that. He still needed to test Gu Fei before he could return to the Chaos Demon realm. How dare you ruin my plans? I'm not done with you. Mo Jiyo roared as he rode the old black bull and charged into the chaos. He instantly reached where Huiju was. He was extremely overbearing. Madman Mo, what do you want? Huiju ancestor naturally recognized Mo Jiyo. Back then, they had fought before, but there was no clear winner. Ha, you're stupid. What else can I do? Naturally, I'm going to take your dog life. Mo Jiyo laughed. Then he attacked. His right hand grabbed forward. The chaotic aura in front of him was immediately dispersed by the power ripples that surged out of his hand. At the same time, Huiju ancestor felt his body tighten. He was enveloped by an invisible force. Then he pulled himself forward. Roar! Huiju ancestor roared. His body shook. 10 balls of divine fire immediately rushed out from his body. They smashed towards Mo Jiyo. The 10 balls of divine fire were like 10 divine suns. The wave of power released shook the entire chaotic void. The boundless primal chaos was dispelled. Chapter 3375. Huiju ancestor had only disappeared for a short period of time. Now that he had reappeared and displayed such a powerful battle prowess, it shocked the demon god. And Song Quebec, how did this guy's cultivation level suddenly increase so much? Demon Venerable God transmitted his voice to Tsong Quebec. At that moment, Tsong K's face was extremely solemn. Could it be that Huiju, great ancestor, still has a backup plan in the ancestral god realm? Otherwise, how could he? The reason why Tsong K thought this way was because he had also done the same thing. He had also left a backup plan in the ancestral god realm But unfortunately, the person who stabbed him was his foster brother, and he knew everything about him like the back of his hand. Under such circumstances, it was useless even if Song Ke had a backup plan. However, Huiju great ancestor was different. Although he was an extreme expert of the Hu clan, he had always been a loner and no one knew his actual strength. I heard that this guy died in the Chaos Demon realm back then. I can't believe he's still alive. Demon Venerable God said in shock. He had also experienced the turbulent era that swept through the entire ancestral god realm. However, he was still a small cultivator back then, and it was not easy for him to survive. During that era, Huiju great ancestor's strength was undeniable. Humph, this guy is like a haunting ghost. How could he die so easily? Song Ke stared at the powerful figure in front of him and said coldly he had seen with his own eyes how Huiju great ancestor escaped. Huiju great ancestor fought with someone until only his heart was left. However, it seemed that Huiju great ancestor had recovered a lot of his cultivation level and combat power. Boom, bang. In the void in front of them, two figures charged out from the chaos. Wherever they went, the powerful impact caused the void to be annihilated. The two powerhouses were like two gods of destruction. Wherever they went, everything was obliterated. This was a battle between the power of the demon Tao and the power of the divine Tao. Waves of power at the extreme Tao level spread out. If it wasn't for the extreme Tao formation stabilizing this part of the void, the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan would have been destroyed again. One had to admit that Mo Jioyo's fierce name was not just for show. The Devil 9 Kills was an invincible demonic divine power. Shua, he disappeared into the void, leaving no traces behind. All of his aura had disappeared, shocking ancestor Huiju. Just as ancestor Huiju was bewildered, a hand silently appeared behind him and gently patted his back. In the next moment, ancestor Huiju's physical body exploded into a bloody mist. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. No one had expected Mo Jioyo to be able to destroy old ancestor Huiju's body with a single palm. One should know that Huiju ancestor was not a weakling. In the past, Huiju ancestor was one of the strongest supreme god ancestors in the ancestral god realm. Rumble, at this moment, the cloud of blood mist in the sky was bursting with boundless flames. The power of the extreme divine way was erupting. In the next instant, the cloud of blood mist instantly converged together, and a powerful figure emerged from within the towering divine flames. Ancestor Huiju walked out from the divine flame. Mo Jioyo. He stared at the empty space in front of him. There was nothing there, but he suddenly attacked. A flaming sword light immediately rushed out of his hand and pierced through the empty space. Mo Jioyo's 9 kills, extermination. A voice was heard in the void. Then, a ball of black light spread out from the void in front of ancestor Huiju. The ball of black light destroyed everything. Even the void was destroyed by the black light. Nothing was left. In the next moment, ancestor Huiju felt his vision go black. The universe seemed to have turned upside down. Then, he was surrounded by endless darkness. Forefather Huiju was shocked. He felt as though he had arrived in a void of absolute darkness. His divine power was being continuously devoured by this dark void. In an instant, he felt the divine source in his body being shaken. This made his face change. Mo Jioyo, you bastard. Ancestor Huiju clenched his teeth and spat out a crimson fire bead. As soon as the bead appeared, it gave off boundless fiery light and lit up the surrounding darkness. He knew that if he did not pay a price, he would definitely not be able to escape. In the next moment, boom, with a loud bang, the divine bead that Huiju ancestor spat out actually exploded. Although it was only the size of a thumb, the power that was released when it exploded was extremely powerful. It was the destructive power of the extreme Tao level. Rumble, the terrifying destructive power, exploded and pierced through the dark void. The aura of the outside world seeped in. Ancestor Huiju naturally would not miss this opportunity. He charged out immediately. Humph! Just as Patriarch, Huiju charged out of the dark void. A cold snort rang in his ears. In the next moment, he didn't even have the chance to scream before he was blasted into a bloody mist. The ball of blood mist did not disperse. Instead, it charged out and rapidly reformed. Flesh and blood regrew, and a figure appeared in the void once again. Ancestor Huiju was like a cockroach that could not be killed. Even if he was blasted into a ball of blood mist, he could still reform his body and recover instantly. However, the moment Ancestor Huiju reformed his body, a demonic needle pierced the center of his eyebrows. Roar! Ancestor Huiju shrieked. His body that had just reformed was instantly annihilated in the void again. A ball of divine light was nailed into the void by the demonic needle. God-killing demonic needle. Seeing this, Tsang-Ke could not help but be shocked. It was a famous demonic weapon of demonic path, the God-killing demonic needle. This kind of needle specialized in destroying the soul. Once pierced, one's soul would definitely be destroyed. I will not die. A powerful spirit rippled from the ball of divine light. In the next moment, the ball of divine light exploded with a boom and turned into countless rays of divine light that shot out in all directions. Humph, you want to escape? Did you ask me first? At this moment, a figure charged into the sky with an ancient cauldron. At the same time, the ancient cauldron in his hand vibrated. A heaven-devouring power immediately surged out from the ancient cauldron, sucking the scattered lights of soul into the cauldron. However, not all of the lights of soul were sucked into the cauldron. A few managed to escape. Chapter 3376. Huiju ancestor attacked Gu Fei, but Gu Fei used the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself. Huiju ancestor slammed him into the ground. When he came out of the ground, the battle between Huiju ancestor and Mo Jiu had reached its climax. Mo Jiu used the murderous Demon 9. This was Mo Jiu's trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. Gu Fei hid at the side and wouldn't make a move easily. Only when Huiju ancestor was at a disadvantage did he find a rare opportunity to make a move. He soared into the sky and used the cauldron of mountain and river to take away Huiju ancestor's primordial spirit light. However, a few rays of primordial spirit light escaped. Preposterous! Gu Fei landed on the top of the mountain, and his eyes flickered. Huiju ancestor still managed to escape, which made him very unhappy. If it wasn't for the cauldron of mountain and river, he would have been hit by Huiju ancestor's hand and died. No one from the Golden Crow clan dared to cause trouble, but Huiju ancestor jumped out. This was beyond Gu Fei's understanding. After beating Huiju ancestor away, Gu Fei went into seclusion again. This time, he didn't go into seclusion on the top of the mountain. Instead, he went to the depths of the Golden Rock clan's ancestral land and didn't come out. While Gu Fei was in seclusion, on one of the 5 ancestral planets, Crepe Myrtle Ancestral Star, the legendary land of immortals became lively. The land of immortals was about to appear. Countless cultivation forces on Crepe Myrtle Ancestral Star could no longer sit still. They constantly sent experts to watch the land of immortals. At this time, The land of immortals devoured the power of the divine sun in the day and the power of the divine moon at night. The depths of the land were filled with supreme immortal aura. The G clan on Crepe, Myrtle ancestral star, also sent many experts to the land of immortals. These people only watched from the outside and didn't dare to enter. One had to know that the land of ascension had devoured an extremely powerful cultivator before. Even now, no one knew what had happened back then. At this moment, the flying immortal city was being overseen by the flying immortal monarch. No one dared to cause trouble in the flying immortal city. One has to know that the flying celestial king was one of the strongest cultivators in the G clan. To be able to become a city lord was not something an ordinary cultivator could do. Is the land of ascension really going to collapse? The flying immortal king stood in the void above the city lord manor and looked towards the land of flying immortals. He saw that the entire area where the land of flying immortals was located was enveloped in an immortal light. The immortal light disappeared as quickly as it came and soon dissipated in the void. After watching for a while, the flying immortal king flew down from the sky and entered the city lord mansion. Nothing much happened during the day. Even though the number of cultivators inside the flying immortal city had grown high, there were still countless cultivators rushing towards the flying immortal city from every direction. Soon, night fell and time passed. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, a loud noise came from the depths of the land of ascension. The stone tablet that stood in the land of ascension actually exploded. In the next moment, the place where the stone tablet stood collapsed. The ground was sinking, and soon, a huge black hole appeared on the ground. Soon, the black hole emitted a gentle divine light of the immortal path. Rumble, the entire land of ascension shook, and the ground cracked. Endless immortal light gushed out from the cracks, as if a supreme immortal lord had awakened from his slumber. Ha! I, old black, am finally free. Just as countless cultivators were in shock, a loud laugh came from the depths of the land of ascension. Soon, a figure rushed out from the huge hole in the depths of the land of ascension. Keep a low profile, Brother Black. A figure followed closely behind the black-robed young cultivator and rushed out of the big hole. Of these two individuals, the one who had laughed like ghosts and wolves was He Tian. As for the young man, he was Ji Chong Kong. Keep a low profile, my ass. I was trapped in that godforsaken place for so long. I almost suffocated to death. I was just looking for someone to talk about life and reason with. He Tian said disapprovingly. Didn't two unlucky guys come in and play with you for a while? Ji Chong Kong said. TCH, those two guys were too weak. They died not long after. I'm not happy about it. Now that I'm out, I'm going to play to my heart's content. He Tian said, and rushed towards the direction of the flying immortal city. When Ji Chong Kong saw the situation, he could not help but shake his head before giving chase. After He Tian and Ji Chong Kong left, the immortal light in the land of ascension retreated like a receding tide and disappeared into the depths of the ground. In the next moment, the ground trembled and the hole in the ground collapsed. The entire land of ascension disappeared once again, leaving a mess on the ground. When the cultivators outside the land of ascension entered the area, it was already too late. They could not even sense a trace of immortal aura. What's going on? Is the land of ascension destroyed? Many people exclaimed. They could not accept the fact that the land of ascension had disappeared. At this moment, He Tian and Ji Chong Kong arrived at the gates of the flying immortal city. The gates were tightly shut, and there were many soldiers standing guard on the towers. He Tian was a master of formations. He could see the situation of the flying immortal city with one look. The flying immortal city was enveloped by a huge battle. At this moment, the formation had already been activated. Even if it was He Tian, It would not be easy for him to enter the city. However, he flipped his right hand, and a stone blade immediately appeared in his hand. He directly strode forward and arrived in front of the city gate. "Brother He, what are you doing?" When Ji Chongkong saw He Tian's attitude, he immediately stepped forward, wanting to dissuade him. He did not wish for He Tian to have a conflict with the city lord. "What else?" "I'm going to break the formation." He Tian glanced at Ji Chongkong. "Don't. The city lord of the flying immortal city is not our enemy. Why do we have to offend him and make enemies for no reason?" Ji Chongkong quickly said, "Is that so? Then tell him to open the gates and let us in." He Tian said, "Where did this bastard come from?" "Scram." At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the tower. A powerful cultivator, who appeared to be a divine general, was looking down at them from above. "What did you say?" Chapter 33:77. He Tian and Ji Chongkong were trapped in the real land of ascension. After obtaining the Tao fruits from the land of ascension, their cultivation and battle prowess had greatly increased. They were no longer the same as before. He Tian was not someone who could calm down easily. After being trapped in that godforsaken place for so many years, he was already extremely annoyed by Ji Chongkong. In the past few years, he would look for Ji Chongkong every few days and fight with him. However, after fighting with Ji Chongkong for a long time, He Tian lost interest. Originally, when he tried to break the seal of the land of ascension, he almost came out of that ghastly place. Who knew that two bastards would suddenly barge in and ruin his plans? One of them was called Yun Tianzhao, the other Ji Fan. Erebus was naturally happy to have a new playmate. However, Yun Tianzhao and Ji Fan were in a miserable state. The two of them were tortured by Erebus almost every day. After a few years, they died. These two were publicly acknowledged geniuses of the crepe myrtle ancestral star, yet they were toyed to death by He Tian. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely shock the entire world. One must know that Yun Tianzhao was a disciple of the human realm's crepe myrtle ancestral star's Yun clan. Ji Fan was a direct descendant of the Ji clan. They were both geniuses among geniuses. However, Ji Fan was Emperor Ji's son. Even if He Tian did not kill Ji Fan, Ji Chongkong would definitely not let Ji Fan go. Moreover, no one knew that it was He Tian who toyed the two bastards to death in the land of ascension. At this moment, outside the gates of the Ascension City, He Tian squinted his eyes and looked at the guy on top of the gate tower. His eyes flickered with a bright light. He saw that the guy shouting at them was a middle-aged general in armor. This middle-aged general was tall and had a full beard. His face was filled with killing intent, but he was a mighty general. The killing intent on his body was condensed from countless battles. However, in front of Erebus, who was an oddball, such a person was nothing but a shrimp. "What's wrong? You two beggar-like fellows are still not going to scram? Could it be that you want me to chase you away?" The general on the city gate tower said, as he looked down at Erebus and Ji Chongkong. "What, you're telling us to scram? Open your dog eyes and see who I am." Ji Chongkong walked forward and stared coldly at the general on the tower. He was just a guard, yet he dared to be so impudent in front of him. He really did not know his place. "TCH, I don't care who you are. Just scram obediently. Otherwise, I'll destroy both your body and soul." The general on the city gate tower said disdainfully, "Damn it, call the flying immortal king out to see me." Ji Chongkong was truly enraged. He had never seen such a blind person before. "Huh? Little fellow, who do you think you are? Do you think a small character like you is qualified to meet our Lord City Lord?" The general on the city gate tower laughed out loud, and the soldiers beside him also laughed out loud. This fellow actually wants to meet the city lord. He's simply insane. Another soldier said in agreement, Ji Chongkong, I'll kill these watchdogs. You don't have any objections, right? He Tian suddenly turned his head and smiled at Ji Chongkong, revealing his white teeth. Whatever. Ji Chongkong was also angered by the general on the city gate tower. This fellow was so arrogant. It seemed like he was used to acting like a tyrant. What? You actually dare to call us dogs? The general on the city gate tower was furious. He directly took a large bow from a soldier beside him and pulled out a sharp arrow. He knocked the arrow and shot it towards He Tian below the city gate tower. South, the black arrow turned into a black light and shot down from the city gate tower. In an instant, it arrived in front of He Tian. However, in the next moment, the black light stopped in front of He Tian's forehead. When the full-bearded general on the city gate tower saw this, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He saw that the fellow below, dressed in rags, had actually used 2 fingers to catch the black arrow he shot out. My lord, when the soldiers beside the general saw this, they were also stunned. It must be known that the other party had used 2 fingers to catch the arrow shot by their lord. The other party actually had such an ability. It seemed like their lord had kicked an iron board today. It's impolite not to reciprocate. I'll return it to you. He Tian laughed evilly. Then he released the black arrow. Before the black arrow fell to the ground, he stretched out his hand and flicked the arrowhead. The shaft of the arrow immediately shattered, and the arrowhead shot towards the general on the city gate tower. The arrowhead pierced through a layer of transparent force field, and a slight ripple spread out in the void like water. Buffed. There was a soft sound, and a flower of blood bloomed on the general's shoulder. The arrowhead had pierced through the general's right shoulder, and then through a wooden pillar behind him. The general screamed in agony, and his entire body was sent flying backwards. He crashed heavily into the wall behind him, and then rolled on the ground, his helmet rolling to one side. The few soldiers on the city gate tower were dumbfounded by the scene before them. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. You lot, hurry up and open the city gates, and let us in. He Tian said loudly in front of the city gate tower. He could already tell that the entire city had been enveloped by an activated formation, and the only way in was through the city gates. Of course, who was He Tian? He was a formation grandmaster. Although the formation before him was extraordinary, it was not unbreakable. It would just take a lot of time. However, when the soldiers on the city gate tower heard He Tian's words, they immediately woke up from their shock. They screamed, threw away their weapons, and ran away. What kind of soldiers are these? What kind of generals are these? Does your Ji clan raise a bunch of useless people? He Tian crossed his arms and said disdainfully, I just came out of the flying immortal land. How would I know? Ji Chongkong shrugged and said helplessly, the Ji clan was the #1 clan in the ancestral Myrtle Star, and also the strongest faction. There were many birds in the forest, and there were naturally all kinds of birds. It was normal for some people to bully others. At this moment, a black shadow rushed out of the flying immortal city. The experts in the city had noticed He Tian's movements outside the city. Very soon, a black-clothed, black-bearded, middle-aged cultivator appeared on the city gate tower. When the middle-aged cultivator saw the guard who had fainted on the ground, he could not help but become serious. One had to know that a person who could injure the gatekeeper general through the force field of the Great City Barrier Array was definitely not simple. He was definitely an expert. Who are you? Why did you injure my guard? The middle-aged cultivator stood on the city gate tower and looked down at He Tian and Ji Chongkong. Ji Chongkong, I think you haven't been back for too long. These guys actually don't recognize you. He Tian said to Ji Chongkong. Ji Chongkong did not say anything. He just stood there quietly, very calm. Ji Chongkong. When the black-clothed middle-aged cultivator heard He Tian's words, his expression immediately changed. His legs went soft, and his body swayed, almost falling to the ground. He tried his best to calm himself down. You really are Ji Chongkong. The middle-aged cultivator's voice trembled. He looked at the shabbily clothed young man in disbelief. The other party was too young. He could not believe it. Ji Chongkong was the genius of the Ji clan 10,000 years ago. Even now, people would occasionally mention this genius. It's actually true. Ji Chongkong actually returned. A huge wave rose in the middle-aged cultivator's heart. This time, the Ji clan would have a good show to watch. Once Ji Chongkong truly returned, the Ji clan would definitely be in an upheaval. It should be known that the current clan head of the Ji clan, Emperor Ji, was one of the popular candidates for the position of clan head. However, Ji Chongkong had a higher chance of becoming the clan head than him. However, Ji Chongkong was lost in the primal chaos world. After losing his strongest competitor, Emperor Ji had the opportunity to become the clan head. In the Ji clan, there was a rumor that Ji Chongkong was lost in the primal chaos world because he fell into Emperor Ji's trap. In order to become the clan head of the Ji clan, Emperor Ji did not hesitate to secretly make a move against Ji Chongkong. This caused Ji Chongkong to be lost in the primal chaos world. Of course, this was only a rumor. Whether it was true or not, no one knew. However, now that Ji Chongkong had returned, the situation was different. Do I need to pretend to be someone else? I have met the flying immortal king once before. Go and call the flying immortal king out. We will know if it's true or false. Ji Chongkong said indifferently, Yes. I will go and call the city lord immediately. The middle-aged cultivator quickly turned around and left. However, just as the middle-aged cultivator in black left, a mysterious figure silently walked out from the forest in the distance. He pounced towards Ji Chongkong like a ghost. Swoosh! Ji Chongkong suddenly disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, a huge pit appeared where he stood. A gloomy aura of destruction spread out in the air. Divine, enlightening. When He Tian saw this, his eyes immediately lit up. This type of divine lightning was also known as soundless divine lightning. Its specialty was that when this type of divine lightning was used, it could be soundless, colorless, and untraceable. 9 revolutions of the heavenly art. Ji Chongkong's voice came from the sky. He immediately sensed danger. He directly rushed up to the sky and executed the 9 revolutions of the heavenly art. Boom! A huge seal that exuded a terrifying aura of annihilation immediately appeared in the void. Like a huge mountain, it smashed down towards the black shadow below. Quasi-supreme level energy fluctuations rippled out from the giant seal, shaking the entire world and causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear. What? Chapter 3378, Ancestral God Realm, East Continent. Deep in the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock clan, Gu Fei's place of seclusion was shrouded in chaotic aura, as if a chaotic world was being nurtured. At this time, the place where Gu Fei was cultivating had become a forbidden area. No one dared to approach it. With the demon god and the 3 rock demons guarding it, it was impossible for anyone to approach it. After Gu Fei went into seclusion, Song Ke began to take over the Golden Crow clan's territory with the ancestral land as the center. However, the Chaos Golden Rock clan was not the only one in the entire East Continent. The 4 clans that originally dominated the East Continent were the Golden Crow, the Mysterious Snake, the Heaven God, and the Earth Spirit. now that the Golden Crow clan was defeated by the Chaos Golden Rock clan. The Golden Crow clan's position in the East Continent was naturally replaced by the Chaos Golden Rock clan. The Golden Crow clan was the most powerful clan among the 4 powerful clans. Naturally, the territory of the Golden Crow clan was also the largest among the 4 powerful clans. Although the Chaos Golden Rock clan had replaced the Golden Crow clan, it was the result of Tsong-K borrowing the strength of the demons from beyond the heavens. Therefore, the crime of colluding with the demons was not a small one. One should know that the demons from beyond the heavens were the enemies of the entire ancestral god realm. The other experts of the East Continent were furious that Tsong-K dared to join forces with Mo Juyo to attack the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire East Continent became extremely tense. Countless spies from various forces had gathered outside the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock clan. Any movement of the Chaos Golden Rock clan would be immediately known by the forces of the East Continent. Tsong-K had begun his campaign. The real turmoil of the entire East Continent had just begun. The Dusk Snake, the celestial god, and the land spirit were also on the move. The territory left behind by the Golden Crows was definitely a juicy piece of meat that everyone wanted to take a bite out of. The Earth Spirit clan, in particular, took advantage of their advantages and directly occupied more than 10 cities that originally belonged to the Golden Crow clan, seizing control over a large area. Seeing that the Earth Spirit clan was trying to steal the Golden Crow clan's city, the leaders of the other 2 clans couldn't sit still. The Celestial Deity clan and the Dusk Snake clan had occupied several territories that had originally belonged to the Golden Crow clan. If Tsong-K didn't make a move soon, he would have to hand over the territories he'd worked so hard to conquer. Tsong-K would never do such a thing, nor would he allow such a thing to happen. As for the otherworldly demons led by Mo Juyo, they wouldn't help Tsong-K anymore. Therefore, Tsong-K could only rely on the chaotic Golden Rock clan to reclaim the lost land. Mo Juyo was the leader of the otherworldly demons, so he naturally didn't put Tsong-K in his eyes. Only Gu Fei could make this old demon feel apprehensive. Soon, the Eastern Continent was filled with the clouds of war. Tsong-K could be considered a powerful figure. He defeated the experts of the Earth Spirit clan by himself and drove the Undead Spirit clan away. However, the Earth Spirit clan wasn't to be trifled with. After Tsong-K drove the Earth Spirit clan away, he no longer had the strength to deal with the Dusk Snake clan and the Celestial Deity clan. Tsong-K couldn't completely take over the territories left behind by the Golden Crow clan. Of course, this was only temporary. While Gu Fei was in seclusion, He Tian and Ji Chongkong ran into trouble outside the flying celestial city controlled by the Ji clan on the Myrtle clan's ancestral star in the human world. Someone took advantage of the dark night to launch a sneak attack on Ji Chongkong, who was in front of the city gate. However, Ji Chongkong had obtained the Dao fruit from the real land of flying celestial. His cultivation had already broken through to the quasi-supreme realm. The moment the mysterious person attacked him, he sensed danger. He immediately soared into the sky and unleashed the 9 revolutions, Heaven Art. He conjured a great destruction seal and attacked the person who launched a sneak attack on him. Rumble, the black seal was like a demonic mountain. It fell from the sky. The space below the seal shook violently. Then it collapsed and shattered. It turned into a terrifying destructive power that surged towards the mysterious person. The mysterious person was shocked. He knew that he was going to be unlucky tonight. He shouldn't have attacked so rashly. A huge seal shrouded the void below, and the vast and mighty power of a quasi-supreme being instantly sealed off all the escape routes of the mysterious man. The seal in the sky had yet to reach him, but the mysterious person already felt a huge pressure. It was as if a huge mountain was suddenly pressing down on him. His feet had already sunk into the ground. Roar! That person desperately circulated the power in his body, stubbornly holding on. However, his clothes were already drenched in sweat. No matter how hard he struggled, in the next moment, the huge seal directly smashed down from the sky. With a bang, that guy was directly smashed into the ground. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the flying celestial city. "Nephew Chong Kong, where are you?" A voice rang out from within the city. At the same time, the tightly shut city gates slowly opened, and a pale-faced, middle-aged man dressed in black walked out from within. This pale-faced, middle-aged man was the city lord of the flying celestial city, the flying celestial king, Ji Xuanji. The flying celestial king, Ji Xuanji, was an expert from the older generation of the Ji clan. In terms of seniority, Ji Xuanji was Ji Changkong's uncle. Of course, he wasn't Ji Changkong's biological uncle. In the Ji clan, seniority was very clear. Everyone had their own status. The flying celestial king, Ji Xuanji, was Ji Changkong's senior. This was an unchangeable fact. At this moment, the great destruction seal that smashed the mysterious person into the ground dissipated into the air and disappeared. "You dare to sneak attack me? It'll be hard for you to die, even if you want to." Ji Changkong directly flew down from the sky. He saw that the mysterious person was completely flattened in the huge pit created by the seal. However, he didn't die. He was still groaning in pain. As expected, "It's Nephew Chong Kong. Please follow me into the city." At this moment, the pale-faced, middle-aged man that walked out from the city walked over. "Uncle, how have you been?" Ji Changkong smiled as he looked at the flying celestial king, Ji Xuanji. He was somewhat surprised that Ji Xuanji would personally come out to greet him. Just what was going on? "Ha! Uncle is doing very well. I reckon that I can still live for tens of thousands of years." Ji Xuanji laughed loudly. "Uncle, please wait a moment. I'll deal with this guy first." As Ji Changkong spoke, he extended his hand and grabbed the guy in the pit, who no longer looked like a human, and lifted him up by the collar. Then he tore off the guy's mask. "It's you, Ji Wu." When the flying celestial king saw this person, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "Ji Wu, I didn't think that you would actually stand on the side of that despicable and shameless Emperor Ji. Now, you still want to kill me? Very good, very good." Ji Changkong's face was gloomy. He stared at the guy in his hand and clenched his teeth. "Humph! The winner is the king. The loser is the thief. Since I've failed today, I've been captured by you. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you please." That guy called Ji Wu said with a resolute expression when Ji Changkong and He Tian first arrived at the Myrtle Ancestral Star. Emperor Ji received the news and sent assassins to get rid of Ji Changkong. However, by the time Ji Wu arrived at the flying celestial city, Ji Changkong and He Tian had already entered the true land of flying celestial. This Ji Wu was quite patient. He actually didn't leave the flying celestial city. Tonight, Ji Wu finally met his target, Ji Changkong. If he could kill Ji Changkong, Emperor Ji would definitely reward him handsomely. However, Ji Wu never imagined that Ji Changkong's cultivation had already broken through to the quasi-supreme realm, becoming the strongest existence in the world. "It's very easy to die, but I won't let you die so easily." Ji Changkong sneered. "Damn it! Ji Changkong, kill me if you have the guts." Ji Wu was enraged. "Nephew Changkong, we're family after all. Let's just forget about it." The flying celestial city's city lord, Ji Xuanji, said, "Unfortunately, they don't treat me as family." Ji Changkong let out a sigh. "Stop chattering and do it." At this moment, He Tian also walked over and said. Ji Chongkong thought for a moment, then stretched out his left hand and slapped the top of Ji Wu's head, using a tyrannical force to scatter Ji Wu's primordial spirit. The palm landed on the top of Ji Wu's head, and blood immediately flowed out of Ji Wu's 7 orifices, and he died. Even the flying celestial king was surprised to see Ji Chongkong actually kill Ji Wu with one slap. One must know that this fellow was Ji Wu. You got lucky. Ji Chongkong waved his right hand and threw Ji Wu's corpse on the ground. Let's go, let's enter the city. The flying celestial city's city lord said to Ji Chongkong. And Ji Chongkong nodded before following behind Ji Xuanji into the city. He Tian naturally followed. This is the flying celestial king, Ji Xuanji said as he led the way. My brother, He Tian, Ji Chongkong said. He Tian. Ji Xuanji muttered to himself when he heard Ji Chongkong's words. There was no cultivator named He Tian on the Myrtle Star. This He Tian was probably from another planet. Very soon, Ji Chongkong and the others arrived at the gates of the city lord's residence. When they arrived, someone opened the gates and welcomed them in. Under Ji Xuanji's guidance, Ji Chongkong and He Tian arrived at the main hall of the city lord's residence. The flying celestial king, Ji Xuanji, sat on the throne, while Ji Chongkong and He Tian sat below him. At this moment, Ji Chongkong felt that something must have happened to his uncle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received them so warmly. Chapter 3379. The flying immortal king, Ji Xuanji, personally went out of the city to invite Ji Chongkong and He Tian into the flying immortal city. This scene was seen by the people in the city. Very soon, Emperor Ji, who was in the Ji clan's ancestral land, received the news that Ji Chongkong killed Ji Wu and was invited into the flying immortal city by Ji Xuanji. This made him extremely angry. Emperor Ji had spent his entire life scheming against others, and even scheming against himself. All of this stemmed from his thirst for power. The reason why he was able to sit on the position of the family head was because he schemed against Ji Chongkong back then. Back then, if he had not schemed against Ji Chongkong, the person sitting in the clan leader's seat would not be him, but Ji Chongkong. Back then, most of the Ji clan's higher-ups thought highly of Ji Chongkong because he was the only Ji clan disciple that could cultivate the 9 revolutions heavenly art to perfection. The 9 revolutions heavenly art was an invincible cultivation technique passed down by the Ji clan's supreme great ancestor. Since ancient times, the Ji clan had produced countless talented disciples, but those that could cultivate the 9 revolutions heavenly art to perfection were few and far between. Most of the Ji clan's disciples could only cultivate the 9 revolutions heavenly art to the entry stage and could not advance any further. However, back then, Ji Chongkong cultivated the extremely difficult 9 revolutions heavenly art to the 2nd revolution. This was something that shocked all of the Ji clan's higher-ups. What Emperor Ji feared the most finally happened. Once Ji Chongkong returned to the Ji clan, the matter of him scheming against Ji Chongkong back then would be exposed. At that time, not only would he not be able to claim the clan leader's seat, but his life would also be in danger. He knew that one of the elders in the clan was very fond of Ji Chongkong back then. Once that ancestor found out that he schemed against Ji Chongkong back then, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Ji Chongkong killed Ji Wu was the one who sneak attacked Ji Chongkong first, so he deserved to be killed. However, Ji Wu's death was a huge matter to some people, making enemies before even returning. Very good. In the Ji clan's ancestral land, Emperor Ji stood in front of a window and looked up at the sky with a sinister smile on his face. Is War Slave here? Emperor Ji suddenly said. His voice was not loud, But as soon as he finished speaking, a silhouette silently appeared behind him, bowing and standing. Master! That battle slave was very respectful towards Empress Ji, and was even a little afraid. It was a blurry existence, like a shadow, although it stood behind Empress Ji. It seemed like it could dissipate into the void at any time. Go kill that guy. Emperor Ji retracted his gaze and said indifferently, Yes, master. After receiving the order, the blurry figure disappeared into the void without a sound. Humph, Ji Changkong, although you can kill Ji Wu, you are definitely not a match for the battle slave. This time, you are dead for sure. Empress Ji's face turned extremely cold. Just as Emperor Ji sent battle slaves to deal with Ji Changkong and He Tian were led by the flying immortal king's son to the main hall of the city lord's residence and sat down. Then, the flying immortal king ordered the servants to prepare food and wine. He wanted to welcome Ji Changkong. Nephew Changkong, why did you kill that Ji Wu? The flying immortal king looked at Ji Changkong in confusion. One must know that Ji Wu was also a disciple of the Ji clan. No matter what, Ji Changkong shouldn't have killed that guy. It's nothing. Since he wanted my life, I could only take his life. It's that simple. Ji Changkong shrugged and said without a care in the world. When the flying immortal king heard this, he didn't know what to say. He didn't know what happened back then, nor did he know that it was all part of Empress Ji's plan. That guy, Emperor Ji, must have been living quite well these years. Ji Changkong suddenly said, What? The flying immortal king didn't expect Ji Changkong to ask such a question. He couldn't help but be stunned. Although he was Ji Changkong's uncle, the current Ji Changkong was no longer the kid from back then. Right now, the person sitting in front of the flying immortal king was a quasi-supreme. Even the flying immortal king didn't dare to be negligent. One must know that if supremes didn't appear, then quasi-supremes were the strongest existences. Of course, that was excluding those abnormal supremes. I'm not too sure either. I rarely return to the ancestral land, the flying immortal king said. His good days have come to an end. Ji Changkong clenched his teeth as an ominous glint flickered in his eyes. Okay, let's go eat something first. At this moment, He Tian suddenly said. He already smelled the fragrance of meat coming from the rear palace, causing his appetite to increase. During their time in the land of flying immortals, He Tian and Ji Changkong lived a primitive life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. Now that He Tian smelled the fragrance of meat, he immediately stood up. Not bad, let's eat first. When Ji Changkong smelled the fragrance of the meat, his stomach immediately rumbled. This was a primitive reaction, a normal reaction to food. Actually, with Ji Changkong's cultivation, it didn't matter if he ate or not. However, the flying immortal king didn't prepare ordinary dishes. The flying immortal king hurriedly stood up from his seat and led the way. The three of them arrived at the rear hall. The furnishings in the rear hall were very simple. In the middle of the hall was a table with all sorts of steaming hot food placed on it. He Tian quickly sat down and didn't stand on ceremony. He directly grabbed a red braised phoenix and started eating. That phoenix was no ordinary bird. It was a powerful creature that inherited the bloodline of the divine bird, the phoenix. Even Ji Changkong didn't expect the flying immortal king to use a phoenix to cook. This guy really knew how to enjoy life. Ji Changkong noticed that aside from the phoenix, there were also steamed dragon carp and roasted firebird eggs on the table. In the middle of the table, there was actually dragon crocodile meat stewing in a large pot. This table of dishes could definitely be considered the most sumptuous in the entire flying immortal city. Every dish was cooked from precious spirit beasts or spirit birds. Not a single dish on the table could be eaten by ordinary cultivators. Only the flying immortal city's city lord, Ji Xuanji, had such a method. Nephew, let's eat, Ji Xuanji said. How can I accept this? How can I accept that? Ha, then I'll start. Ji Changkong didn't just use his chopsticks. Instead, he directly used his hands. Just like He Tian, he grabbed the food and started eating. He didn't care about his image at all. These two gluttons, when the flying immortal king saw this, he was speechless. He was the city lord, so he wouldn't be like Ji Changkong and Ji Changkong. Compared to Ji Changkong and He Tian's table manners, the flying immortal king was much more refined. This was the most sumptuous meal that He Tian and Ji Changkong had eaten since they were trapped in the flying immortal land. It was also the most delicious meal. All the dishes on the table were swept clean by the two of them. Many thanks, uncle. Let's part ways here. After Ji Changkong ate and drank his fill, he stood up and planned to leave. One must know that the flying immortal king, receiving them so warmly, was definitely not a good thing. It was not easy to eat such a meal. Dear nephew, please wait. Seeing that Ji Changkong was about to leave, the flying immortal king hurriedly stood up and said, This guy actually wants to eat a free meal and run. It won't be that easy. Uncle, I still have matters to attend to. I really can't stay for long. Ji Changkong said in a difficult manner. He Tian watched from the side and was happy. These uncle and nephew were fighting. Let's see who would win. Dear nephew, I know you want to return to the ancestral land as soon as possible. After all, you've been gone for so long. Ji Xuanji said, Thank you for your understanding. Uncle, let's part ways here. Ji Changkong said, then turned around and left. Dear nephew, there's a great opportunity before us. Are you willing to let it go just like that? Ji Xuanji said loudly. What? When Ji Changkong heard this, his footsteps immediately stopped. He obtained a good fortune in the land of ascension, so he became a quasi-supreme. Now that he heard that there was another opportunity, he was naturally very curious and wanted to obtain it. Even Erebus' interest was piqued. What opportunity? Tell me about it. Ji Changkong turned around and said to Ji Xuanji, There's a cave in a mountain range 10,000 li away from here. It's a quasi-sovereign cave. There might be a quasi-sovereign's inheritance in there. Ji Xuanji said what he knew. It turned out that not long ago, someone discovered a cave in the Scarlet Demon Ridge 10,000 li away. However, no one could open the cave. Ji Xuanji had also gone to take a look. It was a cave built by a quasi-sovereign. Even he found it difficult to open the door. The entire abode was sealed by a wave of energy. If one wanted to enter the cave, they had to break through the force that enveloped the cave. Ji Xuanji originally wanted to return to the ancestral land to borrow an immortal weapon and break it. However, no one expected Ji Changkong and He Tian to suddenly appear at this time and come to the flying immortal city. Their arrival allowed Ji Xuanji's plan to be carried out. A quasi-sovereign cave. Let's go take a look. As Ji Changkong spoke, he walked out. He Tian naturally followed. The flying immortal king also walked out. They directly soared into the sky and left the city lord's mansion. They directly left the flying immortal city and flew towards the Scarlet Demon Ridge. 10,000 li was covered in the blink of an eye in Ji Changkong's eyes. As soon as he arrived, he sensed a powerful aura. The source of this aura was the cave. Let me try. He Tian took a step forward and arrived in front of the cave in a flash. Then he directly threw a punch at the door. Boom. Chapter 3380. C_T. The Crimson Demon Ridge was an ominous place in the celestial Myrtle Star, where the soaring immortal city was located. Even during the day, the area was covered in dark clouds and inchi. Advertisement. The cultivators who entered the Crimson Demon Ridge felt that the surrounding temperature had suddenly dropped significantly. The entire area was pitch black, be it the soil, rocks, or plants. The entire Crimson Demon Ridge seemed to have been soaked in black ink. A faintly discernible demonic aura enveloped the entire area. As soon as He Tian and Ji Changkong entered the Crimson Demon Ridge, they immediately sensed the demonic aura in the area. They didn't expect such a place to exist in the celestial Myrtle Star. Ever since the Ji clan produced an extreme grade sovereign, they had been the dominant clan in the celestial Myrtle Star, ruling the entire planet for countless years. Even though the Ji clan's extreme grade sovereign had disappeared, the Ji clan's position in the celestial Myrtle Star had never changed. No one, no force, could challenge the Ji clan's position as the overlord. In the history of the celestial Myrtle Star, no demons had ever invaded the celestial Myrtle Star. However, why would there be a place shrouded in demonic aura in the area ruled by the soaring immortal city? The reason for the demonic aura here was actually very simple. There was once a demon here, and it was an expert of the demonic path. However, in the depths of the Scarlet Demon Ridge, there was actually a cave, a quasi-supreme level cave. This cave was originally hidden within a mountain ridge. However, for some unknown reason, half of the mountain had collapsed, revealing the cave dwelling hidden in the mountain. The cave dwelling had attracted cultivators from all directions to venture into the Crimson Demon Ridge, but no one had been able to open the door and enter the cave dwelling. Even the city lord of the soaring immortal city, Ji Xuanji, couldn't open the door either. Although the cave dwelling was a quasi-sovereign cave dwelling, the sealing force that sealed it was extremely powerful. Even Ji Xuanji couldn't do anything about it. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise rang out from the depths of the Crimson Demon Ridge. Following that, an extremely powerful energy wave surged out from the depths of the Crimson Demon Ridge. The entire space where the Crimson Demon Ridge was located became unstable due to the powerful impact. Visible ripples spread out from the depths of the Crimson Demon Ridge. Boom! Soon after, another loud bang rang out from the depths of the Scarlet Demon Ridge. An even more powerful energy rippled out, causing the entire region to tremble. Some of the mountains even collapsed in the void and turned into dust. Almost all the books you want to read can be found here. It's much more stable than the average website. It's also updated quickly. It's all written with no advertisements. What happened? The cultivators outside the Scarlet Demon Ridge were incomparably shocked. A wave of quasi-supreme aura spread out from the Scarlet Demon Ridge, and all the cultivators there grew terrified to the extreme. Someone is attacking that cave abode. In the next moment, practically all the cultivators outside Crimson Demon Ridge realized this. Scarlet Demon Ridge's grotto mansions were not a secret to other cultivators. Countless cultivators had tried to open the doors to the grotto mansions. However, no one had succeeded so far. At this moment, He Tian and Ji Changkong were staring at the entrance of the cave. It's so hard. It's even harder than the old tortoise's shell, He Tian said while swinging his fist. When he punched the stone door of the cave abode just now, the door actually emitted an extremely powerful rebound force. The old tortoise, Ji Changkong, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He naturally knew who the old tortoise He Tian was talking about was. Only He Tian would dare to call that existence that. What old tortoise? Ji Xuanji curiously came over and asked. It's nothing. This guy was just joking. Ji Changkong didn't want to explain. One should know that this involved that existence. Although the Ji family was the most powerful family on the Myrtle Ancestral Star compared to the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star, the Ji family's strength was actually on par with the factions and clans that had once produced extreme Dao experts. There were too few extreme Tao experts from the Myrtle Ancestral Star, but there were many extreme Tao experts from the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. All right, what do we do now? He Tian said nonchalantly. He wouldn't waste his time here. If he couldn't open it, then so be it. He was already prepared to leave. Aren't you a formation grandmaster? Why don't you just create a large formation and use the power of the formation to erase the seal of the cave abode? Ji Changkong said with a smile. When Ji Xuanji saw this scene, he couldn't help but be moved. Even the look in his eyes had changed. This guy is actually a formation grandmaster. You really can't judge a book by its cover. What do you know? Old He, will never do something that's strenuous and unrewarding. He Tian said while shaking his head. What if that's the case? As Ji Changkong spoke, he took out an item. In his hand was a pearl the size of a goose egg. This pearl was actually enveloped by a layer of primal chaos light. Are you really going to give it to me? He Tian couldn't help but swallow the pearl in Changkong's palm. He naturally knew the value of this item. Ji Changkong smiled. As long as you help me open this cave abode, this primordial pearl will be yours. Primordial pearl. At this moment, the flying Immortal City's city lord, Ji Xuanji, could no longer remain calm. Primordial pearl. That was the legendary primordial pearl. The flying Immortal City's city lord's eyes turned red. If Ji Changkong's cultivation was lower than his, he would have snatched the primordial pearl long ago. This heaven-defying item was a supreme treasure that cultivators yearned for. However, no matter how much the flying Immortal City's city lord envied the primordial pearl in Ji Changkong's hands, he didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. One must know that the current Ji Changkong was no longer the brat from back then. Ha ha! All right, it's a deal then. He Tian laughed. He naturally wouldn't do something that was strenuous and unrewarding. However, it was different now. This was the primordial pearl, something that he had always wanted. It turned out that back then, He Tian and Ji Changkong had accidentally entered the real land of flying immortals. In the real land of flying immortals, Ji Changkong had obtained a primordial pearl, while He Tian had obtained another heaven-defying item. This was also the reason why their cultivation had increased so quickly. He Tian had always wanted the primordial pearl in Ji Changkong's hands. For this, he had fought with Ji Changkong countless times. However, in the end, he was unable to snatch the primordial pearl from Ji Changkong's hands. Now, this guy actually used the primordial pearl as the price to ask him to open this cave abode. No matter what, this was a good deal. Ji Changkong took out a primordial pearl. This was a primordial treasure that even He Tian and the flying Immortal City's city lord, Ji Xuanji, were incomparably envious. For the sake of this primordial pearl, He Tian directly agreed to Ji Changkong's conditions. He prepared to set up a formation and used the power of the formation to erase the seal of the cave abode. This method was definitely feasible, but it required time. As long as there was perseverance, even an iron pillar could be ground into a needle. Not to mention the sealing power of a mere abode. Even an extreme Tao grand array could be obliterated as long as there was enough time. Afterwards, He Tian became busy. For the sake of obtaining the primordial pearl in Ji Changkong's hands, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He set up a formation without rest or sleep. Formation runes were directly shot into the void, but even more runes were imprinted into the depths of the earth. Drawing upon the power of the stars of the 9 heavens and the essence energy of the 9 underworlds, the great formation that Mahakala was setting up was incredible. It could quickly gather great power. Rumble, as the formation continued to be perfected, the power of the 9 heavenly stars was actually drawn. Rays of starlight descended from the sky and directly fell into the formation. At the same time, the earth trembled as if there was an earthquake. The essence of the earth frantically gathered. 3 days later, Tian finally set up a super killing formation. This killing formation continuously guided the power of the stars, as well as the life force contained in the earth. Buzz. Tian stood in the middle of the formation. At this moment, he was like a person who walked out from the primal chaos, giving off a powerful and unapproachable feeling. At this moment, Ji Changkong and Ji Xuanji had already retreated far away. They were very clear that if they were affected, their bodies and souls would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, the cultivators who received the news also charged into the Scarlet Devil Ridge and stopped to watch from afar. They were all incomparably shocked. These 3 guys actually wanted to open the cave abode and had no intention of stopping. Isn't that the flying immortal city's city lord? Someone noticed Ji Xuanji and recognized his identity. Flying immortal city Ji Xuanji. Within the boundaries of the flying immortal city, the city lord Ji Xuanji was definitely the #1 person in this region. Otherwise, the position of the city lord would have long been taken away by others. Who are those 2? How can they stand together with the flying immortal city's city lord? Someone asked. I don't know. I don't recognize them. They look very unfamiliar. A cultivator said. To be able to stand together with the flying immortal city's city lord, these 2 definitely have a great background. An old cultivator said. Tian and Ji Changkong were unfamiliar faces to most of the cultivators on the Crepe Myrtle Star. Not many people had seen them before, especially Tian. Ji Changkong was very famous on the Crepe Myrtle Star 10,000 years ago. However, 10,000 years had passed. How many people of the same generation as him could survive until now? Those who could survive until now were the people of the major factions and clans. The cultivators of the smaller factions naturally wouldn't be able to last until Ji Changkong's return. Just as Tian was arranging the killing formation to break the seal of the mysterious cave abode, everyone in the ancestral god realm's eastern continent felt like a storm was brewing. Gu Fei was in seclusion. Some people in the eastern continent took advantage of the opportunity when Gu Fei was in seclusion to gradually become restless. Chapter 3381. In the East Continent, one of the 5 great continents of the ancestral god realm, the news of the primogenitor of the primal chaos Golden Rock's return had already spread across the entire East Continent. However, the news of the primal chaos Golden Rock Song Ke colluding with the demons from beyond the heavens to attack the Golden Crow clan had also spread. This was not a small matter in the ancestral god realm. Colluding with the demons would cause public indignation in the ancestral god realm. One must know that the demons from beyond the heavens were the mortal enemies of the ancestral god realm. Song Ke colluding with the demons from beyond the heavens would definitely make him the public enemy of the ancestral god realm. However, not everyone could beat Song Ke's opponent. There weren't many people in the ancestral god realm who dared to provoke Song Quebec. It had to be said that the East Continent was definitely the most turbulent region in the ancestral god realm. The Primal Chaos Golden Rock Race's Primal Chaos Golden Rock Race. Song Ke had started one war after another to fight for the territories left behind by the Golden Crow Race. The Golden Crow Race was once the strongest race in the East Continent. The territories they occupied were naturally the best in the entire East Continent. Mines, herb forests, spiritual springs, etc. These were all places that Song Ke had to control. The Chaos Golden Rock Race could only control these places to ensure that the Chaos Golden Rock Race could cultivate in peace and not have to worry about various cultivation resources. However, there were many forces that had their eyes on the Golden Crow Race's mines and herb forests. A divine crystal mine that was originally controlled by the Golden Crow Race was occupied by the Earth Spirit Race. Song Ke had to pay a huge price in order to take back the divine crystal mine. The deity race had taken over a herb forest that was 15,000 miles east of the Golden Rock race's ancestral ground. Thus, Song Ke had another fight with the deity race. The deity race was incomparably powerful. They actually dispatched an ancestor-level existence. Even Song Ke would find it difficult to take back the herb forest in a short time. The herb forest occupied a vast area with a circumference of 1,000 miles. There were 9 spiritual springs that were gushing out to nourish the land. This place was called the Immortal Medicine Ridge. It was a place where the immortal divine herb had once grown. Of course, the immortal divine herb had already left. Due to the departure of the immortal spirit herb, the spiritual energy in the Immortal Medicine Ridge had decreased by more than half. Even so, it was still the best place to grow spirit herbs in the eastern continent. Moreover, some people said that there was a quasi-immortal divine medicine in the Immortal Medicine Ridge. It was precisely because of this that the deity race took over the Immortal Medicine Ridge. At this moment, in a valley 800 miles away from the Immortal Medicine Ridge, there were many tents set up. There were powerful gods patrolling the surroundings. The place was heavily guarded. Song Ke, Peng Jingtian, and the other higher-ups of the Golden Rock race were sitting in the largest tent. "Ancestor, should we go and invite someone?" Peng Jingtian broke the silence in the tent. "Who is still in seclusion? How can I invite him?" Song Ke shook his head. If they could invite that person over, the predicament they were facing would be easily solved. However, that person was currently in closed-door cultivation. Who would be able to invite him? "I heard that someone is about to come out of seclusion. Can we postpone our operation in the Immortal Medicine Ridge?" Peng Shi looked at Song Ke and said, "The mysterious snake race seems to be counterattacking. We have to prepare as soon as possible." The Golden Rock goddess said. At this moment, they were basically declaring war against the major forces of the eastern continent. Even someone as strong as Song Ke would have a headache fighting against those forces. "Then let's postpone it for now," Song Ke said helplessly. The chaotic Golden Rock race was facing their toughest test. They could be attacked by the major forces of the eastern continent at any time. The chaotic Golden Rock race was no longer the same as before. Back then, the chaotic Golden Rock race was so majestic and had countless experts. But now, the chaotic Golden Rock race was in a miserable state. The remaining clansmen were basically people who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. They were not simple people to be able to survive the pursuit of the Golden Crow race until now. Although their cultivation was not high, they were all extremely smart. "All of you leave. Let me have some time alone." Song Ke waved his hand and said, "Yes." Peng Jingtian and the others quickly stood up and bowed to Song Ke before leaving. "Gu Fei," Song Ke muttered to himself. If Gu Fei did not go into seclusion, he would definitely be able to ask him to get rid of the deity race's ancestor in the Immortal Medicine Ridge. The deity race's ancestor was extremely powerful. Moreover, he carried a great treasure of the deity race with him. This was also the reason why it was difficult for Song Ke to take him down. Song Ke closed his eyes and said no more. At this moment, Peng Jingtian and the others stopped outside the tent. Then Peng Jingtian said to the Golden Rock goddess, "Go back and take a look." "Yes, Grandpa." The Golden Rock goddess accepted the order and turned to leave. Not long after the Golden Rock goddess left, a huge figure suddenly appeared high up in the sky, overlooking the people on the ground. Rumble, a huge hand appeared high up in the sky and slammed down towards the valley where Song Ke was. The entire void shook. Humph! A cold laugh rang out from the valley. Then, a figure soared into the sky. In an instant, he arrived high up in the sky and slapped out with his palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the two forces instantly collided. The huge hand that descended from the sky retreated, and the huge figure dissipated in the void. A black-robed, old man appeared high up in the sky. Yu Qiong, what are you trying to do? Do you really want to fight to the death with me? Song Ke stared at the black-clothed old man. This person was the deity race's ancestor. His name was Ancestor Yu Qiong. It was because of this ancestor that Song Ke was unable to take back the immortal Medicine Ridge. At this moment, an energy storm formed from the collision of the two forces spread out in all directions. The entire void cracked, and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared. However, the mighty power ripples that were descending were blocked by a wave of power. A formation diagram appeared in the void, emitting powerful divine power ripples. But soon, the formation that had appeared in the void disappeared again. I came to tell you that the immortal Medicine Ridge belongs to the deity race. Don't cause trouble. The black-clothed old man looked at Song Ke expressionlessly and said indifferently, "What did you say?" Song Ke couldn't help but be furious. These fellows who took advantage of the situation were truly despicable. That's all. If you provoke me again, I'll kill you. The black-robed old man Yu Qiong said. His tone carried a trace of cold-killing intent. He was not joking. Ha! Song Ke laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Humph! The old man snorted coldly. He didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Since you're here, don't leave. Just as the black-clothed old man was about to leave, Song Ke moved. He took a step forward and instantly appeared behind Ancestor Yu Qiong. Without any hesitation, Song Ke swung his right fist and punched at Ancestor Yu Qiong. You think you can make me stay? Are you kidding me? After saying that, Patriarch Yu Qiong took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Song Ke's punch landed in the air. There was no point of impact. What? Song Ke was shocked. What kind of secret skill was that? To think that he could disappear right in front of me. Just as Song Ke was in shock, a figure suddenly appeared above his head and stomped down on him. Damn it! Song Ke immediately executed his killer move. A pitch-black whirlpool appeared in the void, wanting to devour his opponent. Swoosh! Ancestor Yu Qiong was really devoured by Song Ke's killer move. However, at the next moment, boom! The pitch-black whirlpool that Song Ke had conjured exploded, and a figure dashed out of the void. When Song Ke saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. Kill! The black-clothed old man, Ancestor Yu Qiong, sent a punch right in front of Song Quebec. The fist was expanding rapidly in his eyes. Song Ke quickly dodged Ancestor Yu Qiong's punch. At the same time, his right leg swept towards Ancestor Yu Qiong's waist like a whip. Ancestor Yu Qiong did not dodge. Instead, he blocked with a single hand. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk the void rumbled as Ancestor Yu Qiong blocked Song Ke's right leg. Then, he moved his leg and kicked towards Song Ke's chest like a venomous snake. If Song Ke was hit by this kick, there would definitely be a bloody hole in his chest. Song Ke hurriedly retreated. However, Elder Yu Qiong followed him like a shadow. The strength of the kick did not change at all. It was still aimed at Song Ke's chest. Song Ke's shock was by no means insignificant. He hurriedly soared into the sky and avoided this calamity. Kill! Song Ke roared furiously. As he waved his hands, rays of dazzling spiritual light shot out from his hands and pierced through him. Every ray of divine light emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. This wasn't the power of a quasi-supreme being, but a power even stronger than that of a quasi-supreme being. Kill! Yu Qiong roared and unleashed his killer move. A huge seal appeared above Yu Qiong's head, emitting a torrential divine power wave. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk, the huge seal descended from the sky, continuously shattering the void as it pressed down on Tsang Quebec. The void below the huge seal seemed to have solidified. The divine light that Tsang Ke shot out actually couldn't stop this huge seal. This huge seal continued to press down on Tsang Quebec. This. Chapter 3382. The deity race was a race that had been passed down for countless years. The race had once produced a supreme ancestor god. They were the inheritors of the supreme path and had an unimaginable foundation. Even the Golden Crow race, once known as the strongest race in the East Continent, was wary of the deity race and was unwilling to provoke them. But now, the deity race had occupied the immortal medicine ridge that originally belonged to the Golden Crow race. This was the place where the immortal medicine had been produced. This area was unusual. Even ordinary spiritual medicines would have their medicinal properties greatly enhanced if they were planted in the immortal medicine ridge. The medicinal properties of the spirit herbs that grew in the immortal medicine ridge were several times stronger than those of the same age in other places. Someone said that although the immortal medicine ridge hadn't produced an immortal medicine for a long time, there was a quasi-immortal medicine. Perhaps the quasi-immortal medicine was the reason why the deity race occupied the immortal medicine ridge. Even when Tsang Ke came personally, they had no intention of returning the immortal medicine ridge. They even fought with Tsang Quebec. At this moment, the deity race's ancestor, Yuqiong, and Tsang Ke were fighting high up in the sky. A giant seal emitted a monstrous wave of divine power and pressed down on Tsang Quebec. Rumble, the entire void was shaken by the giant seal. Countless pitch-black cracks appeared, as if it was going to collapse and explode in the next moment. Tsang Ke, who was below the giant seal, was the first to bear the brunt. He felt an endless pressure descending from the sky, almost suffocating him. Roar! Tsang Ke roared furiously. Divine power surged from his body, and ancient divine runes appeared on his body, sealing the void around him. The divine power that descended from the sky was immediately repelled by the divine power that surged out from Tsang Ke's body. Die! Tsang Ke threw his head back and roared furiously. He threw a punch at the incoming seal, and 9 almost perfect divine patterns appeared on his fist, drawing upon the supreme power of the divine Tao. Boom! With a loud bang, Tsang Ke's fist smashed fiercely onto the huge seal that was crashing down. Then, the huge seal actually began to tremble. The might of Tsang Ke's punch shocked everyone. Damn it! Old ancestor Yuqiong let out a furious roar. In the next moment, his figure appeared on the seal, and he sat down. An extremely powerful ancestor-level power rippled out from the figure. In the next moment, the power ripple that erupted from the seal became even more powerful. Buzz. The void was shaking. That big seal was just faintly visible in the void, but it gave people a feeling of supremacy, as horrible as the arrival of a supreme god ancestor. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the huge seal. Humph! Tsang Ke sneered. He continued to throw a punch upwards. A violent fist force exploded. The instant the two forces collided, an energy storm spread out in all directions. Two figures were moving quickly. Tsang Ke and ancestor Overlook Cheong were locked in battle. Tsang Ke was once an extreme Tao universe enlightened ancestral god, so his cultivation naturally couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, ancestor Overlook Cheong wasn't an ordinary figure as well. When two experts like them met, there would naturally be the most dazzling sparks. Soon, Tsang Ke gained the upper hand. His fists continuously forced ancestor Overlook Cheong to retreat. Everyone who saw this scene was in disbelief. This is outrageous. Ancestor Overlook Cheong knew that if he didn't use that item, he would definitely not beat Tsang Ke's match. He really didn't want to use that item, but he had to. In the next moment, a ball of divine light rushed out from Ancestor Overlook Cheong's body and rushed towards Tsang, Quebec. Boom! A terrifying divine power spread out from the ball of divine light. A large area of the void began to collapse, as if a divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth. It was a bone, a golden divine bone, that looked like refined gold. As soon as the divine bone appeared, the entire area immediately changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. A wave of extreme Tao divine power came out from the divine bone. The valley below was shaking, and a killing formation appeared in the void. The entire valley below was covered by the formation. The experts of the Chaos Primordial Clan in the formation were shocked. They never thought that Tsang Ke would use the power of the extreme Tao. Once the power of the extreme Tao was released, even the killing formation guarding the valley below could not bear it. The entire formation became very unstable. Humph! The power of the extreme Tao surged out from the golden divine bone. Tsang Ke just sneered. This golden divine bone was definitely left behind by an extreme Tao god ancestor. If Ancestor Overlook Cheong's opponent was an ordinary cultivator, the golden divine bone could only serve as a deterrent, but it would not really affect Tsang, Quebec. That was because he was a real extreme Tao god ancestor in that ancient era. He had once killed his way into the Chaos Demon realm and killed all the demons in the Chaos Demon realm. Although his cultivation realm had fallen from the extreme Tao, he still had the body of a real extreme Tao expert. Tsang Ke was not afraid of the golden divine bone. He directly attacked. Seeing this, Ancestor Overlook Cheong was shocked. He knew that Tsang Ke had a supreme master constitution, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. Boom! Tsang Ke's fist directly collided with the golden divine bone, and a dazzling divine light burst out. The next moment, the vast destructive power directly destroyed the surrounding void. The golden divine bone that released the power of the extreme Tao was actually sent flying by Tsang Ke's fist. Seeing this, everyone was shocked, especially those who knew about the origin of the golden divine bone. They were even more shocked that Tsang Ke was so powerful. The battle between Tsang Ke and Ancestor Overlook Cheong was so big that it attracted some powerful existences to watch the battle from afar. Tsang Ke, you colluded with the extraterrestrial demons to harm the Golden Crow clan. Everyone has the right to kill you. Ancestor Overlook Cheong said in a deep voice. He controlled the golden divine bone and used the power of the extreme Tao to fight against Tsang, Quebec. The golden divine light lit up the entire place, dyeing it golden. At this moment, Ancestor Overlook Cheong was like a golden battle ancestor that had descended, giving off an indescribable pressure. Haha, is that so? I'm right here. Come and kill me if you can. Tsang Ke laughed. 9 ancient divine runes appeared on his body, emitting an ancient and vicissitude aura. The 9 divine runes on his body began to gather the power of the extreme Tao. Ancestor Overlook Cheong was both shocked and furious. This guy is too arrogant. Does he think he's invincible? Buzz. Ancestor Overlook Cheong performed a technique and activated the power of the extreme Tao within the golden divine bone. Boundless golden light burst out from the golden divine bone. Golden divine runes began to appear on the golden divine bone. The aura of the extreme Tao spread out in all directions. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. The 2 experts faced each other in the sky. This time, both of them used the power of the extreme Tao. This battle was destined to shock the world because it was a contest of power of the extreme Tao. While Tsang Ke and Ancestor Overlook Cheong were facing each other, The Golden Rock Goddess had already returned to the primal chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. In the depths of the ancestral land, chaotic chi lingered. A figure sat cross-legged in the middle of the primal chaos. The sound of wind and thunder could be heard, shaking the hearts of people. At this moment, outside the place where Gu Fei was in seclusion, there were many great figures that could shake the entire ancestral god realm. Mo Juyo, the demonic divine venerable, and the 3 gargoyle demons. These guys were existences that could shake the entire ancestral god realm with a single step. When the Golden Rock Goddess arrived, Gu Fei had no intention of coming out of seclusion. Mo Juyo and the others were waiting. They felt that Gu Fei should come out of seclusion in a few days. The Golden Rock Goddess was a little disappointed. One should know that the reason she came back was to see if Gu Fei had come out of seclusion. If Gu Fei had come out, then she would ask Gu Fei to take back the immortal medicine ridge. Rumble. At this moment, 2 auras of the extreme Tao arrived from afar and directly entered the ancestral grounds of the Chaos Golden Rock race. Even though there was a formation protecting the entire ancestral grounds of the Chaos Golden Rock race, the 2 auras still managed to seep in. The great figures gathered in the ancestral land were shocked when they sensed the 2 auras of the extreme Tao. Then, a few powerful divine senses rushed out from the ancestral land and instantly tracked the source of the auras. Tsang Ke is fighting with the deity race. Mo Juyo muttered to himself. He knew why the Golden Rock Goddess came back. They must have encountered a powerful opponent that they couldn't handle, so they came back to ask for help. They also knew who the Golden Rock Goddess wanted to ask for help, but unfortunately, Gu Fei was in seclusion. What's going on? Just when everyone was in doubt, a voice came from the primal chaos in front of them. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the primal chaos, spoke. The 2 auras of the extreme Tao alarmed Gu Fei. Is Master coming out of seclusion? The demonic divine venerable quickly asked. Not yet. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the primal chaos, replied. Taoist Gu, please make a move. At this moment, the Golden Rock Goddess finally seized the opportunity to speak. Tsang Ke wants to take back the immortal medicine ridge. That's great. Who's going to help them? Gu Fei said. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Gu Fei to agree so easily. Mo Juyo and the rest were hesitant. No one is going to step forward. Then I'll call the names. Gu Fei said indifferently. I'll go. Chapter 3383. There was an aura at the extreme Tao level coming from the immortal medicine ridge. The aura was too strong. It not only alarmed the experts in the Golden Rock race's ancestral land, it even alarmed Gu Fei, who was still in seclusion. Although Gu Fei was in seclusion, but it wasn't the kind of seclusion where he would die. Even if he was alarmed, there was no danger. At his level of cultivation, naturally, he knew where the aura coming from in the ancestral land of the Golden Rock race came from. Who was it coming from? Immortal Medicine Ridge. That was a place to cultivate elixirs. This kind of place. Gu Fei naturally wouldn't let the deity race take it. He wanted to help Tsang Ke take it back. Actually, his goal, it was for the legendary quasi-immortal divine medicine, just before they attacked the Golden Crow race. They had already figured out the actual situation of the Golden Crows. Immortal Medicine Ridge. That was the place they had to get. They couldn't let other forces take it. However, life was unpredictable. Man proposes, God disposes. Just as Gu Fei and the others were about to attack the Golden Crow race, all the forces who received the news took action at the same time. The Golden Crow race had taken too many good things. Immortal Medicine Ridge, Immortal Tree, East Continent's ancestral vein, gathering place. Almost all the best things in East Continent had been taken by the Golden Crow race. Now, the Golden Crow race had fallen. Countless experts wanted to take a bite of this fat meat. Even the deity race, who had a very high status in East Continent, was the same. The deity race usually wouldn't intervene in the fights between other races. But this time, they made an exception. At this moment, inside the ancestral land of the Golden Rock race. But no one was willing to help Song Quebec. It was a thankless task, except for one person. That was the demon god. He and Song Ke didn't get to know each other without fighting. In the beginning, they didn't like each other, but gradually they became good friends. That was why they themselves did not know why they were like this. I'll make a trip there. When Gu Fei called out the generals, everyone was silent and hesitant. The demon divine, Lord, walked out. All right, then you should make a trip, Gu Fei said. Afterward, his figure disappeared into the depths of the chaos. Shua. The demon god did not hesitate. He shot up into the sky. It transformed into a divine rainbow. He disappeared from everyone's sight. It was extremely fast. This guy is rushing to reincarnate. One of the demons behind Mo Jiu muttered. This powerful demon was one of the big shots among the demons from beyond the heavens. Compared to Mo Jiu, his status was only one level lower. Mo Jiu's supreme status among the outer heavens demons was unshakable. Shut up, Mo Jiu said solemnly. The leader of the demons was startled. He quickly shut his mouth. He did not dare to speak anymore. The three demons, guarding at the side, glanced at the leader of the demons. But they did not say anything. However, there was a trace of disdain in their eyes. But everyone could see it. The leader of the demons was very unconvinced. These three stone-like guys, they were just servants of others. What was there to be arrogant about? Naturally, Mo Jiu saw all of this with his eyes. But he turned a blind eye to it. He ignored everyone. He just looked at the rolling chaos in front of him. At this moment, high in the sky, outside the immortal Medicine Ridge, two powerful figures were confronting each other. The extremely terrifying aura of the extreme path spread in all directions. Song Quebec, are you really not willing to give up the immortal Medicine Ridge? Old ancestor Yu Qiong stared at Song Ke opposite him. His face was extremely solemn. One had to know. Song Ke used to be a supreme existence of the extreme path, even though he had fallen from the extreme path realm. But he still had the constitution of the extreme path realm. His flesh and bones still had the characteristics of immortality. In essence, it was not inferior to the golden god bone in Yu Qiong's hands. However, the golden god bone in Yu Qiong's hands was a real extreme path god bone. The power of the extreme path contained within it was also extremely powerful. It was left behind by a peak extreme path ancestral god. The golden god bone contained a complete extreme path Dao pattern. Its power was naturally comparable to a pseudo-supreme like Song Quebec. Rumble, the two extreme path level powers were fighting. The void between the two was collapsing and being destroyed. Chaos energy seeped out from the void. There was a pitch-black abyss between Song Ke and old ancestor Yu Qiong. Waves of terrifying, destructive aura spread out from the void, which was constantly being annihilated, just as the two experts were about to fight, just as the battle was about to start. A beam of divine light descended from the sky. It landed behind Song Quebec. You're here. Song Ke did not turn around, but he was extremely familiar with the aura of the newcomer. It's you, demon god. At this moment, old ancestor Yu Qiong also saw the appearance of the newcomer. He could not help but be shocked. The demon god race did not have many people in the ancestral god realm, but each and every one of them was an expert, especially demon god. He was one of the top experts in the demon god race. Seeing that the other party had such a powerful helper, even old ancestor Yu Qiong felt immense pressure. Humph, Yu Qiong, isn't the heavenly god race always ignoring the outside world? Why are you acting like a bandit today? Demon God looked at old ancestor Yu Qiong. He laughed coldly. Robber! Old ancestor Yu Qiong heard that. A pair of white eyebrows immediately stood up. His eyes shone brightly under his brows. Humph, looting a burning house. What are you if not robbers? Demon God said coldly. Watch your words. What robber? We are helping the Golden Crow race to look after the immortal Medicine Ridge. You understand? Old ancestor Yu Qiong said angrily. Ha! Good, good, good. To think that we haven't met for 1,000 years. Old man, you sure know how to argue. Demon God laughed out loud. He had been cultivating in the Heaven region battlefield for thousands of years. He would return to the 5 great continents of the ancestral god realm once every 1,000 years. He really did meet Patriarch Yu Qiong 1,000 years ago. If you know what's good for you, then quickly retreat. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Ancestor Yu Qiong's tone was extremely cold. Humph, I'm afraid of you, Yu Qiong. If they wanted to fight, they would fight. There's no point in talking more. The thing Demon God hated the most in his life was being threatened. After hearing Patriarch Yu Qiong's words, he couldn't help but be angry. Brother, he's mine. Don't fight with me. Song-Ke suddenly said. He didn't seem to take old ancestor Yu Qiong seriously at all. Although the deity race was powerful, but he wasn't a vegetarian either. Brother, how about I teach this old man a lesson first? Demon Divine Venerable said. He had no intention of retreating. Are you itching for a fight? Ha ha. Okay, then I'll let you practice. Song-Ke said as he retreated. He was well aware of the demon god's cultivation base and combat strength. The Demon Divine Lord was also a super expert who could use the extreme path power. Ha ha. Thank you so much, brother. The Demon Divine Lord laughed and strode forward. You two bastards, how dare you look down on me? I'll make sure you won't be able to cry later. Old ancestor Yu Qiong saw that Song-Ke and the Demon Divine Lord didn't seem to care about him at all. He couldn't help but be furious. He gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to eat those 2 guys alive. Puffed. Who do you think you are? Extreme Path Ancestor God. You want to fight us? The Demon Divine Lord said disdainfully. He glanced at the golden divine bone in Yu Qiong's hand. Then he stopped smiling. The golden divine bone in Yu Qiong's hand was extraordinary. Boom. Old ancestor Yu Qiong didn't say anything. He directly waved the golden divine bone in his hand. A golden light turned into a light blade. It directly slashed at the Demon Divine Lord opposite him. The extremely sharp golden light blade directly split open the void. Wherever it passed, an imperceptible spatial crack was left in the void. Humph! The Demon Divine Lord sneered. He waved his hands. Black and white yin-yang chi immediately surged out from his hands. It formed an yin-yang diagram. Buzz. The void shook. The golden light blade could not break the yin-yang diagram that the Demon Divine Lord had evolved. The light blade was reversed by the yin-yang diagram. It slashed at old ancestor Yu Qiong. What old ancestor Yu Qiong was taken aback. He never expected the Demon Divine Lord to have such a move. It could reverse his attack. How was that possible? Swoosh. Old ancestor Yu Qiong stretched out his hand. A heaven-devouring power immediately appeared on the golden divine bone. He retracted the golden blade of light that he had slashed back at him. The golden light blade, which was as sharp as a heavenly blade, instantly disappeared into the golden divine bone. It disappeared. The demon divine lord saw it. He couldn't help but be startled. The power of the golden divine bone could be released and retracted at will. As a result, the golden divine bone's divine power consumption would be minimized. Go to hell. Yu Qiong roared. He fully activated the golden divine bone in his hand. A powerful force immediately erupted from the god's bone. Boom! An extremely dazzling golden light erupted from the golden divine bone. Countless rays of golden light pierced through the demon divine lord in an earth-shattering manner. The speed was extremely fast. Yin-yang shield. The demon divine lord shouted. He waved his hands. The demon power and divine power formed a yin-yang diagram. The two powers intertwined with each other. They formed a shield in front of him. The countless piercing golden lights were blocked by the yin-yang shield that the demon divine lord had evolved. Seeing that scene, everyone was taken aback. No one expected the demon divine lord's defense to be so powerful. Even Yu Qiong couldn't break it with his extreme power. You actually succeeded in taking that step. Old ancestor Yu Qiong stared at the demon divine lord opposite him, as if he had seen a ghost. He was inexplicably shocked. He used the extreme divine bone to launch an attack. The other party actually blocked it with his bare hands. The demon divine lord did not speak. At that moment, countless golden lights dissipated. In the golden light, a figure stood with his head held high with a sword. The power of the demon divine intertwined on the figure. 9 Tao patterns appeared on his body. It emitted a powerful Tao voice. Eat my palm. Chapter 3384. The demon god had arrived. He wanted to challenge ancestor Yu Qiong from the deity race as soon as he arrived. The demon god's power surged from his body. He raised his right hand and slapped Yu Qiong. Rumble! The demon god's power surged in all directions. It was terrifying to the extreme. A giant yin-yang hand appeared in the void and slammed forward like an ancient divine mountain. The void exploded from the impact. Seeing this scene, Yu Qiong couldn't help but be moved. The demon god race's cultivation method was indeed unique in the ancestral god realm. In the entire ancestral god realm, perhaps only the demon god race could cultivate the demonic and divine powers to the point where they could coexist. This was a secret technique of the demon god clan. Demon energy and divine energy coexisted in the body and intertwined with each other. Although the two energies were different in nature, the demon god clan was able to cultivate these two different energies to the pinnacle of balance. Boom! Without any hesitation, Yu Qiong activated the divine golden bone in his hand. A dragon shadow rushed out from the divine golden bone and instantly turned into a golden dragon. Endless draconic chi surged from the golden dragon. The whole world seemed like it was about to collapse. Roar! The golden dragon roared at the sky, and the surrounding void immediately exploded. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar felt the impact. Those with weaker cultivations were directly knocked out by the sound waves and fell from the sky. Although they didn't fall to their deaths, they were still covered in dust and dirt and looked extremely miserable. The great golden dragon charged directly at the yin-yang palm that was slapping towards it. Boom! Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the golden dragon collided with the yin-yang giant hand. The golden dragon immediately collapsed and turned into a ball of dazzling golden light. The power of the extreme path suddenly erupted. At the same time, the yin-yang hand also dissipated in the void. A surge of demon god's power of the extreme force erupted. The two extreme force clashed, but very quickly the two forces intertwined and wore each other down. Most of them canceled each other out, but a small portion spread out in all directions. It was this small portion of the extreme path's power that formed a terrifying energy storm. The energy storm that descended from the sky directly turned a large area of the mountain range below into dust, and the ground sank. Rumble, the world shook and collapsed. The extreme force surpassed the heavenly way. This kind of power was enough to destroy the world and turn the universe back into chaos. Xiang Kang's extreme Tao-level energy wave couldn't shake him at all. The energy storm that swept towards the immortal medicine ridge was blocked by a large formation. A barrier of light appeared in the void and enveloped the entire immortal medicine ridge. To be able to block an energy storm at the extreme Tao level, this formation protecting the immortal medicine ridge was definitely at the extreme Tao level. It was simply impossible to set up a battle of this level in the current era. Even the fire ape primogenitor, who had escaped from the Earth ancestral vein beneath the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land, couldn't set up such a formation even though he was a genuine extreme Tao expert. Of course, this formation wasn't set up by the deity race. It had existed since the beginning because the person who set up this formation was Tsang Quebec. However, the person controlling this formation was someone from the deity race. This made Tsang Ke extremely depressed. After all, he'd spent a lot of time and effort to set up this formation, so the immortal herb ridge was extremely important to him. Controlling the immortal herb ridge was equivalent to controlling an inexhaustible treasury of spiritual herbs. This was the foundation of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. One could imagine how depressed Tsang Ke was when he saw the array that he had set up being used against him. At this moment, two powerful figures were moving quickly in the void. Wherever the two figures passed, the void would explode and shatter. The demon god's cultivation and battle prowess were definitely extremely powerful. However, Yu Qiong was not someone to be trifled with. The extreme Tao golden divine bone in his hand was emitting an increasingly powerful extreme Tao power. On the golden divine bone, golden dragon shadows could be seen from time to time. The extreme Tao golden divine bone was an extreme Tao saint artifact that contained extreme Tao power. This power was gradually being guided out by Yu Qiong. This guy, the demon god, felt more and more exhausted as the battle went on. The extreme Tao power that erupted from the golden divine bone made him feel a great threat. The extreme Tao golden divine bone was the deity race's most valuable treasure. It was refined into an extreme Tao saint artifact, so its power was naturally extraordinary. The demon god doesn't have an extreme Tao divine weapon. I'm afraid he'll be at a disadvantage. Tsang Ke could not help but frown when he saw this scene. With his cultivation, he could naturally see through the battle between Yu Qiong and the demon god. Boom. At this moment, the golden dragon shadow appeared again. The extreme Tao power erupted and directly sent the demon god flying. Roar. The demon god roared angrily as the demon god's power erupted. He was forced to stop in the void as a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Ha! Now you're not so arrogant anymore. I wonder who was the arrogant one just now. So this is all you got? Yu Qiong said with a laugh. The demon god was instantly furious. All right, I'll send you on your way, Yu Qiong said, and directly attacked the demon god. The extreme Tao divine power rushed out from the golden divine bone in his hand and once again turned into a golden dragon, fiercely pouncing towards the demon god. You want to send me on my way? Do you have the ability to do so? The demon god roared and directly rushed up. He directly flipped over and rode on the back of the golden dragon. Bam! The demon god was extremely ferocious. He swung his fist at the golden dragon. The heavy fist energy caused the golden dragon to shake continuously. Roar. The golden dragon kept roaring and rolling in the air, trying to shake off the demon god, who was on its back. However, the demon god seemed to have taken root on the golden dragon's back. No matter how hard the golden dragon rolled, the demon god was still riding on the golden dragon's back. Bam, bam, bam. Heavy crashing sounds were constantly heard. The demon god punched the dragon again and again. Flesh and scales splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely realistic. Soon, the golden dragon dissipated in the void after being smashed by the demon god's two fists. Everyone was shocked to see that scene. Kill. After the demon god dissipated the golden dragon shadow, he directly attacked Yuqiong. The demon god's power turned into countless sword shadows and slashed towards Yuqiong. Humph! Yuqiong raised the golden divine bone in his hand. A ball of golden light spread from the divine bone and shrouded him. The next moment, countless sword shadows fell from the sky and slashed on the ball of golden light. Each sword shadow instantly shattered. I have an extreme divine treasure in my hand. What makes you think you can fight against me? You're overestimating yourself. Yuqiong said disdainfully. The golden divine bone's power was still recovering as if it was endless. Everyone was shocked. Even the demon god felt something was wrong. He was too careless and underestimated the golden divine bone in his opponent's hand. Kill. The demon god's right hand was already pressing towards Yuqiong. However, Yuqiong raised his hand, and the demon god's right hand pressed on the golden divine bone in his hand. The next moment, the demon god felt a huge force colliding with the golden divine bone. The next moment, the demon god was sent flying thousands of miles away. His right hand was trembling. What a strong recoil force! Even the demon divine, Venerable, was unable to resist it and was sent flying. Yuqiong wanted to, "Brother, let me take care of this." At that moment, Songke could no longer sit still. The demon god was already at an absolute disadvantage. No one knew what the outcome would be if they continued to fight. While speaking, Songke had already come to the demon god's side and hugged the tottering demon god. "Be careful, this guy is very cunning." The demon god whispered into Songke's ear. Songke nodded and said nothing else. Rumble! A golden divine bone directly smashed towards Songquebec wherever the golden divine bone passed. The void shattered and returned to chaos. Keep. Songke directly transformed into a black hole and wanted to suck the golden divine bone into it. Buzz. The void space trembled, and the huge hole that appeared in the void space emitted a shocking devouring power. It actually shook the golden bone. However, this scene only lasted for a short moment. In the next moment, the golden bone that seemed to have been shaken seemed to have come to life. It directly shattered space and broke free from the devouring force from the black hole in the sky. The golden divine bone flew back to Yuqiong's hand. The next moment, it flew up again and turned into a golden dragon, attacking Songquebec. Seeing that scene, many people seemed to be very surprised. Facing the golden dragon that was charging at him, Songke only punched out. Bang! His punch landed squarely on the golden dragon's nose. In the next moment, the golden dragon's head exploded, followed by its body. Soon, the entire dragon disintegrated and disappeared just like that. Yuqiong could not help but be shocked when he saw that. Songke's cultivation was much stronger than the demon god. He was a strong opponent. However, Yuqiong was getting stronger. He had the physique of extreme path and did not have to worry about his body being crippled because there were not many things that could hurt him. Humph! Chapter 3385. Song K possessed the physique of Extreme Path. Although he was no longer an Extreme Path God ancestor, he could still use the power of Extreme Path. That was the advantage of those pseudo-supreme masters who had fallen from the Extreme Path realm. Due to Song K's unconventional existence, quasi-supreme masters were not the strongest experts below the Extreme Path. Of course, there were very few people who had fallen from the Extreme Path realm. At that moment, Song K made his move. He had the physique of an Extreme Path expert, so he was not afraid of the Extreme Path Golden God Bone. However, the Extreme Golden Divine Bone was left behind by a peak Extreme Grade powerhouse after all, and contained a trace of that Extreme Grade powerhouse's invincible will. It was indeed not easy for Song K to suppress such an Extreme Grade Saint object. The two experts moved quickly in the void. The aura of Extreme Path that they emitted shocked the world. All the experts in the Ancestral God realm could sense it. On this day, many old antiques who had not walked in the world for a long time were awakened from their deep sleep. Rumble, the whole world seemed like it was going to explode. Even the experts who were watching the battle from afar had to retreat further away. Who could withstand the terrifying aura of Extreme Path? Of course, except for Demon God. This guy can actually fight with my brother. Seems like it's not a shame for me to lose. Demon God Venerable's eyes flickered as he looked at the two figures moving quickly in the distant sky. He could clearly see all the moves of the two experts. Chaotic Golden Rock Sword. Song K roared and displayed his self-created sword principal killer move. It was an Extreme Path divine power. A shadow of a chaotic golden rock emerged from his body and soared into the sky. Countless feathers on the chaotic golden rock's body flew up and turned into rays of chaotic sword light. The chaotic sword light broke through the void and reached old ancestor Yu Qiong in an instant. It directly broke through Yu Qiong's divine shield. What? Yu Qiong was shocked. He had underestimated Song K's power. Buzz. The Extreme Tao Golden Divine Bone in Yu Qiong's hand began to vibrate. An invisible force shook the void, causing the surrounding void to ripple like waves. The chaotic sword light collapsed in the void the moment the invisible force spread out, and some chaotic Tao patterns dissipated. What? Song K was shocked, and he hurriedly dodged. The Extreme Tao Gold Godly Bone was extraordinary as expected, and the will contained within it caused even him to be extremely horrified. Song K, you're just SOSO. Ha ha. Patriarch Yu Qiong laughed heartily. TSK, you dare to be so arrogant in front of me just because you picked up a bone from God knows where? Song K smiled and said disdainfully, this guy is just relying on that bone. It's nothing. If he doesn't have that bone, I can kill this guy with one hand. What did you say? Upon hearing this, old ancestor Yu Qiong was enraged. How dare this guy look down on me? Damn it! That look in his eyes was too detestable. As the old ancestor of the deity race, Yu Qiong had a high status in the deity race. He was used to being high and mighty. So when had he ever been looked down upon? Humph! Don't you know what I'm talking about? If you have the guts, put away that bone and fight me. I'll let you use only one hand. Song K looked at old ancestor Yu Qiong coldly and said, You old ancestor Yu Qiong almost went crazy after hearing this. However, he knew that Song K was right. If he did not use the Extreme Tao Golden God's Bone, he would definitely not beat Song K's opponent. He could not even defeat the Demon God. However, with the Extreme Tao Golden God's Bone, old ancestor Yu Qiong would not be afraid of Song K, let alone the Demon God. What? Did I say something wrong? Song K's face was filled with even more disdain. Go to hell. Old ancestor Yu Qiong was truly enraged. He immediately activated the Extreme Tao Golden God's Bone and attacked Song Ke like a madman. You? Don't joke around. Song Ke quickly retreated in the void. Old ancestor Yu Qiong's attacks all missed. He did not even manage to touch the corner of Song Ke's clothes. There was no way he could hurt him. Roar. Old ancestor Yu Qiong roared into the sky. The shadow of a golden dragon appeared on his body, emitting an earth-shattering energy wave. He was like a reincarnated expert. However, what drove old ancestor Yu Qiong crazy was that he could not even touch the corner of Song Ke's clothes. He was about to go crazy. At this moment, Song Ke was extremely calm. He was not in a hurry to attack. The angrier his opponent was, the better it was for him. He was purposely provoking his opponent. As soon as Yu Qiong showed an opening, it would be the death of the deity race's old ancestor. Song Ke already wanted to kill Yu Qiong. Just as Song Ke and Yu Qiong were fighting, many mysterious and powerful figures arrived outside the chaotic Golden Rock Group's ancestral land. In an inconspicuous valley outside the chaotic Golden Rock Group's ancestral land, many black figures stood quietly. Are we really going to fight? One of them said. From his tone, one could tell that he was worried about something. Of course. There's no turning back. While Song Ke and the others are not inside, we can take over the ancestral land and take back what belongs to us. Another person said, but Mo Jiyo is still inside. That guy is not someone to be trifled with. Someone said something like that. Humph, someone will take care of that old demon. Don't worry. The leader of the black-clothed men said softly. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. When they heard this, they were already very unwilling to face the old devil. One must know that the old devil's prestige was earned through killing. It was unknown how many experts of the ancestral god realm had been killed by this old devil in that battle back then. No one present wanted to face this murderous demon. All right, it's time. Let's disperse. Remember, once the horn is blown, we'll attack immediately. The leader of the black-clothed men said, Yes. All of them hurriedly received their orders, and then they dispersed and vanished into the darkness of space. Not long after, the sound of a horn was heard. In the next moment, countless black figures rushed out from their hiding places and charged into the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. Enemy attack. Furious roars were heard from the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. All the experts of the chaotic Golden Rock clan who were guarding the ancestral land rushed out to stop the mysterious people. However, the mysterious people's cultivation base and combat strength were very strong. All the experts of the chaotic Golden Rock clan who were guarding the ancestral land were sent flying. What's going on? At this moment, the experts of the demons who were guarding Gu Fei's place of seclusion naturally sensed that someone had charged into the ancestral land. They were very curious as to how those people managed to pass through the formation and suddenly charge into the ancestral land. Go and take a look. Mo Jiyo said to an expert of the demon Dao beside him. Yes. The expert of the demons hurried out. Rumble. At this moment, a huge hand appeared in the void and slapped towards the expert of the demons who had just walked out of Gu Fei's place of seclusion. What? The expert of the demons was shocked and hurriedly slapped forward. Boom! With a loud sound, the two large hands violently collided against each other. A frightening energy ripple spread outwards, causing the empty space to tremble. The flowers, grass, mountains, and rocks below were directly turned into dust by the mighty energy ripple. The expert of the demon Dao screamed, and was sent flying by a mysterious person. What? The expert of the demons was shocked. The other party had injured him with a single attack. How was he supposed to fight? The other party's cultivation base was definitely higher than his. Acting arrogantly in front of such an existence was no different from courting death. At this moment, a powerful figure walked in from the outside. It was a tall man with a body full of strength. His clothes were tattered, and he carried a rusty iron sword on his back. "Emoji, where are you?" As soon as the big guy entered, he roared and directly attacked the others. He stretched out his hand and directly attacked the stone golem. An incomparably powerful ripple of energy spread out from the giant hand, enveloping the entire area and sealing off the path of retreat for the three golems. Humph! The chaos demon ape snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the energy that was covering him was instantly broken by him. What? When the tall man saw this, he could not help but be taken aback. These three fellas didn't seem to be easy to deal with. Rumble! At this moment, a demonic hand descended from the sky. Bam! With a bang, the big guy was slapped into the ground, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. The mysterious people who had just attacked from the outside were dumbfounded. That tall man was an expert. To think that he would be killed by a single slap from the other party. Roar! At this moment, a strong wave of god power erupted from that palm print. It was an extremely terrifying god power. Boom! At the next moment, a loud bang rang out. The ground exploded as a figure rushed out from the ground. Endless god light shone from this figure. It was extremely dazzling. When the powerful beings of the demons saw this, they could not help but be taken aback. Who in the world was this fella? To think that he would be able to survive a single strike from Mo Gio. This was way too overpowered. To the powerful beings of the demons, Mo Gio was an invincible existence. But now that there was someone who could stand against him, how could they not be shocked? This was especially the case for the powerful beings of the demons who had followed Mo Gio. They were feeling extremely uneasy right now. Chapter 3386. In the depths of the unfrequented primordial mountain range was a hidden valley. The entire valley was enveloped by a formation. Even Gu Fei couldn't see what was inside. Who are these people? A figure stood on a mountain several dozen li away from the valley. Under the night sky, the figure blended perfectly with the surrounding darkness. Even if the cultivation of the clone was similar to or even stronger than Gu Fei's clone, they wouldn't be able to detect Gu Fei's presence. Gu Fei was very patient. He sat down on a boulder on the mountain peak. While Gu Fei was following Zi Yuntian to the depths of the primordial mountain range, Gu Zhong and Xiaoqing returned from the Heaven Realm and returned to Wanxiang City. When Gu Zhong and Xiaoqing found out what had happened, they were shocked. Are the cultivation forces of Buzhou Ancestral Star finally coming? Buzhou Ancestral Star was one of the 5 great galaxies with life in the human world. It had once produced an invincible sovereign, and the Ziyun clan was the clan that produced one. Where's my master? Is he still in seclusion? Gu Zhong asked Gu Fei in the main hall of the city lord's estate. Master's real body is in seclusion. He's using a clone. The Iron Blood Daoist said. Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's first disciple. He didn't dare to hide anything and told Gu Zhong everything in detail. Master might be going after that guy called Zi Yuntian. The Iron Blood Daoist added after some thought. Humph, the Ziyun clan? Gu Zhong harumphed coldly in the main hall and didn't say anything else. We should send someone to investigate. Little Qing suddenly said, it should be known that if the powerful clans of the ancestral star of Buzhou really crossed the star field to come here, this was definitely not a small matter. Perhaps all the clans of the Tunglong continent would not sit still. Yes, Gu Zhong agreed and ordered the Iron Blood Daoist to send someone to do it. Meanwhile, The ancestral star of Buzhou was in a state of chaos. Many powerful races were fighting each other, and some super factions were preparing to leave for the holy land of the world of cultivators, the soaring dragon ancestral star. It didn't take long for the sun to rise. Gu Fei's clone was sitting on a boulder, motionless like a statue. Not a single trace of aura could be sensed from his body. It was as if he had blended in with his surroundings. If one did not see him with their naked eyes, no one would be able to sense his existence. At dawn, Gu Fei woke up from his meditation. He found that the fog in the mountains had not dissipated, which made him feel that something was wrong. He stood up from the boulder and observed carefully. He discovered that not only did the fog above the valley not dissipate, it had even become thicker. Gu Fei didn't want to alert the enemy, so he continued to wait. However, the two fellows who went in last night didn't appear again. "I don't believe that you won't come out," Gu Fei murmured to himself. He had decided to waste his time with Zi Yuntian and his clone. Meanwhile, Gu Zhong was frowning in the main hall of the city lord's mansion of Wanxiang City. Zi Yuntian's background was indeed suspicious, as the factions of Buzhou Ancestral Star had yet to travel across the star fields to come here. In other words, Zi Yuntian's identity and even his name were fake. It made Gu Zhong both shocked and furious. It seemed like a mysterious faction had their eyes on them. "Humph! Those people are courting death," Xiaoqing said. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to target them would end up in a miserable state. The rare phenomenon caused by Gu Fei's real body and the old tortoise had yet to disappear, shocking both Gu Zhong and Xiaoqing, who had just returned to Wanxiang City. It seemed like they had made some progress while cultivating in seclusion. If the two were able to reach the quasi-supreme realm, who in the world would dare to provoke them? No one knew when Gu Fei's real body would come out from seclusion, but Xiaoqing and the others were not worried that they would fail to defend Wanxiang City. Besides, Gu Fei had also sent out his clone. The Wanxiang City remained peaceful for a few days. There were not many people walking on the streets, as all the cultivators were cultivating, causing the city to seem deserted. In a primordial mountain range, 10,000 li away from the Wanxiang City, Gu Fei was getting impatient after wandering around the valley for a few days. As he was about to attack the mysterious valley, a figure suddenly walked out from the entrance of the valley. It was a black-robed man. This black-robed man was extremely tall, like a bamboo pole. However, when he walked, he was completely silent, and his speed wasn't slow at all. The black-clothed man's face was covered, revealing only his eyes. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before following the man's trail. The black-clothed man carefully traversed through the mountain ridges and dense forests. Soon, the black-clothed man arrived in front of another valley and entered it. This valley was not that secretive, but it was also protected by a great array. The black-robed man walked straight into the valley. There was a transportation formation in the valley. The black-clothed man stepped onto the transportation formation and activated the transportation formation. He was instantly engulfed by a ball of divine light and disappeared into the void. There weren't many people in the valley, only a few black-clothed men walking around. From the clothes on these black-clothed men, it was impossible to tell who they were. "These guys are really mysterious," Gu Fei muttered to himself. He did not want to play the game of cat and mouse with these guys anymore. He walked out from the darkness and charged into the valley at lightning speed, capturing the black-clothed men. With Gu Fei's cultivation, it was easy for him to take down a valley like this. He didn't waste any time and immediately searched through the soul memories of the men in black he had captured. Soon, he found out some things. These people were indeed from Buzhou Ancestral Planet, but just as Gu Fei had guessed, they were not from the Ziyun clan. They were from the immortal mansion of Central State. The immortal mansion of Central State used to be a super force on Bujo ancestral planet, but it was destroyed by Gu Fei. However, when Gu Fei attacked the ancestral ground of the immortal mansion of Central State, some of the survivors of the immortal mansion of Central State escaped. He did not expect the people of the immortal mansion of Central State to appear again at this time. I see. Gu Fei understood. The survivors of the immortal mansion of Central State actually had their eyes on him. They were really courting death. He didn't show them any mercy. When he found out their true identities, he killed the remaining members of the Middle Province Immortal Mansion. After killing the black-clothed men, Gu Fei stepped onto the transportation formation and activated it. He wanted to see where the guy was going. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the void. Soon, his eyes lit up and he appeared on another formation. Chapter 3387. The mysterious force had set their sights on the ancestor ground of the Chaos Golden Rock race. This was the place where the ancestor vein of the entire East continent originated from. It was also the best spiritual land in the entire East continent. Some people said that the primogenitor of the Chaos Golden Rock race, Tsang Ke, was an innate god that was born from the ancestor vein. Of course, this was only a legend. No one knew where Tsang Ke was born from. Only he himself knew of his own origin. The mysterious force took advantage of the dark of the night to attack the ancestor ground of the Chaos Golden Rock race without any warning, heading towards the depths of the ancestor ground. The people of the Chaos Golden Rock race were completely unprepared. They were defeated right away. The people of the Chaos Golden Rock race and the countless powerful beings that were attached to the Chaos Golden Rock race started retreating towards the depths of the ancestor ground. They knew that that was the only place where they would be safe. Emo, Jiuyo, and the other powerful beings were gathered in the depths of the ancestor ground. If those people were to attack Emo, Jiuyo, and the others would definitely not sit idly by. Indeed, the thing that the people of the Chaos Golden Rock race were looking forward to happened. Emo Jiuyo made his move right away. A powerful demonic energy formed into a pitch-black demonic hand, slapping an extremely powerful being into the ground. However, that fellow was no weakling either. To think that he would be able to withstand a blow from Emo Jiuyo. Roar! After the huge man charged out from the ground, he let out a furious roar and charged towards Emo Jiuyo. The surrounding space was instantly shattered by his roar. At this moment, Emo Jiuyo was extremely surprised. To think that this huge man could withstand a blow of his and not die. Furthermore, he seemed to be unharmed. How was this possible? At this moment, there was no time for Emo Jiuyo to think, because the huge man had already arrived. Old man, go to hell! The huge man let out a furious roar and threw a punch at Emo Jiuyo. The moment his fist was thrown out, it turned into a fireball. The fireball lit up the entire heaven and earth. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? You must be tired of living. Emo Jiuyo sneered. After that, he sent a palm strike towards the incoming fist. A ball of demonic light erupted from his palm. Boom! The power of the divine fire and the power of the demonic path collided in an instant, resulting in a huge explosion. The two powers then intertwined and wore each other down, forming a destructive force that spread out in all directions. Rumble, the void around the two experts, was constantly being destroyed. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone in the surroundings fled in a panic, as if they were avoiding a god of plague. However, there were also a few extremely unlucky fellows who were affected by the mighty destructive force and were directly turned into a bloody mist before dissipating in the void. Seeing this scene, everyone who was fighting on both sides stopped. They were extremely shocked. The two figures separated in an instant. However, they immediately collided with each other and started fighting. The surrounding void was constantly collapsing, and chaotic chi was being blasted out. What caused everyone to be indescribably shocked was that this unknown big man was actually able to fight endlessly with Emo Jiuyu, who had been famous for God knows how many years. Where did this guy come from? The three demons guarding outside of Gu Fei's seclusion grounds looked at each other in disbelief. One should know that Emo Jiuyu was the strongest demon in the legends. When they were still small cultivators, Emo Jiuyu was already an invincible expert whose name shook the world. Emo Jiuyu's fame was not just for show. It was earned through killing. Who knows? The extreme demon spider shook his head. They were all experts from the chaos demon world. Naturally, they were unfamiliar with everything in the ancestral god world. Naturally, they did not know any experts from the god race. Who are you? Emo Jiuyu asked as he fought with the big man. Humph, the big man did not say anything. He merely snorted coldly and punched towards Emo Jiuyu with his fists that emitted boundless power of divine fire. Preposterous. Emo Jiuyu was enraged. How dare this guy ignore him? Damn it. Devour the heavens and earth. Emo Jiuyu immediately used his self-created killer move. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The void in front of him shattered and was swallowed by him. The big man was too close to Emo Jiuyu. There was no way for him to dodge, and he was swallowed into Emo Jiuyu's stomach. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Emo Jiuyu was too ferocious. He actually swallowed a peerless expert in a single gulp. Old Ancestor is mighty. Old Ancestor is mighty. The experts of the outer heavens demons cheered. In their opinion, Emo Jiuyu was an invincible existence. Even in the ancestral god world, there were not many people who could be his match. In the past, Emo Jiuyu fought against countless experts of the god race in the ancestral god world alone. He killed many famous figures of the god race and successfully protected a group of demons from the outer heavens demon region. At this time, the experts of the mysterious forces who attacked the primal chaos golden rock race were dumbfounded. They thought that the big man would be able to fight against Emo Jiuyu. Who would have thought that the big man would be swallowed by Emo Jiuyu? Retreat. Someone shouted. The big man was swallowed by Emo Jiuyu. If they didn't retreat now, they would probably end up like the big man. Those experts of the mysterious forces who woke up from the shock immediately turned around and fled. Ha! Since you're here, there's no need for you to leave. Emo Jiuyu laughed heartily as he opened his mouth and sucked. A heaven-devouring force immediately gushed out from his mouth. Miserable shrieks rang out as dozens of experts from the mysterious forces were sucked in and devoured by him. Not bad. It's been a long time since I've eaten such delicious food. Emo Jiuyu said with a satisfied look. Ha! It's their honor to be able to become food for the ancestor demon. The experts of the outer heavens demons laughed. At this time, the experts of the other mysterious forces were scared out of their wits. Emo Jiuyu was even stronger and more terrifying than the legends said. After Emo Jiuyu devoured dozens of experts of the mysterious forces, the demonic aura around him grew even stronger. To a certain extent, the essence of the experts of the god race could be refined by the experts of the outer heavens demons and turned into demonic powers for their use. At this moment, the experts of the mysterious forces turned around and fled. They were in a panic and could not wait to leave this place so that they wouldn't be targeted by Emo Jiuyu. One had to know that being targeted by Emo Jiuyu right now was equivalent to being targeted by the Grim Reaper. Not only would they be killed, they would be devoured and turned into Emo Jiuyu's food. Ha! Run! That's how it'll be fun. Emo Jiuyu laughed. Hearing Emo Jiuyu's words, The experts of the mysterious forces felt their hearts tremble as they fled in a panic. Ha! The other experts of the outer heavens demons laughed out as well. However, at this moment, Mo Gio, you could no longer laugh. He could feel a surge of energy rushing out from within his body. This energy was extremely domineering. Even Mo Gio, you could not help but be shocked. Could it be? Mo Gio, you was shocked to the extreme. In the next moment, his stomach swelled up as if something was about to burst out of his stomach. Roar! Mo Gio, you roared out in anger. He used all the energy within his body to suppress the energy that was about to burst out. He wanted to suppress this energy. However, things had gone beyond everyone's expectations. Mo Gio was shocked and furious. He had never thought that something like this would happen. Rumbling sounds came from within Mo Gio's body. The demonic aura around his body was vast and mighty. It was as if a peerless demonic ancestor had descended. However, there was another surge of energy that was trying to burst out from within his body. What's happening? The experts of the outer heavens demons looked at Mo Gio worriedly. They did not know that there was an extremely dangerous battle going on within Mo Gio's body. This was the battle between divine energy and demonic energy. Could it be, at this moment, the experts of the outer heavens demons could feel the powerful ripple of divine energy coming from within Mo Gio's body? I don't believe that I can't refine you. Mo Gio gritted his teeth and sat down in the void. After that, he circulated the demonic energy in his body to suppress the other surge of divine energy that was bursting out from within his body. However, Mo Gio's expression changed very quickly. He realized that the might of the divine energy that was bursting out from within his body was not inferior to Mo Gio's current strength. This surge of divine energy was difficult to refine. Mo Gio could only open his mouth and spit out a ball of divine light. The ball of divine light wrapped around a figure. It was the huge expert that was swallowed by Mo Gio earlier. The ball of divine light that was wrapped around the huge man soared into the sky. In the next instant, boom! With a loud bang, the ball of divine light exploded, and a figure walked out of the exploded divine light. This person was extremely domineering. The moment he saw Mo Gio, he immediately grinned. His pearly white teeth seemed to be sparkling. Seeing Mo Gio smiling at him, the huge man became even more enraged. Kill! Without any hesitation, the huge man charged towards Mo Gio. Chaotic heaven and earth. The big bloke roared in anger and immediately unleashed his killer move. Rays of divine light soared into the sky and turned into a terrifying blade light that slashed towards Mo Gio. Haha, what a joke! You want to create chaos with just this amount of strength? Mo Gio laughed in disdain. At the same time, his sleeves fluttered and shattered all the saber lights that were slashing towards him. Humph! Chapter 33, 88. Where did this nameless person come from? Mo Gio couldn't help but be moved. The big man's cultivation and battle prowess didn't seem to be inferior to his. It was rare to find someone with such cultivation in the ancestral god realm. Moreover, those people had fought with Mo Gio in the past, and it ended in a draw. If he were to go all out, those people would have to be cautious. Back then, Mo Gio used his fearlessness to scare off many experts from the ancestral god realm. Of course, not everyone could be scared off by Mo Gio's ruthlessness. There were experts from the god race who fought with Mo Gio and ended up with both sides heavily injured. Mo Gio could be considered as a legendary existence in the Chaos Devil realm. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the experts from the ancestral god realm. Mo Gio recognized all the experts in the ancestral god realm, but it was his first time seeing this big man. A person with such cultivation was definitely not a nameless person. Why do you care where I come from? As long as I can kill you. The big man pounced towards Mo Juyo and slammed his palm towards him. Boundless divine power surged out from his palm and formed a huge palm in the void, pressing towards Mo Juyo. This was the power of the extreme way. The moment the big man attacked, this power sealed off all of Mo Juyo's escape routes. The big man's extreme way palm energy sealed off the entire void in front of him. At this moment, everyone had retreated far away and did not dare to approach. After all, a battle between experts of this level was absolutely terrifying. Once one was affected by it, one would definitely end up with the destruction of both body and soul. I'm just playing with you. Mo Juyo sneered. He leaped from the back of the old bull and pounced towards the big man like a phantom. His entire body seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, devouring all the essence energy in the surroundings. Boom! The black shadow that Mo Juyo turned into collided with the huge palm. In the next moment, the huge palm dissipated in the void and turned into the purest essence energy of the divine way, which was instantly devoured. Ha ha! Such pure essence energy. Give me a little more. Mo Juyo's figure appeared in the void as he roared with laughter. At this moment, the huge man's fist was already right in front of Mo Juyo. Mo Juyo stretched out his right hand to block it. Bam! With a loud bang, the fist and the palm collided. Two powerful forces erupted, and Mo Juyo's sleeves were instantly shattered by the force of the explosion. His sleeves fluttered in the air. The big man's sleeves were shredded in an instant, revealing his muscular arm. At this moment, his entire arm was trembling. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were releasing a powerful force. Green veins coiled around his arm like horned dragons. On the contrary, Mo Juyo's arm was sparkling and translucent like jade. The muscles on his arm were not well developed. However, many demonic symbols appeared on his arm. Roar! The big bloke roared in anger. Rays of divine light rushed out from his body, turning into heavenly swords that pierced towards Mo Juyo. At such a close distance, the big bloke's cultivation base and battle strength were similar to Mo Juyo's. Even someone as strong as Mo Juyo would not be able to dodge the sword light that shot out from the big bloke's body. However, in the next moment, the big bloke was dumbfounded. The moment the incomparably sharp sword light came into contact with Mo Juyo, it disintegrated instantly, turning into specks of divine light that dissipated into the void. What? The big bloke was taken aback. Right at this moment, a large foot landed solidly on the big man's chest and abdomen, sending him flying. Kid, the bridges that your daddy has walked on are more than the roads that you've walked on. You're still too green. Mo Juyo took a step forward and caught up to the big bloke, who was sent flying. He then stomped down with his foot. Bam! A dull thud rang out as the big bloke was stomped down from the sky by Mo Juyo's foot. Like a meteor, he fell from the sky. Boom! Smashing onto the ground. A cloud of dust rose up into the sky as a huge crater was formed on the ground. Looking at this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. This Mo Juyo had swallowed the big bloke earlier on. However, the big bloke was still able to force Mo Juyo to spit him out. And now, Mo Juyo had once again stomped the big bloke down from the sky. In conclusion, Mo Juyo was the one who was leading this battle. The big bloke was at a complete disadvantage. This was something that anyone could tell. Boom! In the next moment, the ground exploded as the big bloke dashed out from it. Like an unkillable cockroach, he appeared before everyone's eyes once more. Old fart, are you trying to help your daddy scratch an itch? Ha ha ha! The big bloke roared out in laughter. Humph, a fellow who doesn't know his place. Mo Gilio was enraged. This fellow was simply too insolent. In the next moment, he disappeared from the void and reappeared before the big bloke. What? The big bloke could not help but be taken aback. The other party's speed was simply way too fast. I'll send you on your way, Mo Gilio said coldly. At the same time, Mo Gilio's body erupted with an extreme amount of demonic energy. A demonic shadow dashed out from his body and pounced towards the big bloke. What is this thing? Seeing this, the big bloke could not help but be stunned. However, he did not dare to be careless. The blurry demonic shadow gave him an extremely strong and dangerous feeling. This was the most direct reaction an expert would have towards danger. Swoosh! The big bloke immediately retreated. However, the demonic shadow that dashed out from Mo Gilio's body was like a shadow. In an instant, it pounced onto the big bloke's body. In the next moment, the big bloke screamed out in pain. The clothes on his body turned into ashes in an instant. The muscles on his body shrunk at a rapid speed. It was as though all the energy in his body was being sucked dry. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but be shocked. That demonic shadow was actually able to injure the big bloke that was like an unkillable cockroach. This was especially so for the experts from the mysterious powers. They knew the background of the big bloke. Some of them retreated silently, not wanting to die here. Of course, there were still some who were watching from the sidelines. Humph, even if you're an unkillable cockroach, you still have to die. Mo Gilio sneered. At this moment, the big bloke seemed to have lost. The demonic shadow pounced onto him. The demonic shadow was actually crazily devouring his energy. After devouring a large amount of energy, the demonic shadow gradually became more solid. Just as the big bloke was being entangled by the demonic shadow and was screaming in pain, a powerful fluctuation came from the depths of the Chaos Golden Rock Race's ancestral ground. Is Gu Fei coming out from seclusion? Mo Gilio's eyes lit up when he sensed the fluctuation. If Gu Fei was coming out from seclusion, they would have to prepare to return to the Chaos Devil world. After leaving for so long, even Mo Gilio could not remain calm at this moment. The Chaos Devil world was his world. That was where his roots were. However, countless years had passed. He did not know if his inheritance could be passed down. This was also what the other experts from the demons were worried about. Even if they could return, the Chaos Devil world would have changed to a point where they could not even recognize it. At this moment, 3 powerful demonic shadows dashed out from the depths of the Chaos Golden Rock Race's ancestral ground and attacked the other experts from the mysterious powers. Swoosh! Streaks of black spider silk pierced through the void, trapping the experts from the mysterious powers and turning them into dried corpses. Their essence was devoured by the spider silk. On the other side, a demonic ape charged into the crowd of experts from the mysterious powers. Screams, cries, and screams instantly rang out. The demonic ape swung its long arms, sweeping the experts from the mysterious powers away. Some of the experts from the mysterious powers were directly shattered in the void, turning into clouds of blood mist. The dragon head demon was also extremely domineering. It opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing over a dozen powerful figures into its stomach. The experts from the mysterious powers were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. They turned around and fled in a panic. However, it was already too late. How could the experts from the mysterious forces contend against the 3 great gargoyles? They've made their move. Gu Fei is coming out from seclusion. The people from the Chaos Golden Rock Race were overjoyed to see the 3 stone devils taking action. One should know that the 3 demons were Gu Fei's most loyal subordinates. The 3 demons were only protecting Gu Fei, who was in seclusion. Everything else had nothing to do with them. Even if the Chaos Golden Rock Race's ancestral ground was attacked again, they wouldn't help. The Chaos Demon apes only had eyes for Gu Fei. Now, the three demons had finally made their move. The only person who could make the three demons take action was Gu Fei. Therefore, Gu Fei should have come out from seclusion. Sure enough, a figure walked out from the depths of the Chaos Golden Rock Race's ancestral ground. His body was shrouded in chaotic light that could be seen with the naked eye. After this seclusion, Gu Fei's flesh and bones had become even stronger. Although his cultivation hadn't broken through to the extreme grade realm, his combat strength had greatly increased. Take down these guys. Don't let any of them go. Gu Fei ordered the surrounding experts. Yes, my lord. The experts immediately accepted the order and attacked the experts from the mysterious powers. In an instant, the experts from the mysterious powers who had entered the Chaos Golden Rock Race were defeated. At this time, the big man let out a furious roar and shook off the black shadow on his body. He directly broke through the void and rushed into the chaos in an attempt to escape. Seeing this, Emo Giulio immediately rushed over and chased after him into the chaos. Chapter 3389. The mysterious force's sudden attack on the chaotic Golden Rock Race's ancestral land caused great damage to the ancestral land. The chaotic Golden Rock Race was both shocked and furious. The ancestral land that had been restored was destroyed again after the battle. Fortunately, the deepest part of the ancestral land was not damaged. This was because Gu Fei was in seclusion there. Of course, with Emo Giulio's help, the mysterious force was stopped. At the last moment, the mysterious force could not hold on anymore. Gu Fei came out of seclusion just in time. Therefore, the mysterious force was defeated by the three gargoyle demons. The mysterious force was defeated. Apart from a few lucky fellows, all the mysterious experts that attacked the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock Race died. The demons could not wait to devour more cultivators' essence to recover and improve their cultivation and combat power. There was a reason why the demons became the public enemy of the world. This unscrupulous act of devouring other cultivators' essence to improve their cultivation and combat power would directly incur the wrath of the public. Gu Fei came out of seclusion. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Even if Gu Fei did not come out of seclusion, there was no suspense in this battle. Emo Giulio was not to be trifled with. The primal Chaos Golden Rock Race's ancestral land regained its peace. Gu Fei met with Emo Giulio on a mountain peak shrouded in primal chaos energy. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a huge boulder. Behind him stood the primal chaos demon ape and the other two golem demons. When do you plan to go back? Gu Fei asked. Emo Giulio, who was riding on the old black bull, naturally knew what Gu Fei meant. He thought for a moment and said, "The sooner the better." "The sooner the better? Got it. Let's do it 3 days later at noon. Go back and prepare." Gu Fei pondered for a moment and said, "All right, let's do that." Emo Giulio nodded and bade farewell to Gu Fei. Then he led a group of experts from the Heavenly Demon Clan out of the chaotic Golden Rock Clan's ancestral land. The chaotic Golden Rock territory was the base camp of the demons after all. The demons had been operating there for countless years. There were definitely a lot of things that needed to be sorted out and taken away. Gu Fei only gave the extraterrestrial demons 3 days to sort things out. Naturally, the extraterrestrial demons were very busy. "All right, guard outside and don't let anyone in," Gu Fei said. "Yes, master." The 3 gargoyle demons walked out from behind Gu Fei and disappeared into the void. Demon God Venerable and Song Ke are too useless. After the 3 gargoyles left, Gu Fei muttered to himself. It was just taking back the immortal medicine ridge and chasing away those fellows from the deity race. Was it really that troublesome? In Goo Goo Rock Beast, which gargoyle demon demonic king god, mountain mountain golden mountain, saint and god, god, mountain, golden god, mountain and god. Should I go and take a look? Forget it. This has nothing to do with me. What's there to worry about? Gu Fei said, and closed his eyes. Soon, he was shrouded in a ball of chaotic divine light. The aura of the chaotic great path lingered in the void. Within the primal chaos divine light, blurry Tao patterns could be vaguely seen. Each Tao pattern exuded an immortal aura. Gu Fei entered an enviable cultivation state. This was the cultivation state that many cultivators dreamed of. It was similar to an epiphany. That Gu Fei is terrifying. In the sky, an old man riding an old black bull was talking to himself. He seemed to be walking slowly toward the depths of the starry sky. This old man was Emo Jiuyo. He noticed that Gu Fei had become different after coming out of seclusion. He keenly noticed that something had changed in Gu Fei's body. Emo Jiuyo might have had a chance of winning against Gu Fei before he went into seclusion. However, after coming out of seclusion, Gu Fei's cultivation base and battle prowess might not be any weaker than his. Emo Jiuyo sighed. The younger generation will surpass us in time. He rode the old black bull and quickly disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. At this moment, two powerful auras of the extreme great path surged in the immortal medicine ridge. Song Ke used his extreme great path power, but his opponent's golden divine bone also unleashed an extremely powerful extreme great path power. It was the power of extreme yang. The golden divine bone in old ancestor Yu Qiong's hand emitted a dazzling golden light that dyed the entire sky and earth golden. Kill! Kill! The two silhouettes collided with each other in an instant, causing a deafening explosion. The two silhouettes were sent flying by each other's power. A terrifying destructive power spread out, and a large area of the void was annihilated. This was an apocalyptic scene, terrifying to the extreme. Even the demon god couldn't help but be moved when he saw that scene. He hurriedly retreated to avoid the mighty power that could destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, the other clansmen of the deity race were hiding in the immortal medicine ridge. The entire area was enveloped by the extreme great path formation. The people of the deity race could only hide in the immortal medicine ridge to avoid being affected by the explosion of the two experts. We can't go on like this. We have to help the old ancestor. On a mountain peak in the immortal medicine ridge stood a black-clothed young man. Behind him stood three black-clothed middle-aged men. The four deity race experts on the mountain peak emitted a tyrannical aura of the divine path. They were all true deities. Young master, how can we help? We don't have the qualifications to interfere in a battle of this level. A slender, black-bearded middle-aged man sighed. That's right. With our cultivation base and battle prowess, we'll just be throwing our lives away. Another short, hunchbacked middle-aged man said. Actually, it's not that we can't help. The white-faced, beardless middle-aged man with a black feather fan in his hand waved the feather fan in his hand. He looked extremely shrewd as he stared at the two figures fighting outside. What do you mean? The young cultivator's eyes lit up when he heard the middle-aged man's words. His face was filled with excitement. This formation isn't only for defense. It should be able to attack as well. The middle-aged cultivator with the feather fan said, Yeah, why didn't I think of that? The young cultivator came to a sudden realization. Then what are we waiting for? The other two middle-aged cultivators quickly said they couldn't stay calm anymore. One must know that the other party had two experts, while the deity race only had old ancestor Yu Qiong. If they could help old ancestor Yu Qiong and defeat Song Ke, the immortal medicine ridge would belong to the deity race forever. The immortal medicine ridge was a very important place to the deity race. The spiritual herbs here were too abundant. More than half of the spiritual herbs in the entire eastern continent were in the immortal medicine ridge. Chapter 3390. The Heavenly God clan was determined to take control of the immortal medicine ridge. They would never give up on it because they would be able to obtain a large amount of spiritual herbs. Using elixirs to nurture the younger generation of the clan would allow their cultivation to increase at a much faster rate. This was the use of elixirs. The purpose of cultivators using elixirs was to increase their own cultivation and combat strength. Because of this, the chaotic Golden Rock clan needed spiritual herbs even more. After being chased by the Golden Crow clan for countless years, the number of their clansmen decreased sharply. Only clansmen with low cultivation were left. Because the Chaos Golden Rock clan's clansmen were not strong enough, they were able to hide in the marketplace and avoid the Golden Crow's pursuit. Now that Tsong-Ke and their ancestor were back, the chaotic Golden Rock clan saw hope. As long as their ancestor didn't die, the chaotic Golden Rock clan would be able to rise again. However, the cultivation of these clansmen was too low. They needed spiritual herbs to increase their cultivation. Therefore, Tsong-Ke couldn't lose the immortal medicine ridge. It was too important to him. If he wanted to revive the chaotic Golden Rock clan, the spiritual herbs in the immortal medicine ridge were the key. At this time, Tsong-Ke and old ancestor Yuqiong had already fought their way into the primordial chaos. In the primordial void, the extreme Tao's power was vast and mighty. An extremely powerful extreme Tao's aura surged out from the primordial chaos, causing the entire world to shake. These two fellas, the experts watching from afar, were indescribably shocked. Although the cultivation and combat strength of these two experts weren't much stronger than them, they could use the extreme path's power. This was the essential difference. Yuqiong died. Tsong-Ke stared at the silhouette in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Humph, you'll be the one to die." Old ancestor, Yuqiong sneered. Then, the golden bone in his hand turned into a golden ray and rushed into his body. Boom! In the next moment, 9 golden runes emerged from his body. He seemed to have turned into an extreme path expert. A powerful aura of the extreme path spread out, dispersing the chaotic aura in the surroundings. Even Tsong-Ke couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. That guy actually fused with the extreme god bone. How was that possible? Fusing the extreme god bone into one's body was definitely an incomparably dangerous thing. If one was not careful, the extreme god bone in one's body would directly explode, and one's body and soul would be destroyed. Meanwhile, old ancestor Yuqiong started laughing madly. Tsong-Ke's expression didn't look too good. He didn't expect the other party to have such a trick up their sleeves. It seemed like the deity clan's inheritance in the eastern continent wasn't due to luck. "I told you, the one who will die today will be you." Ancestor Yuqiong retracted his smile and said coldly while staring at Tsong-Quebec, "Then bring it on." Tsong-Ke crooked his finger at ancestor Yuqiong and said in disdain, "Shwa." In the next moment, old ancestor Yuqiong's figure disappeared into the void without a trace. Such a method was truly terrifying. However, Tsong-Ke soared into the sky without hesitation. As expected, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. The place where the figure appeared was exactly where Tsong-Ke had been standing earlier. If Tsong-Ke was half a step slower, he would have been hit by old ancestor Yuqiong. So fast. Tsong-Ke was shocked upon seeing this. After fusing with the extreme god bone, both his strength and speed had improved. Wang! At this moment, a sword hum rang out. Streaks of extremely sharp sword light shot out from old ancestor Yuqiong's body, piercing towards Tsong-Ke with overwhelming force. "Humph, Song-K sneered coldly. A ball of divine light burst out from his body. The countless sword rays were reflected when they struck the layer of divine light. What old ancestor Yucheon was dumbfounded. The sword ray he had unleashed was of the extreme god realm, but it was blocked by a ball of divine light that emerged from his opponent's body. To old ancestor Yucheon, Song-K was merely someone who had fallen from the extreme god realm. Even though he was stronger than a quasi-extreme god realm supreme, it was still difficult for him to go against the extreme god sword ray. Rumble, Song-K fought back. He waved his fists and clashed with old ancestor Yucheon. The entire chaotic void was boiling as powerful energy waves spread in all directions. This guy, old ancestor Yucheon, was shocked. Song-K was like an undying cockroach. Even if he was sent flying, he would immediately rush back to kill. Boom. Bang. The two figures were like gods and demons in the chaos, fighting with all their might. They wanted to completely defeat and eliminate each other. What's going on? At that moment, outside the chaotic void, everyone anxiously looked at the pitch-black hole in the sky. The two extreme god realm auras were coming from it. Demon God wanted to rush into the chaotic void, but he immediately stopped as soon as he took a step. He stood guard outside the chaotic void. Brother, don't fail miserably. Demon God could not help but worry for Tsang Quebec. Even with his cultivation base, it was difficult for him to see the two figures fighting in the chaotic void. Because the chaotic void was in complete chaos, no one could use their divine senses to investigate what was happening inside. Not even an expert like Demon God could do it, let alone other cultivators. However, at that moment, the extreme god formation that shrouded the entire immortal medicine ridge suddenly changed. Swoosh! A strong light suddenly rushed out from the peerless formation and pierced through the demon god in the sky. A powerful wave of extreme god realm energy burst out from the strong light. What? The demon god was taken aback and quickly dodged the sudden glaring light. However, his clothes were still swept by the divine light. The parts of his clothes that were swept by the divine light immediately turned into dust and dissipated in the void. This monster god venerable was shocked again. How dare those bastards from the celestial god clan sneak attack me? They must be tired of living. Kill! Enraged, the demon divine venerable slammed his palm towards the immortal medicine ridge below. A huge hand immediately appeared in the void. Monster god venerable was shocked again. How dare those bastards from the celestial god clan sneak attack me? They must be tired of living. Kill! Enraged, the demon divine venerable slammed his palm towards the immortal medicine ridge below. A huge hand immediately appeared in the void. Chapter 3391. Song-K and old ancestor Yucheon fought in the chaos. A terrifying aura of the extreme path spread out from the depths of the chaos, causing the experts in the vicinity to tremble. That was the power of the extreme path. Although it was not the real extreme path, it was enough to frighten a quasi-supreme level expert. Rumble, high up in the sky, in the broken void, the chaos chi was vast and mighty. From time to time, rays of divine light broke through the chaos and pierced through the void. Just as Song-K and Yucheon were engaged in a life-and-death battle in the depths of the chaos, there was a huge change in the immortal medicine ridge. The defensive extreme path formation had turned into an offensive formation. Swoosh! A dazzling divine light rushed out from the formation's eye and pierced through the demon god in the sky. Wherever it passed, the void was annihilated, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack. That was the power of the extreme path. It could shatter the void, and was extremely powerful. The demon divine, Lord, quickly dodged. Preposterous. He was furious. These guys are simply courting death. You should be happy that I didn't attack you. How dare you provoke me? Kill. Without any hesitation, the monster god roared and slammed his palm down. The powerful monster god's power erupted, and a huge hand appeared high up in the sky. Rumble, the giant hand, condensed from the demon god's power, emitted a terrifying wave of energy. It was like a primordial divine mountain as it obliterated the extreme path formation below. The giant hand that was bigger than a mountain covered the entire sky. It shocked and terrified the deity clansmen in the immortal Medicine Ridge. Boom! As the giant hand fell, the void was directly obliterated. The formation that enveloped the entire immortal Medicine Ridge shook. Lines of formation patterns appeared in the void and intertwined into a mysterious formation diagram. The demon god's big hand directly fell on the big formation, but it was blocked by the formation map. Swoosh! Another beam of divine light rushed out from the formation eye of the extreme Tau formation. The beam of divine light was so powerful that it instantly pierced through the demon god's giant hand, condensed by the demon god's power, and directly pierced through the demon god. The demon divine master did not confront the power of the polar great formation head-on. He dodged it in a flash and pounced on the polar great formation below. Ha! This fellow actually walked right into the trap. He's courting death. In the formation eye of the extreme path formation, a black-clothed young cultivator laughed out loud. He was the one who triggered the extreme path formation's power to attack the demon god. However, the demon divine lord was an ancestor-level existence, after all. How could he be so easily fooled? Boom! At that moment, a powerful devouring force surged out from the formation eye and instantly swallowed the demon god, who was swooping down from the sky. Humph! The demon god, who was swallowed into the formation eye of the extreme great formation, sneered. He did not panic at all, but instead showed a hint of pride on his face. Go to hell! In the formation eye, the black-clothed young man, Mu-Ge, stared at the figure in front of him, who was trapped by countless formation patterns with a hint of madness in his eyes. With his cultivation base, he was not qualified to compete with an ancestor-level existence like the demon god. However, he now possessed a powerful power that could kill an ancestor-level existence. To Mu-Ge, the feeling of wielding great power made him extremely excited. Under Mu-Ge's control, the formation patterns that trapped the demon god immediately changed, intertwining and condensing into a killing map. It was a polar great formation that directly obliterated the demon god. The power of the polar great path sealed all the demon god's escape routes. The immortal Medicine Ridge's great formation was set up by Song-Ke when his cultivation base and combat power were at their peak. It could be said that even if a real extreme Tao god ancestor came, it could still resist for some time. However, the demon god was not an extreme Tao god ancestor. However, the great formation could not hurt him because he already knew the truth of the great formation from Tsang Quebec. In fact, when Song-Ke decided to attack the Golden Crow clan, he had already told the demon god about the immortal Medicine Ridge. Although the demon god was trapped in the polar great formation, he was still calm. Rumble! The demon god sneered when he saw the formation patterns emitting a terrifying aura of destruction coming toward him. The moment the formation patterns were about to be obliterated, the demon god flipped his right hand, and a divine bead appeared in his hand. The next moment, countless formation patterns rushed out from the divine bead in the demon god's hand. The formation patterns that were about to obliterate the demon god dissipated in the void and were assimilated by the formation patterns that rushed out from the divine bead. What the young cultivator, Mu-Ge, was dumbfounded when he saw that scene. Soon, a scene that shocked Mu-Ge even more appeared. The divine bead in the demon god's hand flew up and emitted the most dazzling divine light. Within the divine light, there were looming divine patterns. Mu Gu could clearly sense that he had lost control of the entire Great Formation. How did this happen? He wanted to activate the power of the Great Formation, but there was no movement. How is this possible? Mu Ji's shock was no small matter. Young lord, we have to retreat. At this moment, the middle-aged man with the black feather fan appeared behind Mu Gu. Damn it! Mu Gu was very unwilling, but he had no choice. He knew very well that the demon god was trying to seize control of the entire Great Formation. How did he do it? No one answered. Once the control of the killing formation fell into the hands of the demon god, he would die without a burial place. That was definitely not the ending that Mu Gu wanted. Therefore, he could only escape. Ha! Are you going to run away with your tail between your legs? The demon god said with a laugh. His tone was full of disdain. It turned out that a young boy was controlling the killing formation. How ridiculous! He naturally would not let that guy go, but it was not easy to catch that guy because he had yet to fully control the Great Formation. The demon god desperately urged the power of the demon god in his body, and the formation inside the divine bead suspended above his head was constantly recovering. There was actually a great formation inside the divine bead. The great formation inside the divine bead and the immortal medicine ridge's great formation came from the same source. The divine bead in the demon god's hand could control the entire great formation. That was the reason why the demon god was not afraid of being devoured by the killing formation. That divine bead was given to the demon god by Tsang Quebec. With that divine bead, the demon god could control the entire Great Formation and regain control of the Great Formation. All the experts who saw that scene could not help but be moved. At that moment, the heavenly god clansmen in the immortal medicine ridge were dumbfounded by the sudden upheaval. When Mu Gu was taken away by the three experts, the demon god finally gained full control of the immortal medicine ridge's Great Formation. However, it was already too late. Damn it! The demon god roared at the sky. The entire Great Formation shook. He grabbed the divine bead in his hand. At that moment, he had already gained control of the entire Great Formation. It was a force so powerful that it could compete with a true extreme great expert. In the next moment, rays of destructive divine light descended from the sky and fell on the heavenly god clansmen in the immortal medicine ridge. Run! A loud shout came from the immortal medicine ridge. Then, a group of incomparably powerful figures rushed out of the immortal medicine ridge. However, the divine light that descended from the sky still fell on them. Then, almost all of the unlucky heavenly god clansmen were blasted into clouds of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. Mu Gu, who had already escaped from the extreme Great Formation, couldn't help but be shocked and angry when he saw that. That fellow was really ruthless. At that moment, there were only a dozen heavenly god clansmen who survived in the immortal medicine ridge. However, hundreds of heavenly god clansmen were actually killed by the demon god's attack. Young lord, run! The three experts protected Mu Gu and immediately fled. They did not dare to stay. Swoosh! A divine rainbow shocked the sky. 10 rays of destructive divine light directly rushed out of the Great Formation and pierced through Mu Gu and the others. You want to kill us all? The slender and thin middle-aged man said angrily. He then turned around and threw out an item. The item instantly enlarged, and the 10 rays of divine light directly collided with it. In the next moment, the item directly shattered in the void, turning into specks of golden light and dissipating. As for Mu Gu and the other two, they crushed a jade talisman and disappeared into the void, escaping without a trace. Humph, count yourself lucky. The demon god was naturally displeased to see the four guys actually escaped. Therefore, the dozen heavenly god clansmen in the immortal Medicine Ridge were going to be unlucky. There was no suspense. The immortal Medicine Ridge was enveloped by the extreme grade Great Formation. Although the dozen heavenly god clansmen could survive the divine light attack, it was difficult for them to survive the demon god's attack. The extreme grade Great Formation was activated. None of the dozen heavenly god clansmen could resist the extreme grade Great Formation and survive. All of them were destroyed by the extreme grade Great Formation. It could be said that apart from old ancestor Yuqiong, Mu Ge, and the other three, the heavenly god clansmen were all annihilated. It was definitely a heavy loss for the heavenly god clan. I can't believe we took back the immortal Medicine Ridge so easily. The demon god did not expect that he could take back the immortal Medicine Ridge with his own strength. Of course, this was the credit of the divine pearl that Song-Ke gave him. If it was not for that divine pearl, he would not have been able to control the extreme grade Great Formation so easily and counterattack the heavenly god clansmen. Just as the demon god took back the immortal Medicine Ridge from the heavenly god clan, He Tian and Ji Chongkong ran into trouble on the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle. Chapter 3392. The reason why the Scarlet Demon Ridge was called the Scarlet Demon Ridge was definitely not without reason. Originally, Ji Chongkong and He Tian did not know why this mountain range was called the Scarlet Demon Ridge. However, when they broke the seal of the cave, they knew the reason. The instant He Tian used the power of the formation to break the seal of the cave, he was elated. However, in the next moment, the tightly shut stone door of the cave exploded with a boom. When a wave of demonic energy directly rushed out from inside, he could no longer feel happy. What's going on? Ji Chongkong was also shocked. He saw more and more demonic energy rushing out from the cave. The demonic energy spread out and quickly enveloped an area of the void, a demonic aura that caused even He Tian and Ji Chongkong's hearts to palpitate, surged out from the entrance of the cave that was spewing demonic energy. Fuck, this is too much. Ji Xuanji, I greet your 18 generations of ancestors. He Tian cursed. He was not like Ji Chongkong. The flying immortal king, Ji Xuanji, was still his uncle. No matter how much Ji Chongkong wanted to scold Ji Xuanji, he could not do so. Ji Xuanji was not far away. When he heard He Tian's curses, his old face turned red, but he did not say anything. One must know that He Tian was a quasi-supreme. His cultivation was higher than Ji Xuanji's, and his battle prowess was stronger than Ji Xuanji's. Even if He Tian pointed at Ji Xuanji's nose and cursed, he would not even dare to let out a fart. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. He Tian was not a member of the Ji clan, so he did not have any misgivings. Rumble. At this moment, the mountain range where the cave was located began to shake. Countless stones and sand rolled down from above. The sound of the boulders rolling down echoed in the mountain range. Then, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the entrance of the cave. Step by step, a black figure appeared in the demonic energy. Two bloody lights appeared in the demonic energy. What a blurry demonic figure appeared. The two blood-red lights were the eyes of the unknown demonic figure. When He Tian and Ji Chongkong saw that demonic figure, they could not help but be moved. This ferocious devil had been sealed for countless years, yet it was still so terrifying. It could be seen how powerful this ferocious devil was back then. Who cares what kind of demon he is? Kill him all the same. He Tian stared at the demonic figure in the demonic aura in front of him and said fiercely. Then he directly activated the killing array, and countless array diagrams appeared in the void. In the next moment, rays of divine light immediately rushed out of the formation and turned into extremely sharp sword lights, piercing towards the demonic shadow in front of them. He Tian was an array formation grandmaster. The power of his array formation would increase along with his cultivation. The power of this killing array would definitely be strong enough. This killing formation could definitely refine ordinary quasi-supreme beings to death. However, the moment the sharp sword lights that rushed out of the formation came into contact with the demonic aura, they instantly dimmed. Before they could pierce the demonic figure, all the sword lights had already completely dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, especially He Tian. No one was clearer than him about the power of this killing array that he had set up. This killing array could condense the power of the peak quasi-supreme realm. It was equivalent to a peak quasi-supreme realm existence attacking with all his strength. However, the demonic figure that came out of the cave had already dissolved the attack of the killing array without even making a move. This caused He Tian to be shocked. How could this be? Could it be that we have released a supreme demonic ancestor? Ji Changkong said to He Tian. He had a bad premonition. The demonic figure in front of them seemed to be ridiculously strong. If this demon was really a supreme demonic ancestor, then they would be in big trouble. At this moment, all the experts who were watching from afar were indescribably shocked. They could only see demonic aura surging in front of them. Everyone was terrified. Is that the legendary demonic aura? Some of the older generation experts cried out in alarm. What? Demonic aura? Some of the cultivators from the major forces and clans couldn't help but change their expressions when they heard this. There had never been a powerful demon in the history of the ancestral star. However, there were still legends about demons in the ancestral star. The reason why the Scarlet Demon Ridge was called the Scarlet Demon Ridge was because of the legend that an extremely terrifying demon had fallen here, hence the name. However, no one knew what the truth was. What should we do? The flying immortal king, Ji Xuanji, looked at the indistinct demonic figure in the demonic aura. His voice was trembling. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He really shouldn't have told Ji Changkong about the cave in the Scarlet Demon Ridge. However, it was too late now. What else can we do? Fight to the death with this demon. He Tian looked at the flying immortal king with disdain. Fight to the death. The flying immortal king was startled when he heard this. He didn't want to die. Fighting to the death with that demon? Wasn't that the same as courting death? This daddy wouldn't do such a thing. At this moment, He Tian had no time to care about the flying immortal king. He channeled all his strength into the killing formation, and a shocking killing intent immediately erupted from it. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook as countless formation runes appeared in the void. Formation runes also appeared on the ground. This grand formation was connected to the heavens and earth, drawing in the energy of the heavens and earth. A terrifying destructive energy rushed towards the demonic figure from all directions, causing a large amount of demonic aura to dissipate in the void. One formation diagram after another pressed forward, each of them exuding a terrifying power of destruction. The void was directly annihilated, and even the chaotic aura seeped in through the broken void. At this moment, the demonic figure in the middle of the demonic aura finally moved. The demonic figure waved his hands, and a vast demonic energy spread from his hands. The demonic energy from the demonic figure's hands actually blocked the destructive power of the grand formation. The demonic figure shook his hands, and the mighty demonic power instantly increased by a large margin. The impact of the impact caused the formation to shake continuously. In the next moment, the formation runes were corroded by the demonic aura and gradually dimmed, as if it could dissipate at any time. Damn it! Hei Tian roared in anger, madly urging the power of the grand formation. Countless formation runes began to interweave, forming a heavenly furnace, intending to refine everything in the furnace into ashes. Countless demonic aura dissipated in the void, destroyed by Hei Tian's killing formation. The demonic figure was indescribably shocked. He didn't expect the killing formation to be so powerful. Kill! Hei Tian continuously guided all the power of the killing formation like a madman. Countless formation runes condensed into a furnace. Everyone felt very hot, as if they were in a steamer. When Ji Changkong, who was at the side, saw this scene, he was also shocked by the ferocity that Hei Tian displayed. At this moment, a muffled sound came from the center of the killing formation. Then, a strong demonic energy exploded, and the entire grand formation was immediately affected. The demonic figure made a move. Naturally, when a demonic figure makes a move, it is not ordinary. A ball of demonic light shone from within Hei Tian's killing formation. Everywhere the demonic light passed, countless formation runes were destroyed by the demonic energy. Even the formation runes were the same. They could not withstand the demonic energy from the killing formation. Rumble, the killing formation that Hei Tian laid down, was actually collapsing. In the face of absolute power, Hei Tian's killing formation was nothing at all. This was because the demonic energy from the demonic aura was at the extreme Tao level. The extreme Tao level demonic energy was not something that Hei Tian and Ji Changkong could resist. Although they were already quasi-supremes, the other party could very well be an extreme Tao demonic ancestor. There was no doubt that the extreme Tao demonic ancestor was very strong. This is preposterous. When Hei Tian saw that his killing formation could not trap the demonic figure, he did not panic. Instead, he extended his hand towards Ji Changkong, who was beside him. When he saw Hei Tian suddenly extending his hand towards him, he was confused. He did not know what Hei Tian meant at all. Primordial Chaos Pearl. Hei Tian said anxiously. The killing formation that he laid down was collapsing. It seemed like the situation was hopeless. What do you want the Primordial Chaos Pearl for? Ji Changkong found it strange. To lay down a formation? Of course. What else can I do? Hei Tian said impatiently. When Ji Changkong heard that, he did not say anything else. He took out the Primordial Chaos Pearl and carefully handed it to Hei Tian. Hei Tian quickly took the Primordial Chaos Pearl and threw it into the formation core that had not collapsed yet. In the next moment, a supreme chaotic force surged out from the crucial point of the formation. The inscriptions that had dispersed in the surroundings condensed once again. The energy contained in the Primordial Chaos Pearl was too vast. Hei Tian carefully guided the energy of the Primordial Chaos Pearl. The killing formation reassembled itself, and the shocking killing intent appeared again. The demonic aura that surged out from the entrance of the cave did not stop. It seemed like there was an endless amount of demonic aura inside. The demonic aura that had erupted was forced back into the void in front of the entrance of the cave by the power of the killing formation. The demonic figure was faintly discernible in the demonic aura. It emitted an aura that made all living beings' hearts palpitate. 2 spots of bloody light flickered in the demonic aura. It seems like I worried too much. At this moment, Hei Tian heaved a sigh of relief. The other party was actually forced back by the power of his killing formation. It seemed like the other party was not a real extreme Tao demonic ancestor. Of course, even if this fellow was not an extreme Tao demonic ancestor, his cultivation and battle prowess were enough to make Hei Tian and Ji Changkong's hearts palpitate. If Gu Fei was here, he would naturally be able to see through this ferocious demon with one look. This ferocious demon should be a former extreme Dao demonic ancestor that had fallen from the extreme Dao realm. Since this ferocious demon was not an extreme Dao demonic ancestor, things would be easy to handle. Don't let this fellow escape. Chapter 3393. He Tian and Ji Chongkong had inadvertently released an old demon that had been sealed for countless years. This made everyone extremely nervous. At this moment, many experts from the major factions had gathered outside the Scarlet Demonic Ridge. They were all shocked when they saw the demonic aura in the Scarlet Demonic Ridge. There really is a demon in the Scarlet Demonic Ridge. How is this possible? Everyone found it hard to believe. It should be noted that there had never been any powerful demons on the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle since ancient times, but the vast demonic aura in the Scarlet Demonic Ridge was extremely powerful. Even some existences that were about to become quasi-supremes felt their souls trembling, as if there was an invisible demon staring at them from the unseen world. The news of a demon appearing in the Scarlet Demonic Ridge quickly spread. The higher-ups of the major factions on the ancestral star were shocked. They all sent experts to the Scarlet Demonic Ridge. Even the Ji clan sent an ancestor-level existence to the Scarlet Demonic Ridge. Ji Chongkong had already appeared. This made Emperor Ji, the head of the Ji clan, very uneasy. It should be known that his methods in the past were not very honorable. Of course, if Emperor Ji had not done so back then, he would not have become the head of the Ji clan. Ji Wu's death made Emperor Ji feel the threat of Ji Chongkong. If he did not get rid of this person, he would not be able to sit still. However, he could not do it openly. The ancestor-level existence sent by Empress Ji was someone from Empress Ji's bloodline. Of course, even after tens of thousands of years had passed, Ji Chongkong's bloodline would still support Ji Chongkong when they heard that he had returned. The Ji clan had existed for countless years. Naturally, it was divided into many branches. The position of the head of the Ji clan was decided by the descendants of the core branches. Ji Chongkong's branch of the Ji clan was one of the core branches. When Emperor Ji sent an ancestor-level expert to the Crimson Devil Ridge, an elder of Ji Chongkong's branch also left for the Crimson Devil Ridge. In another region of the ancestral star, in the Yun clan's ancestral land, a white-haired, white-browed youth walked out. He looked very young. This white-robed youth's appearance was 70% to 80% similar to the missing Yun Tianzhao. The white-robed youth took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void without a trace. When Yun Tianzhao and Ji Fan were exploring the land of flying immortals, both of them went missing. No one knew if they were alive, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. This incident shook the entire ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle, especially the Ji clan and the Yun clan. These two great clans almost went to war because of this matter. One must know that Ji Fan was the son of Empress Ji, and Yun Tianzhao was the most important figure in the younger generation of the Yun clan. Both of them disappeared at the same time, causing a crisis. Although the Ji clan was the most powerful force in the ancestral star, the Yun clan was not weak either. If a war were to break out between these two forces, the consequences would be dire. Even if the Ji family could defeat the Yun family, they would have to pay a heavy price. This price was not something the Ji family could bear. In the entire ancestral star, there were several powerful forces eyeing the Ji clan covetously. Many of them wanted nothing more than to see the Ji clan decline and replace it. The Ji clan had ruled the ancestral star for far too long. At this time, in the depths of the Crimson Demonic Ridge, He Tian desperately operated the killing formation, wanting to fight to the death with the mysterious fiend trapped in the formation. At the end of the day, he was the one who released the fiend. He was the one who caused the trouble, so he had to solve it himself. Roar! Formation runes rushed out from all over Haetion's body and circled around him. At this moment, he had become one with the entire killing formation. The formation was the man, and the man was the formation. This was the realm of one with the formation. With Haetion's cultivation base as a formation master, it was not difficult for him to display such a divine ability. This, old Hae, I can't help you. You'd better send me out of the formation first. Ji Chongkong hurriedly said. If Haetion fought the fiend with his life, and he could not help, wouldn't he become a burden? Most importantly, he would be the first to bear the brunt of the impact. All right. Haetion did not waste any time. He waved his right hand, and Ji Chongkong felt his body tighten. His entire body flew out of the formation involuntarily. In the killing formation, Haetion was the supreme ruler, ruling over everything. Little fellow, are you seeking death? At this moment, a voice rang out in Haetion's mind. Seeking death. Haetion sneered disdainfully. I've died countless times and experienced countless reincarnations. The person who can kill me has yet to appear in this world. Little fellow, if you know what's good for you, remove the formation. Otherwise, when this ancestor personally makes a move, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. That voice rang out in Haetion's mind again. Ha! I'm very curious how you are going to consign me to eternal damnation. Haetion laughed heartily. The clump of devil chi that was trapped by the killing formation was churning violently, wanting to rush out. However, at this moment, the grand formation was indestructible. Even if some of the runes were corroded by the devil chi and dissipated into the void, new runes would immediately appear to repair the formation. Haetion laughed heartily. I didn't expect you to have cultivated the Tao of formations to such a level. No wonder you are so arrogant. That voice continued. Let me send you on your way. Haetion did not waste any more words and directly activated the killing formation. Boundless Yin and Yang Qi immediately surged out from the killing formation, destroying the demonic Qi in the formation. A yin-yang diagram appeared in the killing formation. Little fellow, you are still too inexperienced. At this moment, the mysterious great demon that was trapped in the formation also made a move. The demonic Qi quickly gathered, and the figure of a strange beast appeared within the demonic Qi. Roar! The strange beast raised its head to the sky and roared. Although it was only a phantom formed from demonic Qi, an earth-shattering roar resounded in Haetion's ears. What's the use of struggling in the face of death? Haetion saw this scene and said disdainfully, at this time, under Haetion's control, the yin-yang diagram condensed from the killing formation directly obliterated the strange beast, annihilating the void. The strange beast in the demonic Qi directly slammed its claw towards the yin-yang diagram that was descending from the sky. The yin-yang Dao diagram instantly collided with the strange beast's claw, causing a muffled sound to erupt. Then, the strange beast's claw disintegrated under the yin-yang Dao diagram. What a cry of surprise came from the demonic Qi. The mysterious great demon was taken aback. He didn't think that the opponent's formation could actually contend against his own demonic Qi. Chapter 3394. In the human realm, on the ancestral star of the Myrtle, Haetion and Ji Chongkong realized that their surroundings were different from before after they came out from the land of ascension. At this time, something that gave Haetion and Ji Chongkong a headache happened. They accidentally released a mysterious demon that had been sealed for a long time. Haetion stepped forward and used the human formation as one technique to trap the demonic Qi in the killing formation. However, the killing formation that trapped the demonic Qi shook violently under the attack of the nameless demon. The demon shook the entire formation. Kill! Haetion roared. He operated the killing formation with all his might, yin and yang qi intertwined, and a diagram of yin and yang appeared above the demonic qi. Then, the diagram of yin and yang went straight for the demonic qi. However, at this moment, the mass of demonic aura suddenly emitted an extremely powerful fluctuation of demonic energy. In the next moment, the demonic qi also exploded. A terrifying destructive force spread out and actually broke He Tian's killing formation. However, He Tian's killing formation was different from the others. It could be big or small. Even if the demonic qi was bigger than a mountain, it could not break through the killing formation. Within the killing array, the phantom of a strange beast condensed from demonic energy roared. As the yin-yang Dao diagram fell, one of the strange beast's claws turned to ash. At this moment, the ferocious devil that was trapped in the killing formation finally lost its composure when it saw this scene. Roar! The ferocious devil let out a long howl, and a terrifying sound wave with demonic nature spread out in all directions. Countless transparent ripples appeared in the void. The billowing demonic energy quickly gathered towards that demonic figure. Soon, all the demonic energy disappeared, and a terrifying figure stood in the void with his back facing He Tian. Seeing this, He Tian was taken aback. What was this demon trying to do? The ferocious devil slowly turned around. When He Tian saw the appearance of the ferocious devil, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The ferocious devil was a woman. She was so beautiful that no words could describe her beauty. All the words of praise were useless at this moment. They were not enough to describe her beauty. This was a kind of demonic beauty with an aura that could make people fall into the demonic path. Even someone as strong as He Tian almost had his soul devoured by the black-robed woman the moment he laid eyes on her. This black-clothed woman had a pair of crimson eyes that possessed a soul-stealing power. As long as she looked at someone, they would feel as if their soul was about to leave their body. This feeling made He Tian very uncomfortable. Demoness, He Tian mumbled to himself. He was a quasi-supreme being with an incomparably strong primordial spirit. He would not fall for her tricks so easily. However, when he saw the face of the demoness earlier on, he almost fell for her tricks. The demoness had a head full of long black hair. Her skin was smooth and supple, and her nose was sharp. Her red lips were extremely alluring, giving people the urge to kiss her. Especially those crimson eyes of hers, they seemed to be able to see through one's heart and affect one's mind. She could even pull out a cultivator's primordial spirit from their body and devour it. Little fella, now that I'm angry, the consequences will be dire. The demoness said. Her voice was crisp and melodious, containing a restless aura. TSK, what does it have to do with me whether you're angry or not? He Tian said with a look of nonchalance. BZZZ. In the next moment, the demoness was still smiling, but a sword chime rang out from her body. After that, a crimson beam of sword light shot out from her body. The sword light that had rushed out of the demon girl's body made a turn above her head, instantly transforming into a shocking sword rainbow. It broke through the layers of array diagrams and slashed at my Tian. When He Tian saw that the crimson beam of sword light could actually break through the layers of runes and slash towards him like a hot knife through butter, his expression changed. The crimson beam of sword light exuded a demonic aura that made one's heart palpitate, as if it could devour everything. Swish! The crimson beam of sword light pierced through He Tian's body in an instant, directly destroying a large number of runes and causing the runes to dissipate into the air. MHM. At this time, The demoness did not feel happy because she had killed Haitian, because the killing formation was still active. What she had killed was not Haitian's real body. As expected, Haitian's real body appeared in another place. Countless runes rushed out from his body, directly imprinting themselves in the air, repairing the runes that had been destroyed by the crimson beam of sword light. In just an instant, the runes that had been destroyed by the crimson beam of sword light were completely repaired. Damn it! The demoness expression involuntarily changed at the sight of this. It looked like she would have to kill Haitian if she wanted to break this formation, because he was the killing formation, and the killing formation was him. However, killing Haitian was not an easy task. The crimson beam of sword light that had destroyed one of Haitian's fake bodies was finally destroyed by the killing formation's power and dissipated. 10-direction annihilation. Mai Tian let out a furious roar and directly used the most powerful killer move in the killing matrix. Endless yin and yang energy turned into chaos, and a terrifying destructive aura spread out. It was as if the entire world was about to collapse and be destroyed, turning back into chaos where there was nothing at all. Even the demoness was shocked by the aura of destruction. Roar! The demoness roared and spat out a crimson flying sword. The sword light flashed, and a sword-killing formation appeared in the air. What? How is this possible? Haitian was indescribably shocked when he saw this scene. He was very surprised that this demoness also knew the way of formations. Nothing is impossible in front of this ancestor, the demoness said as she controlled the killing formation and charged towards Haitian. The power of the killing formation was fully displayed, and it reached Haitian like a hot knife through butter. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Go in. Haitian suddenly smiled. Then, the space in front of him suddenly collapsed, and a heaven-devouring force erupted, instantly devouring the demoness and the sword formation into the chaotic void. Damn it! Chapter 33, 95. The person that Haitian and Ji Chongkong had unintentionally released was actually a demon woman. She was an incomparably bewitching witch with a pair of demonic eyes. Even after being sealed in this grotto for countless years, this demoness was still extremely powerful. However, there was no doubt that her cultivation had fallen from the extreme grade. Otherwise, she wouldn't even need to make a move. As long as she released the true might of the extreme grade, Haitian and Ji Chongkong would have to kneel. At this time, the Obscuro human formation fused as one and directly unleashed the strongest killing technique, directly smashing the demoness into the primal chaos void, and then sealing the shattered void. Countless runes wove together, and a yin-yang Dao diagram rushed out from the killing array, instantly sealing the shattered void. Boom! In the next moment, a muffled sound of impact resounded. The yin-yang diagram that sealed the space shook violently. Yin and yang energies interweaved, and the power of the grand Tao lingered. The demoness wanted to break the yin-yang diagram's seal and rush out from the primal chaos. However, Haitian pushed the killing formation's power to the peak. Endless yin and yang energies frantically gathered from heaven and earth. The yin-yang diagram's power instantly multiplied. Haha, success! The demoness has been banished into the primal chaos. Ji Chongkong couldn't help but rejoice when he saw this scene from outside the formation. One must know that this demoness wasn't simple. Even though her cultivation had fallen from the extreme grade, her battle prowess was still strong enough to make a quasi-supreme's heart palpitate. This kind of unconventional existence was stronger than a quasi-supreme. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. After all, these existences were once the strongest existences in the world. Even though Haitian was already a quasi-supreme, he nearly knelt before this unconventional existence. After all, this guy was a formation grandmaster. He could borrow the power of formations to greatly increase his cultivation, just like Gu Fei's Heaven Ascension secret technique. Moreover, he still hadn't used the Heaven Ascension secret technique that he learned from Gu Fei. Hearing Ji Changkong's words, He Tian understood his own situation. Although he had used the killing formation to raise his battle prowess to the limit, his opponent could still break through his seal. However, just as He Tian continued to strengthen the power of the seal, boom! With a bang, the Tao diagram condensed from Yin and Yang Qi exploded and dissipated in the void. The Yin-Yang Tao diagram had actually been directly scattered apart. This caused He Tian to be inexplicably shocked, but as the Yin-Yang Tao diagram was broken apart, a figure walked out from the primal chaos. "Little guy, I told you that you were too inexperienced, but you didn't believe me." The demoness voice rang out in He Tian's mind. The demoness was looking at the dumbfounded He Tian with a mocking expression. At this moment, not to mention He Tian, even Ji Changkong and the countless experts watching from afar were inexplicably shocked. This demoness was too powerful. Even a quasi-supreme being couldn't suppress this demoness. Although the demoness was very beautiful, at least in He Tian's opinion. He had never seen such a beautiful person before. However, this was a flower with thorns. Not only did she have thorns, her thorns were also poisonous. If one were to be pricked by these poisonous thorns, it would be fatal. Naturally, He Tian didn't dare to get too close to this demoness. "Humph, this daddy has reincarnated countless times. You still dare to say that this daddy is inexperienced?" Erebus suddenly said with a smile. "What?" When the Peerless Witch heard this, her demonic eyes immediately lit up. An indescribable demonic power surged in her eyes. Her crimson pupils were terrifying, as if they were connected to a blood-red world. He Tian only took a glance and didn't dare to look into her eyes again. The devilish eyes of the demoness had a strange attraction, as though they were going to devour his soul in the next moment. "You've actually embarked on a different path of cultivation. It's a path that only exists in legends. Since ancient times, no one has ever succeeded. Even the person who created this cultivation method failed. Yet, you actually dared to embark on this path." The demoness said with incomparable shock. She couldn't help but be moved. How do you know that the person who created this reincarnation technique failed?" Erebus took a deep look at the peerless demoness and said, "Could it be that you..." The demoness was shocked when she heard this. Her scarlet eyes flashed with a heart-palpitating scarlet light. She thought of a possibility, but she didn't say it out loud. "Obediently let me seal you back, and you might be able to live. Otherwise, this daddy here will kill you." He Tian stared fiercely at the demoness and said, "Ha ha." Hearing this, the demoness burst out into laughter, as though she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. "What are you laughing at? Be serious. Can't you see that I'm talking to you very seriously?" He Tian stared at the demoness and said with a serious expression, "Fine, I won't laugh." The demoness retracted her smile, but in the next moment, she burst out laughing again. It seemed like this fella still hadn't figured out the situation. How dare he be so arrogant in front of her? "Damn it, you dare to look down on me? Today, I will show you what a true formation master is like." As He Tian spoke, a thunderous roar rang out from his body. Then, runes burst out from the corner of his robe. An extremely powerful aura erupted from the runes. The moment the runes appeared, the entire sky darkened. Day turned into night in an instant. An extremely terrifying aura of destruction filled the entire sky. At this moment, even the countless living beings outside Crimson Devil Ridge felt their souls tremble, and they were terrified to the extreme. When the demoness saw the runes flying towards her, she was extremely shocked. She could sense a dangerous aura coming from the runes. Broken runes. The peerless demoness immediately retreated. Her movement technique was extremely fast, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void. However, no matter how fast the demoness was, she couldn't outrun the runes. The runes engulfed the entire Crimson Demon Ridge in an instant. Naturally, the demoness was trapped within as well. Damn it! The demoness' expression changed. She was once an extreme supremacy. No one knew better than her how terrifying an extreme killing formation was. Even though it was only a broken runes, it wasn't something that could be easily destroyed. In the next moment, the runes that covered the entire region appeared between the heavens and earth. Countless runes were imprinted in the sky, trapping the demoness within. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They only saw a killing array descending from the sky, directly sealing the peerless demoness who was extremely domineering to the extreme. Rumble, the runes of the extreme killing formation revolved. The void that was enveloped by the extreme killing formation was directly torn apart by a powerful force. The demoness, who bore the brunt of the attack, felt an immense pressure. The power of the extreme Tao surged towards her, yet she completely disregarded it. An attack like this could not affect her at all. BZCC, the peerless witch's body emitted a rumbling sound. Then, a huge bell immediately appeared from her body and enveloped her in an instant. The beams of light of destruction that shot out from Haetion's body immediately collided with the peerless witch's giant bell. The giant bell trembled continuously, but it managed to block the light of destruction that pierced through it. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Haetion was dumbfounded. Could it be that even a corner of the extreme killing formation couldn't do anything to her? Clang! At this moment, the sound of a bell rang out, echoing throughout the entire city. The sound of the bell contained a devilish nature, causing the souls of all living beings who heard it to tremble. The sound of the bell shook the corner of the extreme killing formation, the legendary soul-absorbing devil bell. When Haetion heard the sound of the bell, he felt that something was amiss. His soul cultivation was incomparably stable. Even if the gigantic bell that emerged from the demoness was an extreme killing formation, it would still be difficult for her to break through the corner of the extreme killing formation. Kill! Haetion circulated the killing formation with all his might. The corner of the extreme killing formation immediately erupted with an even more powerful energy. The entire world trembled as if it was about to collapse. Clang! The devil bell continued to ring. On the surface of the extreme killing formation, demonic runes continuously appeared and interweaved. The demoness used the devil bell to protect herself and retaliated. As the bell rang out, the entire world seemed to be affected. Boundless earth essence rose up and surged towards the corner of the extreme killing formation. Rays of divine light shot out from the corner of the extreme killing formation, illuminating the entire world with a golden hue. Boundless extreme Tao energy surged within the formation, causing Erebus to feel an immense pressure. The voice of the peerless demoness kept sounding out from within. At this moment, Ji Changkong heaved a sigh of relief. He saw that the peerless demoness was trapped in a corner of the extreme Tao formation. She was charging left and right in the formation. Even though she used the extreme Tao demonic bell, she was still unable to break out of the formation and escape. Little fellow, you better give up. I am immortal, and you can't kill me. The voice of the demoness rang out in Haetion's heart. Stop talking nonsense. Even if I can't kill you, I still have to kill you. Tian roared in anger. Very well, let's kill then. The demoness suddenly stopped in the middle of the formation. After that, the soul-absorbing devil bell in her hand actually flew up and transformed into a beam of light, entering the demoness body. In the next moment, the peerless demoness took out a black object the size of a fist. Then, she threw it towards the weakest point of the array. Boom! With a loud explosion, a powerful destructive force expanded outwards, creating a huge pit in the ground. Devil lightning. A few old cultivators watching from afar couldn't help but be startled. The opponent could actually refine devil lightning. This was going to be troublesome. Chapter 33, 96. Tian gave it his all to fight against the peerless demoness in the Scarlet Demon Ridge. This was the collision of two heaven-shaking forces. The peerless demoness had a great background. Although she had been sealed in that cave for countless years and her cultivation base had fallen from the extreme grade realm, her combat strength was still shocking. With the peerless demoness' current combat strength, killing a quasi-supreme being was as easy as flipping her palm. Unfortunately, Tian was not an ordinary quasi-supreme being. He cultivated the secret reincarnation technique and had reincarnated countless times. As his cultivation base continued to rise, the power he cultivated through countless reincarnations was also gradually returning. Not only that, his dusty memories were also becoming clearer. The power of countless reincarnations stacked together caused Tian's combat strength to be many times stronger than an ordinary quasi-supreme being. Although he was only a quasi-supreme being, he could still fight against an existence like the peerless demoness. Boom! At this moment, the peerless demoness actually used devil lightning. That was the extreme grade devil lightning. In an instant, it exploded in the middle of Tian's killing array. The vast destructive force directly shattered countless array runes. What Mahakala didn't expect was that this wasn't the full extent of the demonic lightning's power. The instant the demonic lightning exploded, the destructive power that erupted instantly expanded, destroying everything in its path. However, in the next instant, a terrifying devouring power appeared in the center of the demonic lightning's explosion. The destructive force of the devil lightning suddenly shrunk. All the array runes that had yet to dissipate were all devoured and destroyed. After 2 rounds of destruction, Tian's killing array was on the verge of stopping. Seeing his opponent's devil lightning blasting a huge hole in his killing array, even a formation master like Tian was dumbfounded. Little fella, how's the power of my devil lightning? It's all right? The peerless demoness smiled at Tian. Erebus immediately felt as if his mind was being forcibly sucked away by a magical force. The other party's smile was extremely alluring, but in the next moment, he abruptly woke up with a start. Ha! You want to be this Grandpa Hay's elder sister? You're still too young. Tian laughed heartily. He had reincarnated countless times, but the memories hidden in the depths of his soul hadn't been restored. Even so, he was still shocked. He was definitely a super antique. It was as if he had already existed before the mythological era. The era before the mythological era was an extremely ancient era, the desolate era. It was a very primitive era, and during that era, there were innate gods. Innate living beings ruled over the world, ruling over the entire world. Tian didn't expect that he could live for so long and reincarnate all the way to the present. Is that so? At this time, the peerless demoness took out another devil lightning from her body. Tian's expression changed. That scene just now had truly given him a fright. That devil lightning's power was truly astonishing. Big Sister will treat you to demonic thunder. After saying that, the peerless she-devil tossed the demonic lightning in her hand towards Tian. Motherfucker, This daddy will treat you to some rice fields." Mahakala cursed and immediately retreated. His speed was so fast that only a faint afterimage could be seen in the void. Boom! There was another loud bang as the demonic lightning exploded. The destructive power first expanded to the extreme, shattering everything in its surroundings. In the next moment, the extremely expanding power instantly shrank inwards, destroying everything. The might of this demonic lightning was really strong. It was equivalent to destroying everything that was enveloped by the power of the demonic lightning twice, completely destroying everything. Haetion's killing formation was affected once more. A large number of runes were destroyed by the boundless destructive power, completely dissipating in the air. Playing thunder with this Grandpa Haetion gritted his teeth as he stared at the peerless she-devil. Following that, rays of yin and yang light shot out from his killing formation, forming balls of lightning. Rumble, a deep and thunderous rumble, came from within Haetion's killing formation. This guy is going all out. Ji Changkong, who was watching from afar, was incomparably shocked. This was the first time he had seen someone force Haetion to the point of risking his life. Unstoppable thunder. Haetion roared. Countless balls of yin and yang lightning shot out from his killing formation towards the peerless she-devil. Every ball of lightning emitted a strong destructive aura. The balls of yin and yang lightning shot out from all directions and shot towards the peerless she-devil, sealing off all her escape routes. "You're forcing me to fight you head-on," the peerless she-devil laughed. At this moment, Haetion no longer dared to look at the peerless she-devil. Her demonic arts were extremely strange. It could affect a cultivator's state of mind, especially when they were fighting. When experts exchange blows, if one side's state of mind was affected, the other side would usually defeat them. At this moment, the peerless she-devil's body emitted a vast scarlet demonic light. The scarlet demonic light expanded, and the balls of yin and yang lightning that shot towards her dissipated into the scarlet demonic light. Seeing this, Haetion could not help but be shocked. The demonic mystique that she used was actually similar to Gu Fei's secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, secret of the void. He had yet to learn the final secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, secret of the void. At this moment, the scarlet demonic light that spread out from the peerless she-devil's body instantly enveloped Haetion and the killing formation. "Run!" The countless formation runes around him dissipated under the crimson blood demonic light. Haetion immediately used the anti-void secret technique and instantly escaped into the void, fleeing. For Haetion, if he could not win, he would run. That was his principle. Seeing that Haetion had escaped, Ji Changkong also turned and fled. If even Haetion was not a match for this she-devil, there was no way he would be able to either. If he didn't escape, he would die here. Naturally, Ji Changkong was not that stupid. As for the flying immortal monarch, Ji Xuanji, he had already slipped away. This made Ji Changkong very speechless. This uncle of his was indeed ambitious and ruthless. Rumble, the killing formation, quickly collapsed. An incomparably shocking sound spread out. The entire heaven and earth seemed like it was going to explode. It was precisely because the killing formation trapped the peerless she-devil, making it difficult for her to intercept Haetion and Ji Changkong. This allowed Haetion and Ji Changkong to successfully escape. When the peerless she-devil used her demonic mystique to destroy the killing formation, she could not find Haetion and Ji Changkong anymore. "Cunning fellow," the peerless she-devil muttered to herself. Her powerful divine sense scanned the surroundings, but she could not sense the presence of Haetion and Ji Changkong. In the next moment, the cultivators outside the Scarlet Demon Ridge were going to be unlucky. The peerless she-devil charged. out of the Scarlet Demon Ridge. She reached out with her right hand, and immediately tens of incomparably strong silhouettes flew over from afar. She grabbed them in her hand. Very quickly, their energy was sucked dry, and they turned into tens of dried corpses. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators were extremely shocked. "Ha! All of you come over here." The peerless she-devil laughed loudly. Then, a terrifying devouring force suddenly appeared from her body. All the cultivators within 1,000 miles actually flew towards her involuntarily. Roar! Some experts roared in anger, wanting to break free. However, they discovered that there was no change at all. All the cultivators that flew towards the peerless she-devil were imprisoned in the space around her. Even some of the more powerful existences were captured by her, unable to escape. At this moment, the space around the peerless she-devil was filled with human silhouettes. This was an extremely shocking scene. Every cultivator's body was emitting energy. The peerless she-devil used her demonic mystique to continuously devour the energy of the cultivators around her. Very soon, the expressions of the cultivators imprisoned in the void became weary. As their essence, chi, and spirit continued to flow out, they would eventually turn into hundreds of dried corpses. This was the result of having their energy devoured by the peerless she-devil ridge. There was no longer any suspense. In the end, the peerless she-devil ridge left. The entire Scarlet Demon Ridge returned to its former tranquility. When the experts of the major powers arrived at the Scarlet Demon Ridge, they saw many cold corpses lying in the depths of the Scarlet Demon Ridge. Even the ancestors couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. It seems like the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle is going to be chaotic. Some ancient existences said such words. While everyone on the ancestral Myrtle star was in danger, in the ancestral god realm, Gufei was about to send the foreign demons back to the primal chaos devil realm. This wasn't a difficult task for him. In the primal chaos golden rock race's ancestral land, Gufei took out the formation platform. At this time, there were many demons gathered in the primal chaos golden rock race's ancestral land. 3 days was more than enough for the foreign demons to make sufficient preparations. Emo Giulio rode the old black bull and led a few demons to the primal chaos golden rock race's ancestral land. We're finally going back. Emo Giulio was extremely excited at the thought of returning to the primal chaos devil realm. He had been away for too long. Yeah, we're finally going back. One of the demons standing behind Emo Giulio's side. In the past, they were trapped here and couldn't return to the primal chaos devil realm. But things were different now. They were about to return, but they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to see their loved ones again. Very quickly, Gufei was ready. Without hesitation, he activated the formation platform. In the next moment, a buzzing sound could be heard. Suddenly, a ball of demonic light spread out from the platform, and the demonic patterns were stimulated by him. The Demon's Formation Platform. Chapter 3397. Deep in the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock clan, in a valley filled with dense spiritual energy, in the middle of the valley, there was a pavilion. The 3-story pavilion was built in a dazzling manner. It was very imposing. In front of the pavilion, it was not a small square. At this moment, in the square, countless experts of the devil race stood densely together. Some of the devil race's experts were even standing in the void. At this time, these devil race powerhouses were staring at the formation platform in the middle of the square. In the middle of the square, there was a huge formation platform in front of it. The entire platform was made of wood. It was the platform that Gufei had brought back from the Black Demon Sea in the ancestral god realm. It was the platform that the Willow Demon clan had left behind. Willow Demon, at this moment, Emo Giulio, who was standing in front of the platform, had an indescribable look in his eyes. He was the top extreme demon lord in the Chaos Demon realm. He naturally recognized Willow Demon. A willow in the ancient demon realm, Mo Geo muttered to himself. His gaze became a little deep. Could there be some story between this guy and the ancestor of the Willow Demon clan? Although Gu Fei was activating the platform, he also noticed the change in Mo Geo. He also heard Mo Geo muttering to himself. Chaos Demon realm. Since ancient times, there were only a few that could leave their names in history. Mo Geo was one, so was the ancestor of the Willow Demon clan. As for the others, they were all buried in the passage of time. No one could remember their names, their deeds. Only those that were amazing enough could be remembered by people for thousands of years. Rumble, lines of demonic runes appeared on the wooden platform. A pitch-black hole gradually formed. It was the passage that connected the two realms. Seeing the black hole appear on the platform, all the demons who were waiting nervously were surprised and happy. Gu Fei did not go back on his words. He activated the platform of the Willow Demon clan with all his strength. The black hole above the platform gradually stabilized. At this moment, Song Ke and the Demon Divine Lord had yet to return. This made Gu Fei speechless. He was merely going to deal with an ancestor of the deity race. It had been 3 days. He still hadn't taken him down, with Song Ke's help. In that case, it would be much easier to activate the platform. The Willow Devil Clan's formation platform could connect the celestial and devil realms. There was no doubt about it. However, the people on the other side of the platform did not know about this. Ancestral God realm, on a mountain outside the Black Demon City. A platform that had been silent for a long time suddenly woke up. Is that guy planning to come back? A figure sitting cross-legged in front of the platform suddenly opened his eyes. It was a woman. It was a masked woman. The moment the woman opened her eyes, a cold glint flashed across her eyes. 2 bolts of lightning seemed to flash across the void. At this moment, the other people on the mountaintop were also alarmed. Rays of demonic light rushed out from the platform. They circled around the platform. Ancient demonic runes appeared on the platform one after another. The void above the platform was collapsing. It collapsed. Soon, a black hole appeared in the sky above the platform. At the beginning, the black hole on the platform was not very stable. However, the black hole quickly stabilized. Is the master coming back? The Black Demon Mountain Lord was also alarmed. He directly rushed over from the Black Demon City. The other experts also appeared on the mountaintop one after another. They stared nervously at the black hole above the platform. Rumble, the entire platform was shaking slightly. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying, connecting the two realms. It was not an easy task. The energy needed was too huge. One had to know. This was to open the barrier between the two realms. However, when the platform gradually stabilized, the aura exuding from the platform was no longer as terrifying as before. Is he coming back? An old man appeared behind the woman. Only this old man dared to approach the masked woman. The others stood far away. Humph, who knows? The woman said disapprovingly. At this moment, a mass of chaotic light directly flew out of the black hole. Seeing this, the Black Demon Mountain Lord and the others, they could not help but be taken aback. What was the master going to do? Everyone was guessing. The woman sitting cross-legged in front of the platform stretched out her hand. The mass of chaotic light that flew out of the black hole immediately fell into her hand. So that's how it is. Mo Geo is actually still alive. Interesting, the masked woman said. Then, she directly stood up. With a wave of her sleeve, a mass of demonic light immediately enveloped her and the old man. The next moment, the masked woman and the old man disappeared in front of everyone. Just as the masked woman and the old man left, a figure walked out of the black hole in the sky above the formation platform. It was an extremely powerful aura. It spread out from this figure. What, at this moment, all the demonic experts on the mountaintop felt their souls tremble. That figure was like a supreme demonic ancestor overlooking ants. They saw that it was an old man riding an old black bull. The old black bull that the old man was sitting on was slowly walking down from the platform. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. How could it be a demon? Everyone was extremely surprised. One should know, the place that Gu Fei went to was the ancestral god realm. How could a demon expert return from the ancestral god realm? Could it be the Black Demon Mountain Lord? And the other demon experts vaguely guessed a certain possibility. Mo Jiuyo, have finally returned. After Mo Jiuyo came out of the platform on the old black bull, he said with great emotion, he felt the aura of this world. Extremely excited. What? Mo Jiuyo? The Black Demon Mountain Lord heard. This was really a big surprise. One should know, Mo Jiuyo was a legendary figure. He was one of the most powerful demonic ancestors in the history of the Chaos Demon realm. However, ever since the ancient war of gods and demons, Mo Jiuyo disappeared. Some said that Mo Jiuyo died in battle. Others said that Mo Jiuyo was trapped in the ancestral god realm. The legend of Mo Jiuyo. There were many, but which one was true? Which one was false? But there was no way to verify it. And now, suddenly, an old man on the old black bull jumped out and said that he was Mo Jiuyo. The Black Demon Mountain Lord could not believe it. This was too ridiculous. I'm back, Mo Jiuyo said. An earth-shattering aura immediately erupted from his body. A supreme demonic aura exploded. The entire void was shaking. The next moment, the Black Demon Mountain Lord and the others directly knelt down. Terrified, they laid on the ground. Their minds almost collapsed. Under the pressure of this aura, all the demon experts on the mountain were terrified to the extreme. It was like the end of the world. Not a single person could stand. Old man, can you give me some face? These are all my subordinates. At this moment, a blurry figure came from afar. He directly came in front of Mo Jiuyo. I got a little carried away. I'm sorry. Mo Jiuyo, who was riding the old black bull, said with a smile. The next moment, the supreme pressure that erupted from his body immediately retreated like a receding tide. At this moment, the demon experts on the mountain heaved a sigh of relief. Could this old man really be the legendary Mo Jiuyo? The Black Demon Mountain Lord was extremely doubtful, but the demonic aura that exploded from the old bull was no joke. At this moment, the blurry figure in front of Mo Jiuyo also disappeared in the void. He disappeared. It turned out that it was just a shadow. The owner of this shadow. Naturally, it was Gu Fei. Only Gu Fei's face. Mo Jiuyo had to give it to him. However, in the instant that Mo Jiuyo released his powerful aura, Mo Jiuyo's eyes widened. The most powerful demons in the primal chaos demon realm still sense this aura. That person is back. In the Stone Demon clan's ancestral land, an incomparably old voice came out. And in the Willow Demon clan's ancestral land, some ancient existences were also alarmed. They directly jumped out of their coffins. What's going on? Is that person still alive? In another region, on a towering demonic mountain that pierced the clouds, in a cave that breathed in and out incomparably pure demonic energy. Such a voice came out. If that person really is back, then we'll have a good show to watch. Someone said something like that. Mo Gio's aura only appeared for a very short time before disappearing. This shocked the big shots of the Chaos Demon realm. They were paranoid. There were many ancient existences in the Chaos Demon realm. At this moment, on the mountain outside the Black Demon City, in the sky above the Transboundary Formation platform, more and more powerful devil race experts walked out of the black hole. Soon, the entire mountaintop was filled with the figures of the demon race. Some demons even flew into the sky. Ancestral God realm. All the demons in the extraterrestrial demon region had come. No one was willing to stay in the ancestral God realm. One had to know, without Mo Gio's protection, the other demons could not survive in the ancestral God realm. If not for Mo Gio, the demons trapped in the ancestral God realm could only be killed. Half an hour later, no one walked out of the black hole above the formation platform. All the demons of the ancestral God realm had crossed over. They had returned to their true homeland, primal chaos demon realm. This was the world of demons. Mo Gio would temporarily stay in the Black Demon City. This was Gu Fei's arrangement. Only then would Mo Gio find a place for the devils from the ancestral God realm to settle down. Actually, Mo Gio also needed time to understand the current situation in the primal chaos demon realm, ancestral God realm. In the depths of the Golden Rock clan's ancestral land, Gu Fei sent off Mo Gio and the other demons. Then he put away the formation platform. He planned to leave. Chapter 3398. In the depths of the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land, a beam of divine light shot towards Gu Fei, who had just put away his formation platform. Wherever the divine light passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left in the void. A terrifying aura spread from the divine light. The figure was extremely fast. As soon as it appeared, it had already shot in front of Gu Fei. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw this. Someone actually dared to sneak an attack on Gu Fei in the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. The ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan was not a place that just anyone could enter. Clang! Just as Gu Fei was about to be hit by the divine light, an ancient cauldron the size of a fist emerged from between his eyebrows. The divine light shot directly onto the ancient cauldron, making a bell-like sound. The divine light instantly shattered in the void. As the divine light shattered, a divine arrow was wrapped in the divine light. It was a divine arrow that contained the power of the extreme Tao. It should have been left behind by an extreme Tao cultivator. At this moment, the ancient cauldron that had rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows had already landed in his hand. At the same time, a black figure flashed across the sky. The person who had sneak attacked Gu Fei wanted to escape immediately after his plan failed. This seemed to be the behavior of an assassin. Humph, Gu Fei sneered. The ancient cauldron in his hand immediately flew up and disappeared into the void in an instant. In the next moment, a bloody mist exploded in the distance. Do you still want to live after a sneak attack? Gu Fei muttered to himself. At this moment, the ancient cauldron that had disappeared flew back from afar and landed on his right hand. Then, a primordial spirit rushed out of the ancient cauldron. Primordial chaos, chi, formed divine chains that firmly bound the primordial spirit. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw this. Gu Fei's methods were too frightening. He actually killed an incomparably powerful expert of the god race just like that, and even imprisoned his soul. It seemed like he was going to search his soul. I'd like to see who's behind this." After saying that, Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the divine seizing secret technique, to read the memories of the cultivator's soul. The power of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao was naturally not something that the puny soul of that fellow could withstand. Very soon, Gu Fei learned the ins and outs of the matter. The gold crows again. With a thought from Gu Fei, the soul bound by the ancient cauldron's primordial chaos power was instantly devoured by the ancient cauldron and refined. Bound by the power of the mountain and river cauldron, even a primordial spirit of the extreme Tao would be in danger, let alone the primordial spirit of a fellow who wasn't even a quasi-sovereign. There was no suspense. That fellow's soul would be destroyed in the end. "You 3 go and see what's going on with the demon god." And Tsang Quebec, Gu Fei said to the 3 gargoyles standing to the side. "Yes, master." The 3 stone demons hurriedly accepted the order and soared into the sky toward the immortal Medicine Ridge. Soon, they disappeared into the horizon and out of everyone's sight. The 3 stone demons were Gu Fei's confidants. They were also existences that could use primordial spirit power and possessed a physique that was comparable to a primordial spirit artifact. If the 3 stone demons of the chaos demonic ape and the demon god worked together, even an existence like Tsang Ke would be fearful, let alone other existences. Tsang Ke and the demon god had yet to take down the immortal Medicine Ridge, which was beyond everyone's expectations. One must know that if the deity race was really that strong, Tsang Ke and the demon god would be in for a tragedy. Gu Fei paid no attention to the others and directly walked into the pavilion. The onlookers also gradually dispersed. Soon, most of the people in the square in front of the pavilion had left. Only the core members of the chaotic golden rock race remained. Just as Gu Fei entered the pavilion in the ancestral land of the chaotic golden rock race, the ancestral myrtle star in the human realm was in a state of turmoil. After the birth of the peerless demoness, whose name was unknown, she devoured the essence of cultivators everywhere, causing everyone in the cultivation world to feel insecure. At this time, He Tian and Ji Chongkong arrived at the Flying Immortal City. The Flying Immortal City Lord had returned even earlier than them. They did not cause trouble for the Flying Immortal King. Instead, they used the teleportation formation of the Flying Immortal City. The Flying Immortal City was not far from the ancestral land of the Ji family. Ji Chongkong did not return to the ancestral land of the Ji family directly. Instead, he went to visit an expert of virtue and prestige in the Ji family. The great elder of the Ji family was not in the ancestral land of the Ji family. Instead, he was cultivating on a spirit mountain 1,000 miles away. Ji Chongkong and He Tian stepped onto the teleportation formation of the Flying Immortal City. In the next moment, the teleportation formation was activated, and the 2 of them disappeared from the teleportation formation. Those 2 fellows finally left. After seeing Ji Chongkong and He Tian leave, the Flying Immortal City Lord walked out and heaved a sigh of relief. The ancestral land of the Ji family was naturally located in the best area of the ancestral Myrtle Star. It was the source of the ancestral Earth vein, the birthplace of the ancestral Earth vein. Such a place was absolutely heaven-defying. There was only one such place in the entire ancestral Earth star. There was no other place like it. The place where the ancestral Earth vein converged was like a crouching tiger and coiled dragon. Spiritual chi gathered from all directions. This was a divine land. Cultivating here would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. The great elder of the Ji family, the ancient antique that had lived for countless years, did not sit in the ancestral land of the Ji family. Instead, he was on a spirit mountain 1,000 miles away. He had built many buildings and cultivated there. At this moment, two people arrived at the foot of the mountain peak, surrounded by spiritual qi. These two people were Ji Changkong and He Tian, who had just rushed over. "What are you?" He Tian could not guess what this fellow wanted to do. "I came to pay my respects to the old ancestor first. Then I will return to the ancestral land of the Ji family," said Ji Changkong. He was very clear about the current situation. His power in the Ji family could be said to be negligible. Moreover, he did not know what the branch he belonged to would think about his return. He wanted to establish his own power. He Tian and Ji Changkong did not hesitate and directly went up the mountain. On the ancestral Earth star in the human realm, He Tian and Ji Changkong went to pay a visit to a super antique of the Ji family. If they could invite this person, everything would become very simple. In the ancestral God realm, the void near the immortal medicine ridge constantly emitted incomparably shocking sounds. Two auras of the extreme Tao were vast and mighty between heaven and earth. The void shattered and chaotic qi was shot out. The two terrifying auras of the extreme Tao came from the chaotic qi. The battle between Song Ke and the deity race's old ancestor Yu Qiong was still undecided. The fact that the two experts were evenly matched was a good thing for Gu Fei. It would be even better if the two of them were to fight and both of them were heavily injured. Just as the two experts were in a stalemate, three powerful figures that could make one's soul tremble came from afar. Powerful demonic auras spread in all directions. This is in the immortal medicine ridge. The demon god couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the three suddenly coming. He naturally knew about their background. Why are they here? Could it be that the Lord sent them? The demon god muttered to himself. He had actually taken over the immortal medicine ridge, but the battle between Song Ke and Yu Qiong was still undecided. Rumble, in the shattered void, the chaotic qi was vast and mighty. Sounds of wind and thunder could be heard from the depths of the chaos. The chaos demon ape and the other two golems directly rushed into the chaos, rushing towards Song Ke and Yu Qiong. Swoosh! Just as the three stone gargoyles approached, an extremely sharp sword light suddenly rushed out of the void and slashed at the chaos demon ape. The chaos demon ape immediately raised his right hand to block the attack. The sword light instantly slashed the chaos demon ape's right hand, and it actually made a sound of metal colliding as if it had slashed a rock. Roar! The chaos demon ape roared angrily and directly slammed his palm forward. The powerful palm force exploded and dispersed the chaotic qi in front of him. After the chaotic essence dissipated, two figures appeared in front of everyone. Kill! Kill! The two super experts roared at the same time and once again collided with each other. Boom! The entire chaotic void seemed like it was about to explode. A powerful energy storm swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, it destroyed everything in its path. However, the chaos demon ape and the other two golems did not dodge the mighty energy storm. Instead, they directly fought against it without taking a step back. The chaos demon ape did not hesitate and directly pounced towards Yu Qiong. An extremely powerful force erupted from his body, and rays of demonic light pierced towards Yu Qiong. Yu Qiong's expression changed. When he saw that, he directly opened his mouth and inhaled. The countless demonic lights that pierced through him were all swallowed and refined. What? The chaos demon ape was shocked. This fella can actually devour my energy. How am I supposed to fight him? At this moment, the supreme demon spider and the dragon head demon also made their moves. Extreme demonic energy erupted, causing the entire chaotic void to explode and endless chaotic qi to boil. The three golems had joined forces. Song Ke, this is the evidence that you've colluded with the demons. Yu Qiong shouted. His body was like a phantom as he moved quickly in the chaotic void, dodging the attacks of the three golems. Humph, whatever you say. Song K sneered. He was too lazy to explain. So what if I have colluded with the demons? Haha, then you admit it. Yu Qiong laughed. The crime of colluding with the demons was not a light one in the ancestral god realm. He would become the public enemy of all the celestial clans in the ancestral god realm. Chapter 33:99. High up in the sky near the immortal Her Bridge, the void had turned into primal chaos. Powerful energy surged out from the primal chaos. At this moment, Song Ke and Yu Qiong were fighting in the depths of the bastard. The Chaos Demon Ape and the other two golem devils joined the battle. No matter how strong Yu Qiong was, he wouldn't be able to stop them. He executed a strange movement technique and managed to escape from the joint attack of Song Ke and the three golem devils. There was a reason why the Heavenly God clan was able to survive for so many years, and no one was able to exterminate them. Their cultivation technique was unique. Song Ke, you're done for. Yu Qiong's figure appeared in the distance. A powerful energy wave spread out from his body, dispersing the primal chaos aura in the surroundings. Haha, I'm done for. What a joke. Song Ke burst into laughter. Is this guy stupid? He's the one at a disadvantage, not me. How dare he say that I'm done for? Colluding with the demons will make you the enemy of the entire ancestral god realm. No matter how strong you are, you're done for. Yu Qiong stared at Song Ke with a malicious gaze. So what? Song Ke said coldly. He didn't care, because he knew that as long as Gu Fei was here, no one in the ancestral god realm could touch him. Of course, Song Ke also knew that Gu Fei wouldn't stay in the ancestral god realm forever, because Gu Fei was just a passerby. You're crazy. How can you not care after doing such a crazy thing? Yu Qiong looked at Song Ke in disbelief. He didn't expect Song Ke to have such an attitude. Song Ke smiled. You're the one who didn't see it clearly, whether it's in the primal chaos devil world or the ancestral god realm. Strength is everything. As long as I'm strong enough, I can ignore everything and do whatever I want. Song Ke was extremely confident in his and Gu Fei's strength. Hearing these words, Yu Qiong was even more shocked. Song Ke was right. In the world of cultivation, the strong ruled, the weak were prey to the strong. This was an unchanging truth. All right, let me send you on your way, Song Ke said as he pressed forward. At the same time, the chaos demonic ape and the other three stone golems spread out and surrounded Yu Qiong. Humph! When Yu Qiong saw the four experts surrounding him, even though he had fused with the extreme Tao god bone, his expression changed. One must know that their physiques were also extremely powerful and could even contend against an extreme Tao artifact. I won't accompany you anymore. After saying that, Yu Qiong shot up into the sky in an attempt to escape. However, at this moment, a large net suddenly enveloped him from above. It caught him in an instant, causing him to be greatly shocked. Great Demon Spider. Yu Qiong couldn't help but frown. Although he was caught in the net, he didn't panic. However, at that moment, a huge spider crawled out from the web and stabbed at Yu Qiong's head with its front claws that looked like demonic spears. Clang! The great demon spider's two front claws pierced Yu Qiong's forehead, but it couldn't pierce through. It only made a metallic sound. Seeing this, the chaos demonic ape and the dragon head demon were shocked. Only Song Ke remained calm. At this moment, the great demon spiders on the net hurriedly retreated. However, Yu Qiong grabbed one of the great demon spider's front claws and forcefully snapped it off. The great demon spider was both shocked and furious. Then it turned into a ray of demonic light and escaped. Haha, that's all. Yu Qiong laughed crazily. he had fused with the extreme Tao Golden Divine Bone and could control the power of the extreme Tao Golden Divine Bone. It was as if he had transformed into an extreme Tao Supreme Being. Yu Qiong became arrogant because of his powerful combat strength. Humph! Song Ke sneered and spat out a ray of sword light. The ray of sword light turned into a divine rainbow and pierced through Yu Qiong, who was in the big net. The fluctuation of sword chi of the extreme Tao level spread out from the sword rainbow. Damn it! In the face of Song Ke's sword rainbow, Yu Qiong's expression immediately turned solemn. He directly grabbed the huge net and pulled forcefully, tearing a big hole in it. However, at this moment, Song Ke's sword light pierced through the web. Roar! Yu Qiong roared and grabbed the sword light with his right hand. When his right hand came into contact with the sword light, the sound of metal rubbing against each other could be heard. The Chaos Demonic Ape and the Dragon Head Demon were dumbfounded. Yu Qiong grabbed the sword light that Song Ke had shot out. Even Song Ke was shocked to see this. However, Yu Qiong's right hand, which was holding onto the sword rainbow, was slashed by the sword chi. Golden blood dripped from his hand. What are you waiting for? Song Ke stared at Yu Qiong and said loudly. The Chaos Demonic Ape and the Dragon Head Demon looked at each other and attacked at the same time. The Chaos Demonic Ape opened his mouth and spat out a ball of pitch-black demonic fire. As soon as the demonic fire appeared, it instantly spread out. A large amount of chaotic aura was burnt and destroyed by the demonic fire. The demonic fire engulfed Yu Qiong. The Dragon Head Demon flipped his hands, and a few demonic spears appeared in his hands. Without hesitation, he threw the demonic spears at Yu Qiong. The demonic spears turned into demonic light and disappeared in the demonic fire. Ha ha! You want to kill me with this? Dream on! Yu Qiong's laughter could be heard from the demonic fire. They can't kill you, but what about me? At this moment, a voice was heard in the chaos. Who are you? Yu Qiong stopped laughing in the demonic fire. Boom! At this moment, an ancient cauldron appeared directly in the sky above the ball of demonic flames. Then, it directly suppressed the demonic flames below. As the ancient cauldron pressed down, the demonic fire immediately dissipated. A terrifying force that could shake the heavens exploded from the ancient cauldron. The mighty primordial chaos force dispersed the surrounding chaotic aura. Yu Qiong, who was below the ancient cauldron, could not even straighten his back. At this moment, the rainbow sword in his hand flew back to Song Ke and entered his body. Chapter 3400. Gu Fei had arrived, but it wasn't his true body that had come. It was just a clone, and his incarnation had brought along the mountain and river cauldron. He sealed a part of the primal chaos as soon as he took action, suppressing the deity race's old ancestor to the point where he couldn't even straighten his back. Nathaniel Hawthorne. What? Who the hell are you? The old ancestor of the deity race was afraid because the power coming down from the ancient cauldron above his head was too great. Although he tried his best to draw the power of the golden divine bone, it was still difficult to contend against it. Yu Qiong tried his best to hold on, but his waist still started to bend. Who am I? Of course, it's the person who killed you. Isn't that obvious? Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at Yu Qiong and said with a smile. In fact, he was also very surprised that Yu Qiong could withstand the suppression of the mountain and river cauldron for so long. If it had been an ordinary patriarch, he would have been obliterated by the power of the mountain and river cauldron, fused with the divine item of extreme path. Very soon, Gu Fei's clones saw through Ancestor Yu Qiong's true state. Ancestor Yu Qiong's body shone with boundless golden light. 9 ancient golden runes appeared on his body. Each rune radiated with immortal light. Those were the extreme Tao divine runes. This also meant that old ancestor Yu Qiong had already used all of his strength. His body's endurance had reached its limit. He needed 9 extreme Tao divine runes to seal his divine body, the deity race's secret technique, which could fuse with an extreme divine artifact, was indeed heaven-defying. It was similar to the technique Gu Fei cultivated in the past, which allowed him to fuse weapons into his body. Roar. Old ancestor Yu Qiong roared in anger. Powerful extreme path divine power burst forth from his body, and in the next moment, his clothes were torn to shreds and scattered all over the sky. This guy is quite strong. Gu Fei's clone was startled to see ancestor Yu Qiong's bulging muscles. This fellow was tall and slender, but it was unexpected for him to have such a powerful divine body. Even a middle-aged man wouldn't have such a physique. Despite his old age, forefather Yu Qiong's divine body was still in peak condition. Forefather Yu Qiong's muscles and bones were trembling as he unleashed a tremendous amount of divine force. However, it was only a futile struggle. That was the only way to go. Very soon, elder ancestor Yu Qiong was suppressed by the power of the cauldron of mountain and river, and was lying on the ground, trembling. When Tsang Ke and the others saw this, they could not help but be moved. He had fought this guy for a few days, but was unable to defeat him. However, Gu Fei's clone had subdued this guy as soon as he arrived. Could it be that Gu Fei's doppelganger was stronger than him? Thinking of this, Tsang Ke was extremely depressed. He actually knew that the reason Gu Fei's clone was able to suppress Yu Qiong was because of the mountain and river cauldron. However, even though he knew this, Tsang Ke was still unhappy. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was truly heaven-defying. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated and unleashed powerful primordial chaos energy. Cracking sounds could be heard from forefather Yu Qiong's bones, as if they were being crushed. All right, I'll send you on your way. Gu Fei's clone did not want to play anymore. In fact, there was nothing fun about this. This guy was not even a quasi-supreme. How could he possibly be a match for him? This guy is really done for this time. Tsang Ke felt a little complicated at the sight of this. At this moment, he could not feel happy at all. Boom! An even more powerful primordial chaos energy exploded from the mountain and river cauldron. 9 primordial chaos Tao runes emerged from the mountain and river cauldron. The entire chaotic void seemed to freeze. In the next moment, the primordial chaos energy descended from the mountain and river cauldron. Then, tragedy struck forefather Yu Qiong. Forefather Yu Qiong let out a miserable shriek. Sounds of bones breaking could be heard from his body. Bloody wounds appeared on his body, and some of his bones even pierced through his body. Golden divine blood continuously seeped out from forefather Yu Qiong's body. At this moment, he discovered that his divine body was no longer under his control. The divine blood that was flowing out of his body couldn't be retrieved. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron began to suppress forefather Yu Qiong. Don't! Can't I surrender? Old ancestor Yu Qiong panicked. The other party was so powerful and indeed had the strength to kill him. At this time, he felt the golden god bone in his body was actually afraid of the cauldron in the sky and was actually showing signs of escaping. This was definitely not a good thing for forefather Yu Qiong. One must know that the reason he could still hold on was because the golden divine bone had fused with him. Once the golden divine bone left his body, he would immediately die. With a thought from Gu Fei's clone, the mountain and river cauldron that was suppressing forefather Yu Qiong immediately stopped. It was like a primordial divine mountain hovering there, giving off an endless sense of pressure. Even an expert like Tsang Ke couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate upon seeing this scene. One must know that he was once an extreme sovereign, one of the strongest experts in the ancestral god realm. You want to surrender? Gu Fei's clone looked at the old man, lying motionlessly under the mountain and river cauldron, and said with a faint smile, "Yes, yes, yes. I want to surrender. I want to surrender." Forefather Yu Qiong hurriedly said. At this moment, his life was more important. He no longer cared about his face. His face was no longer an issue when his life was at stake. "All right, it's fine if you want to surrender, but you have to be my servant. Are you willing?" Gu Fei's clone said. What Forefather Yu Qiong, who was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron, couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. This guy actually wanted him to be his servant. He was a dignified forefather of the deity race. If he agreed, it would be impossible for him to stay in the deity race. One must know that once the patriarch of the deity race knew that he had become Gu Fei's servant, his name would definitely be removed from the deity race. "You still need to consider this. Then go on your way," Gu Fei's clone said. He didn't have much patience. This so-called forefather of the deity race could barely be his servant with his cultivation and combat strength. "Don't. I'm willing, I'm willing." At this moment, Forefather Yu Qiong's golden divine bone was about to rush out of his body. He had no choice but to agree. In the end, his life was more important. As long as he didn't die, everything was still possible. Very well." Gu Fei's clone directly pointed a finger. A ball of divine light immediately rushed out from his hand. It instantly shot towards Forefather Yu Qiong and directly entered his forehead. What? Ancestor Yu Qiong was shocked. In the next moment, he felt like his soul had been shackled. However, this feeling disappeared very quickly, as if nothing had happened at all. Forefather Yu Qiong had lived for countless years and even experienced the darkest period of the ancestral god realm. He knew that from now on, he might really become Yi Fuqian's servant. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone laughed and directly waved his right hand. The mountain and river cauldron, floating in the void, immediately flew back to him. It quickly shrunk and landed in his right hand. Forefather Yu Qiong only felt his body lighten. The terrifying power that was suppressing him immediately disappeared. He circulated his divine power, and the wounds on his body quickly healed. He stood up and directly opened a storage space that he had refined. He took out a set of clean clothes and quickly put them on. He then hurriedly went in front of Gu Fei's clone. "Yu Qiong greets Master." Forefather Yu Qiong directly knelt in front of Gu Fei's clone, who was holding the mountain and river cauldron. "All right, get up. From now on, you will be like them and do your best to work for me. I won't mistreat you." Gu Fei's clone pointed at the Chaos Demon Ape and the other two stone devils and said, "What? They are also Master's servants?" Yu Qiong was shocked to see this. One should know that if he didn't use the Golden God's bone, any one of the three stone devils could easily take his life. An existence that could use the power of the extreme way. Even if he wanted to kill a quasi-supreme, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Thinking of this, Yu Qiong's forehead was covered in sweat. Who exactly is Master to be able to subdue such powerful demons? Master shouldn't be a demon. The god race and the devil race were born to be sworn enemies. In the past, when there was still a passageway between the two realms, and when the god race and devil race in the ancestor god realm and the chaos devil world could still communicate with each other, the two great races were already fighting endlessly. If the god race and the demons in the ancestral god realm and the chaos demon realm could live in harmony, there wouldn't have been such an earth-shattering war. Of course, Gu Fei's clone wouldn't care about these things. What he cared about was his own strength. He wanted to nurture his own forces in the ancestral god realm. In that case, He would start with old ancestor Yu Qiong of the deity race. Get up. Why are you still kneeling? Gu Fei's clone glanced at old ancestor Yu Qiong, who was kneeling in front of him, and said, Yes, master. Old ancestor Yu Qiong quickly stood up. He didn't want to bow and scrape to please others, but he had no choice. If he didn't, he would be dead for sure. An ambitious and ruthless person like Yu Qiong could endure humiliation, and what others couldn't. His will was incomparably firm, and his will to survive was stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be an ambitious and ruthless person. Your deity race should forget about the immortal Medicine Ridge. It's a place that belongs to Tsang, Quebec, Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. Yes, it belongs to whoever master says it belongs to. Yu Qiong lowered his head and said, he didn't dare to look at Gu Fei's clone. His words had a hidden meaning. Only Gu Fei could decide who the immortal Medicine Ridge belonged to. Tsang Ke used to be a supreme god ancestor. How could he not understand Yu Qiong's hidden meaning? However, he didn't say anything. His face was calm, and he didn't show any expression. This made Yu Qiong a little disappointed. He was trying to sow discord. However, in the next moment, Yu Qiong flew out as if he was hit by something. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Don't play tricks in front of me. Understand? Gu Fei's clone looked at old ancestor Yu Qiong coldly and said, if Tsang Ke could understand Yu Qiong's hidden meaning, so could he? Yes, master. I won't do it again. Old ancestor Yu Qiong quickly wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and said in fear, all right, let's go out. As Gu Fei's clone spoke, he immediately turned around and walked towards the ancestral god realm outside the primal chaos. The instant he walked out of the primal chaos void, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere outside seemed a little strange. Chapter 3401. What Tsang Ke couldn't handle was settled by Gu Fei's doppelganger. The old ancestor of the deity race, Yu Qiong, was defeated by Gu Fei's doppelganger. In order to survive, he was willing to be Gu Fei's servant and follow Gu Fei's orders. Therefore, Gu Fei's doppelganger placed a restrictive spell on Yu Qiong's spirit. If the old ancestor of the deity race disobeyed his orders, he could kill him with just a thought. Therefore, Gu Fei's doppelganger was not worried that Yu Qiong would betray him unless he was tired of living and wanted to die. With Yu Qiong's temperament, he would not be so stupid as to want to die. In fact, the longer one lived, the more afraid they were of death. When Gu Fei's doppelganger brought everyone out of the chaos, they found that it was extremely quiet outside. There was not a single cultivator in the entire immortal Medicine Ridge. What's going on? Gu Fei's doppelganger was shocked to see this scene. Where did the demon god go? Shouldn't he be guarding the immortal Medicine Ridge? The demon god, who was supposed to be guarding the immortal Medicine Ridge, was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, there seemed to be a murderous aura shrouding the heaven and earth. Gu Fei's doppelganger felt that something was wrong. Boom! Just when everyone was bewildered, a loud noise was heard. Suddenly, a huge tentacle broke through the void above everyone's head and directly entangled them. On the huge tentacle, there were suction cups that were even bigger than small mountains. There were also extremely sharp teeth growing in the suction cups. If one was entangled by the tentacle, even if one did not die, a layer of skin would be torn off. This is Yu Qiong, who had just been subdued by Gu Fei's doppelganger, was shocked to see the tentacle that suddenly broke through the void and rushed out. He seemed to know the origin of the tentacle. At this moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger raised his head and looked up. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a series of extremely sharp sword lights immediately rushed out of his hand. In an instant, it turned into a shocking sword rainbow and pierced through the tentacle that was as big as a mountain ridge. A chilling sword energy spread out. Song Ke and Yu Qiong, who were behind Gu Fei, immediately felt a chill in their faces. It was as if someone was holding a sword to their throats. Song Ke and the others were shocked when they saw this. It was only a clone of Gu Fei, yet it possessed such a powerful battle prowess. It had truly exceeded their expectations. In fact, what they didn't know was that Gu Fei's doppelganger was a different kind of existence. Unlike ordinary doppelgangers, his doppelgangers could achieve self-growth and metamorphosis. Gu Fei's doppelganger could unleash 70 to 80% of his true strength. The sword light pierced through the tentacles that were as thick as a mountain ridge. Each sword light that penetrated through the tentacles brought with it a blob of purple divine blood. The purple divine blood rained down from the sky as if it was raining divine blood. Naturally, Gu Fei's doppelganger, Song Ke, and the others would not be drenched by the purple blood rain. A divine shield emerged from their bodies and blocked the purple blood rain that was falling from the sky. As for the 3 gargoyle demons, they were directly drenched by the purple blood rain. The pure divine power contained in the purple blood rain was directly refined and absorbed by them. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger looked up into the sky with a solemn expression. Rumble, that incomparably huge tentacle retracted, but the void was collapsing and collapsing. A figure that was even larger than a mountain broke through the void and entered this world. Soon, a huge black shadow appeared high up in the sky, blocking the entire sky. At this moment, even Song Ke's expression changed. The huge existence in the sky was actually a huge octopus monster. Its tentacles fell from the sky and danced in the void. It's the Earth Spirit Clan. Old Ancestor Yu Qiong exclaimed in shock. On the back of the giant octopus, there were actually black mountains. On those mountains, there were pitch-black caves, and from each cave, an incomparably powerful aura could be felt. The Earth Spirit Clan liked to live in caves. They were a race that walked underground. But without a doubt, the Earth Spirit Clan was definitely one of the most powerful races in the entire Eastern continent. At this time, the Earth Spirit Clan's experts suddenly appeared in the Immortal Medicine Ridge. The other party's intention was obvious. Scram! Gu Fei's doppelganger stared at the octopus monster in the sky and said, his voice spread far and wide, "Young man, you're too arrogant." At this moment, a figure walked out of the cave on the octopus monster's back. It was a tall, middle-aged man. "So what if I'm arrogant? What can you do to me?" Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at the middle-aged man and said disdainfully, "Presumptuous." The middle-aged man's gaze turned sharp. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei's doppelganger. A powerful pressure emanated from his body and suppressed Gu Fei's doppelganger. Quasi-Supreme. Gu Fei's doppelganger was a little surprised. This fellow was actually a Quasi-Supreme. No wonder he dared to plot against the Immortal Medicine Ridge. "Little fella, die." The Quasi-Supreme from the Earth Spirit Clan didn't hesitate. He stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed at Gu Fei's doppelganger. The strength of a Quasi-Supreme surged from his body. However, Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed at this moment. Just as the Quasi-Supreme's right hand was about to grab Gu Fei's doppelganger, a huge hand suddenly stretched out from the side. Bam! A muffled collision sound was heard. The Quasi-Supreme from the Earth Spirit Clan and the person next to Gu Fei's doppelganger clashed. Neither of them gained the upper hand. The two experts each took a few steps back. "Who are you?" The Quasi-Supreme from the Earth Spirit Clan looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and asked coldly. The person who blocked the Quasi-Supreme's attack was Tsang Quebec. Of course, even if he didn't make a move, the the quasi-supreme from the Earth Spirit clan, wouldn't have been able to injure Gu Fei's doppelganger. Tsang Quebec, Tsang Ke directly said his name. At his cultivation level, there was no need for him to hide anything. Tsang Ke, the one who was said to have died in the Chaos Demon realm. The quasi-supreme from the Earth Spirit clan couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect Tsang Ke to still be alive, and had even returned. Humph, at least you have some eyesight. Tsang Ke said coldly, "Roar." Right at this moment, a furious roar resounded from the depths of the mountain range in the distance. Then, with a bang, the entire mountain range instantly turned into dust and completely disappeared from this world. At the same time, two extremely powerful auras came from afar. The eyes of Gu Fei's doppelganger immediately lit up when he sensed the two auras. One of the two guys who were fighting was the demon god. Obviously, the other party was trying to lure the demon god away and occupy the immortal medicine ridge. One had to admit that the Earth Spirit clan's plan was not bad. However, the plan was dead while the people were alive. Whether they could succeed or not depended on their luck. At that moment, more experts from the Earth Spirit clan appeared on the back of the octopus monster. Almost all of them were looking at the two experts below nervously. Kill. Without saying too much, that quasi-supreme of the Earth Spirit clan continued to attack. Boundless Earth essence gathered, and an extremely terrifying pressure spread in all directions. Gu Fei's doppelganger only felt his body tighten. The Earth essence chi turned into divine chains and wrapped around him tightly. Roar. Gu Fei's doppelganger roared towards the sky. The terrifying sound waves spread out, and the entire void shook. Visible transparent ripples spread out in all directions. The divine chains that were wrapped around his body immediately crumbled. Rumble. The pitch-black spatial cracks were like black lightning bolts, wreaking havoc in all directions. The Earth Spirit clan's expert was the first to bear the brunt of the sound wave, and was forced to take a dozen steps back. He was inexplicably shocked. The little guy's cultivation was obviously lower than his, but the combat strength he had displayed was extremely abnormal. How could this be? The quasi-supreme from the Earth Spirit clan was very curious. Swoosh. At that moment, the figure of Gu Fei's doppelganger disappeared into the void. Bang. A fist punched out from the void and hit one of the Earth Spirit clan's patriarchs, sending him flying. The Earth Spirit clan's expert was enraged, but there was nothing he could do. After he stabilized his body, his left eye swelled up. The punch just now had landed on his right eye. "You what? Take another punch from me." Gu Fei's doppelganger's voice came out of the void. As he spoke, his fist suddenly came out of the void again. This time, although the Earth Spirit clan's expert was prepared, he was still punched in the right eye by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Roar. The Earth Spirit clan's expert roared continuously. The sound waves spread out in all directions. Even the cultivators, who were thousands of miles away, could hear his roar. At that moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger was still fused with the void around him. Not even the Earth Spirit clan's expert could sense his existence. This was the power of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Soon, the handsome quasi-supreme from the deity clan was beaten into a pig's head by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Tsang Ke and old ancestor Yuqiong were shocked to see this. One had to know that the Earth Spirit clan's expert was one of the best. If Gu Fei's doppelganger were to offend him, there would be endless troubles in the future. Chapter 3402. As the ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan, Bai Wu, he was really unlucky today. He was beaten into a pig's head. If this got out, it would shake the entire east continent of the ancestral god realm. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone came and went like a ghost. The ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan, Bai Wu, lost his temper. Bang! A fist quickly enlarged in Bai Wu's eyes. It directly smashed into his nose. Kacha! A sound rang out. His towering nose immediately caved in. Blood splattered. How dare you hit my face? The ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan, Bai Wu, was about to go crazy. The other party was too despicable. He was deliberately trying to make him lose face in front of others. This was too evil. Bai Wu spat out a few teeth that had been knocked out. Ha ha, I'll hit your face. What do you think? Gu Fei's doppelganger silently appeared in front of Bai Wu. He said while laughing, looking at the other party's swollen face. He was very happy. He was ruthless enough. One had to know, this kind of injury was not easy to heal, because it was a great Tao injury. He gathered powerful Tao energy on his fist. It was a great Tao injury on Bai Wu's body. It wouldn't recover without a period of rest. I'll fight you to the death. Bai Wu was furious. His nose had been smashed. He looked very ferocious with blood all over his face. I don't want to fight you to the death. Little ones, I'll leave this guy to you. Gu Fei's clone said and flashed to the side. Then he took out a chair and sat down in the void. Then, out of nowhere, he took out a jade plate. There were many celestial fruits on the jade plate. He sat on the chair, holding the jade plate, eating the celestial fruits. He was ready to watch the show. Seeing how the other party was looking down on him, Bai Wu was shocked and angry at the same time. At this moment, 3 powerful demonic shadows were already closing in on him. Demon, when he saw that it was the 3 great demons who were closing in on him, he frowned. Bai Wu ignored the pain on his face, because he could sense something from the 3 devil shadows. He felt a strong, murderous aura. That person was eating immortal fruits at the side. The guy who was leisurely watching the show didn't have any killing intent towards him. Otherwise, he didn't know how many times he had died just now. However, Bai Wu was very clear. These 3 powerful demons had treated him as prey. At this moment, the Kraken, which is many times bigger than a mountain, is still hovering in the sky. The octopus was carrying a black mountain on its back. There were many cave dwellings on those black mountains. Some of the cave abodes were astonishing. He was actually breathing in and out the yin and yang energies. Moreover, not to mention the big shots on the back of the Kraken. The Kraken itself is an unimaginably powerful existence. The combat power of the octopus. He was definitely not weaker than Bai Wu. Such a powerful existence. He was actually willing to carry these guys who were weaker than him. This made Gu Fei's clone very surprised. One had to know. This was a world where the strong were respected. Do you want to gang up on me? Bai Wu said in a deep voice. His eyes that were so swollen that he almost couldn't open them shone with a bright light. Humph. So what if we gang up on you? That's right. Can't we gang up on you? Why are you talking so much with this guy? Let's do it. This guy seems to be okay. Devouring his divine Tao source. It will definitely increase our power. The Chaos Demon Ape, Supreme Yin Demon Spider, and Dragon Head Demon didn't seem to put this ancestor of the Earth Spirit race in their eyes. A powerful demonic aura erupted from their bodies. The entire world instantly darkened. The wind and clouds changed color. The sun and moon lost their light. The aura of the 3 demonic experts affected the weather of this area. You all. Very good. Bai Wu was furious. Did these people really think of him as a sick cat? How preposterous. He could forget about that guy just now. But now, even these 3 guys dared to look down on him. He didn't want to kill these 3 guys. It was really hard to get rid of the hatred in his heart. At this moment, in the mountains far away, the demon god and another expert of the Earth spirit race were fighting fiercely. The entire mountain was shaking. Divine, rainbow-like lights kept rushing out from inside. The entire mountain was shrouded in smoke and dust. Two waves of power were reloading. That was the power of an ancestor. It was earth-shattering. This battle was earth-shattering. The entire mountain ridge had been destroyed beyond recognition. If it wasn't for the protection of the immortal Medicine Ridge, they wouldn't be able to protect it. Ancestor-level existences were so powerful. They were all quasi-supreme existences. Of course, there were also half-step quasi-supreme beings who called themselves ancestors, like Yu Chong of the deity race. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape and the other two stone demons also attacked. I should have beaten him long ago. Gu Fei's clone was lying on a chair. He directly grabbed an immortal fruit and threw it into his mouth. Boom. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape let out a strange cry. It directly clashed with the ancestor of the Earth spirit race, Bai Wu. The two figures instantly separated. Then, they quickly moved in the air. The Supreme Demon Spider also attacked. A black net was like a black cloud. It directly enveloped Bai Wu. It wanted to trap him in the net. Buzz. A sword hum came from Bai Wu's body. After that, a sword light instantly rushed out from his body. It directly tore open a long hole in the huge net that was enveloping them. Swish! Bai Wu directly turned into a ray of divine light. He rushed out of the big net. However, Bai Wu had just rushed out of the big net. A fist directly smashed towards him. It fiercely hit his head. Roar! Bai Wu roared. He directly fell back into the big net. Kill! The Chaos Demon Ape directly attacked Bai Wu, who had fallen into the big net. He spat out a mouthful of demonic fire. That mouthful of demonic fire instantly turned into a monstrous fire. It instantly annihilated Bai Wu. You want to kill me with this kind of method? Dream on. Bai Wu's incomparably arrogant voice came out from the demonic fire. However, very soon, Bai Wu could not be happy. The Supreme Demon Spider had used a big move. A wave of power of the moon suddenly exploded. In an instant, it froze 10,000 miles. And Bai Wu bore the brunt of it. He was directly frozen by the great Demon Spider's power of Een. The air froze. Stinky Spider. Even Lousy is frozen. A wave of divine will spread out. After that, boom. There was a loud sound. A figure broke through the ice. He directly rushed out of the frozen space. The extreme power of the extreme Demon Spider was too strong. Even the demonic fire of the Chaos Demon Ape was frozen. This caused everyone who saw this scene to be shocked. That dragon head demon saw the opportunity early. He dodged in time. He was not affected at all. The body of the Chaos Demon Ape that rushed out of the ice was covered in ice. His body trembled. Immediately, the ice shards kept falling down. Ha! Gu Fei's clone was overjoyed when he saw this. Rumble, at this moment, the frozen space began to tremble. Cracks appeared on the solid ice. The seal Bai Wu actually wanted to break out of the seal. Quick, let's attack together. Let's completely seal this guy. The middle-aged man, transformed from the Supreme Demon Spider, shouted at the Chaos Demon Ape and the Dragon Head Demon. The Chaos Demon Ape and the Dragon Head Demon hurriedly nodded. Then he directly used his strongest divine ability. 9 demonic tattoos appeared on their bodies. 9 demonic marks rushed out from their bodies. It flew towards the frozen Bai Wu to suppress him. The 3 gargoyle demons attacked with all their might, with the power of the 3 great demonic path experts. They wanted to seal the Bai Wu. In fact, they could indeed do it. However, just as the Bai Wu was about to be frozen by the 3 gargoyle demons, a ray of divine light suddenly descended from the sky. It directly landed on the frozen space. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The void that had been sealed by the ice directly exploded. The divine light dissipated. A figure appeared in the divine light. A powerful force of the extreme path spread out from the figure. It directly pushed the chaos demon ape and the other 2 devils back. The 3 gargoyle demons were shocked. When they stopped retreating, they focused and looked. They were shocked again because they were pushed back. The person who saved the Bai Wu, it was a young man, a white-clothed young man, who needs you to save me. The Bai Wu walked out of the frozen space, seeing that the person who saved him was the white-clothed young man. His expression immediately became ugly. "Father, don't try to be brave," the white-clothed young man said with a smile. Hearing the white-clothed young man's words, the 3 gargoyle demons were even more shocked. This guy was actually the old man's son. His son was much stronger than his father. "What did you say? You mean that your father can't do it?" The Bai Wu's expression became even uglier. "No, how could my son think like that?" The white-clothed young man still said with a smile. "Humph, you don't say that, but you definitely think that in your heart," Bai Wu said angrily. "Sigh." The white-clothed young man sighed. He didn't say anything else, in case he made more mistakes. His father's temper, he still didn't know. It was just that he was stronger than him. It just made him lose face. Logically speaking, the son was stronger than the father. The old man should be happy, but Bai Wu didn't think so. The son is stronger than the father. Interesting. Gu Fei's clone, who was watching the show, muttered to himself. "Go away. I don't need your help," Bai Wu said as he strode forward. He wanted to continue fighting the Chaos Demon Ape and the other 2 gargoyle demons. "Father, you fought for so long. It's time to go back and rest." The white-clothed young man didn't retreat. Instead, he said such words. Bai Wu was furious. His hands were shaking. "All of you come together." The Chaos Demon Ape stared at the white-clothed young man. He said coldly. A terrifying, murderous aura erupted from his body. "That's right. Take down the father and son together." The middle-aged man, transformed from the great demonic spider, said with a solemn expression, You